Saints are on Q93.
This week it started with Steve DeBerg replacing Vinny Testaverde, and yet you're probably more familiar with DeBerg facing him than you are Testaverde.
Well, we've played DeBerg a number of times, Kansas City, Tampa Bay, and I have a lot of respect for him, and our defensive team and coaches do also. Great experience, as everybody knows, been around a long time. Got a lot of poise, a lot of moxie. You know, he's not going to get rattled. They run that no-huddle offense, and he'll do a good job at that. Great with play pass, and he's gonna make plays back there. And you know, Testaverde's the kind of guy that's going to make plays too. But I think that DeBerg will probably be a little bit more consistent. And I have a great deal of respect for him, and I'm concerned about the fact that he's going to be their quarterback today.
How about that hurry-up offense that they run? What problems does that pose for you?
Well, it just kind of makes you hurry up, and that's why they call that. You know, you don't have time to huddle because they don't huddle, so you got to get your substitutions in quickly. When you see who they substitute, you've got to get the defense called from the sideline, and then you don't have time to huddle up and call it like you normally do, so you kind of communicate it between your 11 players who might be a little bit more spread out or are more spread out than normal, and then line up, get adjusted, get lined up in the correct position, and then play the defense. So, you know, you got to be a little bit more quick about how you adjust to formations and the defense is called and all that kind of stuff.
Do they substitute as much when they're running a hurry-up offense as another team might?
Yeah, they do. They do, and every week's kind of a little bit different as to what their plan is. You know, they run a lot of different formations, a lot of different personnel groups, and you got to be. And they put guys in different places, and it makes it a little bit tougher. They'll put running backs out and wide receivers back in the backfield and stuff like that. And when you're trying to match up and play your defense accordingly, it makes them a little more difficult.
Back with a final word in just one moment. This is the Saints Network.
If you take the 4 quarters in a football game, add a few timeouts, and of course the announcer's witty commentary, you might have time to make chili from scratch. Or try Tabasco brand 7-spice chili recipe. 1 jar with its 7 specially blended herbs and spices turns a pound of brown meat into homemade tasting chili in minutes. And all you'll miss is a little of that witty commentary. An original or spicy Tabasco 7-spice chili recipe is homemade taste made easy from the makers of Tabasco brand pepper sauce.
For the most fun, let the good times roll at the Class of the Coast, the President Casino at the Broadwater Beach Resort in Biloxi. Free admission, plenty of free parking, and we're open 24 hours a day, every day. Las Vegas-style fun. Come and go as you please. The President Casino at the Broadwater in Biloxi. 1-800-THE-PRES.
And the keys to victory today for the Saints will be?
Score more points. No. I think this. One, I think we've got to, and it's interesting, in my feeling is that the things we got to do defensively in stopping, we got to do those things on offense. I think if we can run the ball, it's going to certainly help us offensively, and we got to protect our quarterback. I think if we do a good job protecting Bobby, that we can throw the ball on these people. If we don't, we got problems. And they got some good pass rushers, and they give you some different looks up there in rushing the passer, so that's going to be key. And from a defensive standpoint, Sam Weiss basically likes to run the football, and they got an excellent runner, number 34, Cobb. So we got to stop the run. We can't let them establish the run. And 2, when they do throw, and we got to do this right from the get-go, we got to get some heat on DeBerg and make him feel the pressure. If we can do those things and not give them anything like stupid with turnovers and big plays and dumb penalties and things like that, you know, I think that's going to be the keys to winning this game.
Best of luck to you out there this afternoon, Jim.
Thank you.
With Jim Mora's Chalk Talk, I'm Jim Henderson.
Chalk Talk with head coach Jim Mora, an exclusive pregame presentation of the Saints Radio Network. Kickoff is just minutes away, and just moments away are the pregame thoughts of Jim Henderson, Archie Manning, and David Garrett. You're listening to New Orleans Saints football.
The newest resort on the Biloxi Gulf Coast, the Grand Biloxi Beach Resort, has put together something special for all you big winners, just so you don't have to wait in line. They have arranged for your VIP entrance to the Isle of Capri Casino and the Biloxi Bell Casino. The big winners plan also includes room for 2, all bar drinks, your choice of a meal daily, tax and transportation, all for $59 per person per night. Some restrictions apply. Don't wait in line. Be a VIP at the Grand Biloxi Beach Resort. Call 1-800-325-9384.
You can believe everything you hear about Royal Mazda. They're the dealership that's different. So when Royal says they've got a great Mazda for you, it's a fact.
When you
drive away with a Royal Mazda, we feel like that we're sitting in the back seat.
Our customers depend on us to be there for them long after they've bought their car, and we are.
Mazda trucks are tough.
Mazda sells itself.
This is Mazda Mania.
Take it from the pros who know. Royal Mazda, the dealership that's different.
Guess who's back?
Are you Mr. Homie D. Cloud?
No, I'm Harry D. Frog.
Damon Wayans returns to In Living Color with all your favorite characters.
Touch the pearls with a sneaky
Tonight, Damon is Anton as America's best-known bum tries stand-up comedy.
A woman comes up to me, she said, hey, what's your sign? I said, we'll work for food.
An all-new In Living Color. And Al Bundy's never been big on voting.
Like marriage, no matter who you choose, it turns out bad.
But when they decide to raise the tax on beer, Al takes a stand.
Give me beer or give me death.
The Bundys cast their ballots for the very first time.
Not there, Mr. Bundy. That's the bathroom. That's where he makes his best decisions.
On an all-new Married with Children, tonight on Fox.
Tonight starting at 7 on WNOL, Fox 38.
The Saints are on Q93.
Here come the Saints. Clear Channel Sports presents New Orleans Saints football as the Saints defend their Western Division NFC title. Proud sponsors of the Saints on radio include Southwest Airlines, providing frequent flights and low fares, which is why flying Southwest Airlines is just plain smart. Popeye's famous fried chicken and biscuits, the official training table product of the New Orleans Saints. Ford Quality Care. It may be your car, but it's still our baby. Sears Brand Central, the brand you want at the store you trust. Your Southland Jeep and Eagle dealers. Remember, there's only one Jeep. Pennzoil Motor Oil and Gum Out, available at all Walmart stores. BC Headache Powder. No matter where you're hurting, nothing works faster. Tabasco brand products, Tabasco sauce, 7-spice chili, and Tabasco Bloody Mary mix. They're Louisiana legends. By Isle of Capri in Biloxi. Isle of Capri for Caribbean-style fun and games. And in Louisiana by the Louisiana Lottery. Now stand by to claim your 50-yard line seat with the 1992 play-by-play voice of the Saints, David Garrett.
Good morning to Saints fans everywhere, and welcome to another Football Sunday. As today, the New Orleans Saints, with a 5-2 record, faces the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, 3-4, here on the floor of the Louisiana Superdome. Dave Garrett, along with Archie Manning and Jim Henderson, today will analyze and take a look at this afternoon's contest. The Saints coming off their 3-game win streak, of course, and the open week. Tampa Bay has lost 3 straight games after starting the season 3-1. This is a different look team because Sam Weish is in town, and we'll talk why it's a different look team. Basically on the offense, it's a hurry-up offense, a no-huddle offense. Steve Sidwell will be along later, the defensive coordinator and inside linebackers coach of the Saints, to talk about what problems, if any, that faces. But Jim Henderson, as we turn to you, how much different is this Tampa Bay team from a year ago?
Well, David, I think probably the main way that they are different. I think probably the main way that they are different is having Sam Weish as their coach. I think they've finally gotten some direction here. Everybody felt that Richard Williamson was probably going to be an interim type of coach after Ray Perkins was fired. He didn't have the credentials that a Sam Weish has, and I think he's reinvigorated the franchise. He's a very enthusiastic, outgoing guy. I think they believe in themselves. I think the difficult thing for the Buccaneers is they've lost their last 3 games, each by succeedingly larger margins, and so this is a chance for them to sort of reestablish the early season enthusiasm that helped them get going with a 3-1 start. I see the Buccaneers right now as being a little bit in the mindset of, is this the same old Buccaneer franchise? Are we going to start fast and then go down the tubes late in the season? And I really think that they've got a gut check coming up here today to show that they can, if not win, play with some of the better teams in the NFL, of which the Saints certainly are one.
Well, the hurry-up offense may have to hurry up a little more if Wayne Martin and Ricky Jackson and company are in the faces of quarterbacks Vinny Testaverde and Steve DeBerg. DeBerg will get the start today, and we'll talk more about that. And in a moment, we'll talk with Wayne Martin about his outstanding year and how he plans to defend this no-huddle offensive team today. And we have more on today's pregame on the Saints Network.
Dropping to throw now, looking for the screen, looks like he's going to toss it over. He's going to be picked off at the 38, to the 30, down to the 20, the 10, 5, touchdown save.
The footballs are
flying, and New Orleans is out to win the West again. And as an official member of the Saints training table, your local Popeyes Chicken and Biscuits is proud to offer the best fans in the league the Saints Touchdown Special. Enough of our famous New Orleans-style chicken and sides to feed 4 hungry fans and then some. This month's Saints Touchdown Special includes a box of hot, fresh Popeyes chicken, your choice of any 16-ounce side item, and 4 buttermilk biscuits for only $9.99. So come on in to your neighborhood Popeyes for a Saints Touchdown Special at the super party price of just $9.99. Home cooking for the home team. That's what Popeyes Saints Touchdown Special is all about. Pick one up today.
When you're spending hard-earned money on electronics, appliances, and home office equipment, it's good to know there'll always be a store you can trust. Sears Brand Central. You can count on more top brands, more service people, affordable credit options, and most important, a name backed by over 100 years of quality, integrity, and constant good values. No wonder more people buy more top brands from the store they trust. Sears Brand Central.
You can count on me, Sears, Roebuck and Company. Party Caribbean style at the Isle of Capri Casino, Mississippi's largest. The Isle is always open for non-stop fun and excitement with live entertainment, free admission, and free parking. So come to the Isle of Capri Casino at Point Cadet in Biloxi. It's a tropical paradise. For information, call 1-800-THE-ISLE.
I love the Isle of Capri Casino.
Welcome back to the Saints pregame show. Dave Garrett along with Archie Manning and Jim Henderson and Wayne Martin, who joins us. And Wayne, we hear it almost every week, having a Pro Bowl season. Are you having a Pro Bowl season?
Well, I'm doing well. I'm doing pretty good out there on Sundays. I got to keep it up, in order to be a Pro Bowl player. You got to do it every week. You just can't have a few good weeks and then shut it down. I got to do it every week in order, to get the respect that I'm looking for.
What are your goals?
Well, my goals are, first is to win division, win the NFC, and go to Super Bowl. That's on the goals I have going into any season, and it hasn't changed this year.
Did you feel in the preseason this would be a season where you, and this word is overused, gel?
Well, I know I worked hard during the off season, and I came into camp in good shape, and I had a good camp, and I continued to work hard, and Mom and Dad always told me if you work hard, good things happen for you, and good things are happening for me now.
The Saints have relied on good play from the linebackers, and really in playing a nickel package or a dime package and not rushing that many, you and your teammates have still been able to cause problems on the opposing quarterbacks. What has happened with you and the 2 other guys up on the front line to give you that opportunity?
Well, we did that a lot last year. We have some great rushes up front, Frank Warren, Jim Wilkes, Pig Goff, and of course linebackers, Pat and Ricky. It's just, if we can just rush 4 guys and get pressure on them, it's going to just help us out all around, because we don't have to have many, we can have extra defensive back instead of extra linemen or whatever to try to get rushed, and we don't have to blitz as much, so it's going to help us out a lot.
What does the no-huddle cause concern?
Well, the only thing the no-huddle really causes concern about is, communication among us to get, the calls made and get the substitutions in the game when we need them, and, but if we can do that, we'll be all right. The biggest thing that's going to help us out this week will be the crowd noise. If the crowd really gets, cranked up and gets into it, they're not going to be able to do it as quickly as they want to. They're going to have to really try to, make an emphasis to get the play to everybody. If it's loud, it's going to take some time. It's going to give us time to do what we got to do.
Did it help that you played against Steve DeBerg against Kansas City this last year? Obviously, it's said that he'll get the start today.
Well, yeah, he's a good quarterback. He's a great play faker, and we were aware of that last year. We went to play him in Kansas City, and he hasn't changed. He brought a different emphasis to that team, and he's helped them out a great deal. We got to really get on him.
You're having a good season. Everyone said so. You think you are too. What's left for you to do to improve?
To improve off the things I didn't do well the week before, and continue to play well every game. Because in this league, it's not. In this league, they forget about, you're only as good as the last game you play. If I go out and have 8, 9 good games in a row and have a lousy game, the one that most people remember is the lousy one that I had. So I got to, you know, keep up my level of play and just be consistent every week.
Thank you, Wayne. Best of luck.
You're welcome.
Defensive lineman Wayne Martin. Now these local messages. You're listening to New Orleans Saints football.
Exxon Shop salutes the 26th Saints season with special savings they're passing on to you. Save with the Tiger all season long. Stop in at a local convenient Exxon Shop near you and stock up on plenty of Lipton tea. Try the new Lipton Original Fresh Brewed Iced Tea in a 16-ounce bottle for 99 cents. The only really brewed iced tea, and it's available at Exxon Shops. Rely on the Tiger. Rely on your Exxon Shop. Stock up on plenty of Doritos. All large sizes, assorted flavors, your choice, only 99 cents. At all participating Exxon Shops. Rely on the Tiger. Rely on your Exxon Shops. Prices may vary at participating locations.
When Royal Oldsmobile Mazda says they're the dealership that's different, they're not kidding. We're talking really different. I'll let them tell you about it.
We're here when you need us, evenings, Saturdays, and even most holidays.
The people seem more caring. They aren't pushy.
Of course, our number one concern is customer satisfaction.
Once someone buys an automobile from Royal, then they are truly treated royally.
Take it from the pros who know. Royal Oldsmobile Mazda, the dealership that's different.
Guess who's back?
Are you Mr. Homie D. Cloud?
No, I'm Harry D. Frog.
Damon Wayans returns to In Living Color with all your favorite characters.
Touch the pearls with a sneaky
Tonight, Damon is Anton as America's best-known bum tries stand-up comedy.
A woman come up to me, she said, hey, what's your sign? I said, we'll work for food.
And all new In Living Color. And Al Bundy's never been big on voting.
Like marriage, no matter who you choose, it turns out bad.
But when they decide to raise the tax on beer, Al takes a stand.
Give me beer or give me death.
The Bundys cast their ballots for the very first time.
Not there, Mr. Bundy. That's the bathroom. That's where he makes his best decisions.
On an all-new Married with Children, tonight on Fox.
Tonight starting at 7 on WNOL, Fox 38.
The Saints are on Q93.
Welcome back to the Louisiana Superdome. Dave Garrett along with Archie Manning and Jim Henderson. This series with Tampa Bay began in 1977. It has been renewed each year with the exception of 1980. And the Saints hold a 10-4 advantage over the Buccaneers, their largest edge over any NFL team and the only NFC team that the Saints have recorded a winning mark against. However, the news has not been as good for Tampa Bay on the opposite side there. After a 3-1 start, they've lost their last 3 in a row. Jim and I talked about that to start the broadcast. But, Jim, why has it been the roller coaster the other way?
Well, you know, David, they opened up with Phoenix, and we saw just a couple of weeks ago that Phoenix is not a very good ball club. Then they beat Green Bay rather handily, 31-3. Green Bay also one of the lesser lights in the NFC Central and in the NFL as a whole. They knocked off Detroit when the Lions were playing poorly, and then they went into that 3-game skid, losing against Indianapolis, Chicago, which is obviously a good team in their division. Then I think the real shocker for them was last week. They had beaten the Lions earlier in the year. They got them again this time back home, and they were blown away 38-7. So I think it's a combination of a couple of things. One, they lost faith in Testaverde. He started throwing some interceptions. Perhaps Archie and I got the feeling down on the field that from some of their coaches that he's not quite able to grasp the hurry-up offense that Sam Weish likes to implement. And also defensively, their secondary has really had problems over this 3-game losing streak.
Dave, also, I think it's kind of, and Jim, the new coach syndrome. I think Sam Weish was definitely the right choice for Hugh Culverhouse and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Sam's a great offensive mind. He's a motivator. He's a real fiery guy. And I think it's what the Bucs needed. He went in there. They had a wonderful off season. He got involved in the community. He got the fans back out. He got them excited. And they've got some good young players there. But they started off good with a lot of excitement, but then you get into an NFL season, you get back to reality. And this team is just not that good yet. I mean, there's not enough talent there, and there's some good players, but they're still new to Sam Weish and what is a pretty sophisticated offensive system. So I think they're just getting back to reality.
What's your opinion of a no-huddle or a hurry-up offense?
I'm not sure it is as effective in 1992 as it was in 1989 or 1990. And, you just don't come up with a brand new theory in the National Football League and expect it to work over a 3 or 4 year period. They got smart people on the defensive side of the ball too. And I think what you'll see today, I don't think that no huddle will affect the Saints one bit. The Saints will be ready when Cincinnati brings their substitutions in. The Saints are going to bring theirs in right away. I don't think it's going to be a factor.
I think one thing too, David, that we might watch for is the Saints going with a no-huddle offense at some time during this game. Maybe late in the second quarter, after they've seen what kind of offensive and defensive sets are matched up between themselves and the Buccaneers. Once they see the substitution pattern of the Buccaneers and what people they put out there against certain sets of the Saints, you might see the Saints try to play a reverse on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers offensive scheme by doing some of the no-huddle themselves.
Make it out of here quickly today?
Well, there's a chance both teams in no huddle. That suit me fine. We may be home by 2 o'clock.
Now these network messages on the Saints Network.
When your job gives you a powerful headache, you need the power of BC.
Power, BC Power.
In this auto body shop, you get a headache just walking in the door.
BC Power in the powder, the power of BC.
Somebody's hammering out dents over here or running a grinder over there. So there's always noise.
BC Power in the powder, the power of BC.
Then on top of that, there's fumes. Pretty soon your head starts pounding like a sledgehammer.
You need something to see you through, something strong so you feel like new.
Around here, there's headaches just looking for a place to happen. But BC knocks them right out.
BC Power in the powder, the power of BC.
When you need strong relief, BC stops pain fast.
The power of BC.
Use as directed. How does your car sound when you start it? Perhaps a little like this? Stop into Walmart and pick up Gum Out Extra Fuel Injector Cleaner from Pennzoil. Gum Out helps eliminate engine stalls and hard starts while providing maximum performance. Then your car will sound like this. So for increased engine performance that detergent gasoline alone can't deliver, and at the Walmart price which no one else can deliver, add a bottle of Gum Out to your car's gas tank. Your car's engine will be happy. Walmart. Always.
How do I pick my numbers? The amount of speckled trout I caught that day.
Straight from the horse's mouth.
Wherever you get your numbers from, you can win $500 with Pick 3. And it couldn't be easier to play. All you have to do is pick 3 numbers between 0 and 9. Then watch the drawings every night at 9:59. So play Pick 3. And remember, it doesn't matter where you get your numbers from.
What if a number my wife gave me?
216.
I just let the computer pick them.
Pick 3. Play every day, get lucky every night.
Welcome back to the Saints pregame show. This is Dave Garrett along with Archie Manning and Jim Henderson on the field speaking with Steve Sidwell and wanting to know why a team would choose to run a no-huddle offense. What is the mystique or the advantages of doing that? Does that make a lesser team more volatile?
Well, I think it's twofold. First of all, you speed up the pace of the game. And secondly, you make it easier to keep the other team's personnel substitutions off the field. And I think that's why teams do it.
If a team is not as dominant or having problems on offense, though, Steve, would they maybe result or go to using this to try to get some advantage?
Well, I think that's it, but I don't think it in itself really solves anything. It has to be part of your overall thinking. And in Sam's case, it is, and it's very, very effective. He's been using it for so long. I really think that he's very much the bell cow of the no-huddle offense in the NFL.
How has this team, his new team, adapted to using it?
Well, I think they've done very well with it. They had 86 snaps offensively against the Colts, which is an unbelievable amount of snaps if you understand how when between 60 and 65 is what a team gets. And I think a lot of that is because of the no-huddle situations. I do know this, that if they want you to not get into your personnel substitutions, then all they do is keep their same personnel on the field. And if you try to run it out there, they're going to run up there and quick snap it and make it impossible for you to do so.
Does that cause more decisions to be made on the field rather than being called down from the press box above?
I think that it speeds up the whole game operation defensively. And for that reason, I think you're right when you said that.
So will Sam Mills or Ricky or Pat or whoever, Sam, basically in calling of defenses? Will there be more responsibilities on him on this given day?
Somewhat. It just depends upon how fast they choose to go. As an example, we may be able to get in what we want exactly from a coverage standpoint, and yet we may not have time to signal the front end with it. And if that's the case, then Sam and Vaughn need to get us into an appropriate front.
How was the practice week working against this? Was the scout team able to simulate as good as you would expect?
They did a great job this week. It is one thing that you really can't work on, down after down after down, because it just slows up your practice. The offense doesn't know their plays. They have to look at cards, so you only do it for a stretch at a time. And you just try to get your game situation working against your own offense in a Saints versus Saints situation, in a hurry-up situation.
Coach Mora talked all week as though this wasn't a problem. The Saints don't seem to have a problem in defending a speed-up or a hurry-up or no-huddle offense. Why is that, Steve?
Well, we work on it a lot. We practice 2-minute a lot, and that's all the 2-minute situation is a no-huddle offense. We've been fortunate. We've played Cincinnati in the past, which has given us a long look at it over time to get our mechanics in shape. And I think that could be the reason. I mean, here's the thing. It's like anything. As coaches, you try to be problem solvers, and if you let this be a problem, I think it can. You just have to explain what the downside of it is for your football team. But for every downside for you, there's a downside for them, i.e. crowd noise today makes it harder for them to communicate at the line of scrimmage. So, there's trade-offs for everything that happened in football.
Steve, thank you. Best of luck.
My pleasure, Dave.
Defensive coordinator, inside linebackers coach Steve Sidwell. Let's pause for these messages. You're listening to New Orleans Saints football.
Silver Bullet is the right beer now. Coors Light, the crisp tasting beer that's mountains above the rest. Remember to reach for the Silver Bullet when there's no room for filling up. Coors Light.
Monday night at 7, don't miss the official video magazine of the New Orleans Saints. It's Saints Sideline on Channel 26. I'm Alexander Laurent. Join us Monday as we take you behind the scenes for the making of Wild Fag, the newest Saints poster featuring the offensive line. We'll take a look back to today's game against the Buccaneers, and we'll look ahead to next week's game against the New England Patriots. Join us Monday for the official video magazine of the New Orleans Saints. It's Saints Sideline, Monday night at 7 on WGNO TV, Channel 26.
I'm Q93's LBJ, and I just want to share a little secret with you. See, tomorrow at noon, while all of your coworkers are chewing those bologna sandwiches, you can enjoy your lunch hour with us. We call it the Oldies All Request Lunch Hour. Check it out. Who's this?
This is for Cookie.
Cookie, where are you calling from?
From work.
Where do you work, Cookie?
Lower Ninth Ward.
Lower Ninth Ward? All right, well, thanks for listening to Den at Ninth Ward, all right?
Okay, thank you.
Have a good day now.
Bye-bye.
Bye. You see, it's the only way to go. Call us up at 260-9393. Or if you're out of the area, it's 1-800-364-9393. You can even fax us at 553-2002. Who's this?
Valerie.
Valerie. Okay, Valerie, and you are calling from?
PSG.
Okay, Valerie. Here's
Can you do it before 12:30? Because I'm going to have to go to lunch.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
Let's keep this between you and me. The Oldies All Request Lunch Hour. Tomorrow at noon on More Music, More Money, Q93.
The Saints are on Q93.
Home in the Dome. It's good to be back in action after the Saints off week. New Orleans versus Tampa Bay here today on the Saints Network. The Saints have posted an overall mark of 31 wins, 40 losses, and 1 tie. That's a percentage of 44% against the NFC Central, including a 12-8 record since Jim Mora took over in 1986. The Saints have won their first 2 NFC Central matchups this season and have been victorious in 5 of their last 6 meetings with clubs from the NFC Central. If the Saints win over the Bucs today, it would mark the first time that New Orleans has swept a season series, 3 games with the NFC Central since 1987 after winning over the Bears and the Detroit Lions earlier this year. The Saints have posted a record of 5-1 against Tampa Bay during Mora's tenure in New Orleans, and the Saints and Bucs have met 11 straight years, their longest streak against any team except for Atlanta and San Francisco. Saints and Rams, by the way, did not meet in 1982, that 9-game strike shortened season. In a moment, we'll have the Southwest Airlines starting lineups for today's game, and we'll have comments on those starting lineups after these messages on the Saints Network.
These days in business, you have to look at problems as challenges. For instance, they cut my department's travel budget in half and said I had to keep sending out the same number of people. Okay, I accepted the challenge and found a solution. Southwest Airlines Friends Fly Free offer. You can buy 1 round-trip ticket at their low, unrestricted fare, and a friend flies with you free, anywhere Southwest Airlines flies. And friends aren't just spouses and pals. They're bosses and partners and clients, too. There's no advance purchase on a Friends Fly Free ticket either. Just make a reservation at least 24 hours in advance and stay over for 1 night. By the way, this offer doesn't include local airport taxes up to $12 round trip each. If your plans change at the last minute, Southwest Friends Fly Free tickets are fully refundable. And although seats are limited right now, they're available all week long. Friends Fly Free only on Southwest Airlines. It's the perfect solution to cut your business budget or to turn a short business trip into a long weekend. Call 1-800-I-FLY-SWA. It's just plain smart.
When it comes to getting your Ford serviced, you don't want any surprises. That's why Interstate Ford in Metairie keeps the prices for the most common services listed on a menu over the service counter, so you can see what the charges are up front. Like an engine tune-up for as low as $39.95. Stop in at Interstate Ford, 3724 Veterans Boulevard in Metairie anytime. There are no surprises here. Quality care. It may be your car, but it's still our baby.
I love it here. It's fantastic.
The President Casino is the class of the coast.
We had a great Las Vegas eating our heart out. Woo!
Southern hospitality is great.
The good time
The President Casino at the Broadwater in Biloxi. Open 24 hours every day. Free admission, free parking. Come and go as you please.
The Saints just here in the Superdome, and it's now time for the Southwest Airlines starting lineups, brought to you by Southwest Airlines. It's just plain smart. Saints on the offense have Eric Martin and Quinn Early starting at wide receivers, Richard Cooper at left tackle, Jim Dombrowski at left guard, Joel Hilgenberg at center, and Derek Kennard and Stan Brock on the right side. Hobie Brenner, Frank Wainwright, and John Tice now intact in that tight end core as Tice was activated this past week. Vaughn Dunbar or Dalton Hilliard seeing time at halfback today, and Craig Hayward is the starting fullback for the Saints. Defensively, it's Wayne Martin, Jim Wilkes, and Frank Warren across the front line. Ricky Jackson, Sam Mills, Vaughn Johnson, and Pat Swilling are the linebackers. Toy Cook and Reggie Jones start at corner today. Look for Vince Buck to play in the nickel package, and Brett Maxey and Gene Atkins will start at safeties. Buccaneers on offense, Mark Carrier's had some injury problems, listed as one of the starters. Also look for Courtney Hawkins to play some this game at wide receiver, as well as Lawrence Dawsey starting at the other side. Paul Gruber is the left tackle, Bruce Reimers at left guard, Tony Mayberry at center, Charles McCray and Rob Taylor are the right side of the offensive line. Steve DeBerg will get the start at quarterback today for Tampa Bay. DeBerg's hit 60% of his passes, 30 of 50, 2 touchdowns, and 1 interception. He's thrown for 348 thus far. Anthony McDowell will start at fullback, and Reggie Cobb will start at running back. Buccaneers on defense, left side defensive end, Ray Seals, Mark Wheeler, and Santana Dotson are the tackles. Keith McCants the end. Jimmy Williams will start at one linebacker. Calvin Tiggles had some injury problems, was questionable for today, and you'll probably see Derek Brownlow and E.J. Jr. at one of the linebacker spots, as well as Broderick Thomas. In the defensive backfield, it's Ricky Reynolds, Milton Mack, Marty Carter, and Darrell Fullington. That's today's starting lineups, brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Men, just a moment before we pitch the break, what have some of the injury problems caused, Jim, and as far as shifting around the lineup? This is kind of a patchwork.
It really is for the Buccaneers. I think it's interesting. They've lost 3 straight. 3 straight games they've lost against teams coming off their bye week. Here's the 4th in the Saints. The Saints are in excellent health, very fresh, and the Buccaneers truly, as you mentioned with the lineups, are banged up, and it is a patchwork team of Buccaneers out there today. But I think it's interesting in deference to the Halloween holiday that the Buccaneers have on their pumpkin pants, which I think is very nice.
And they're ugly, too.
With that, we'll say that's today's pregame show. Now stay tuned for kickoff and Saints football on the Saints Network.
Now's your chance to see the most exciting and technically advanced lineup in our history. Introducing Jeep and Eagle for 1993 with innovative new models that will truly amaze and thrill you. See the new Jeep Grand Cherokee and the sophisticated new Eagle Vision. Get into the newly designed Summit Coupe for as little as $7,706 and Summit Sedan for a little more. Or drive away an affordable, sporty Eagle Talon DL for about $11,652. You could get great deals on every vehicle in stock. So whatever you do, don't miss the 93s at your Jeep and Eagle dealer. MSRP after $500 cashback direct from Chrysler excludes title, taxes, and options. Actual prices may vary. These are limited time offers. Buyer must take delivery from dealer stock. See dealer for details. Jeep is a registered trademark of Chrysler Corporation. See your Southland Jeep and Eagle dealer today.
When you're spending hard-earned money on electronics, appliances, and home office equipment, it's good to know there'll always be a store you can trust. Sears Brand Central. You can count on more top brands, more service people, affordable credit options, and most important, a name backed by over 100 years of quality, integrity, and constant good values. No wonder more people buy more top brands from the store they trust. Sears Brand Central.
You can count on me, Sears, Roebuck and Company. The Isle of Capri Casino introduces Caribbean Fun Spots. Collect Caribbean Fun Spots for more fun and more value. It's colorful, exciting, and very rewarding. Get your Caribbean Fun Spot at Mississippi's favorite fun spot, the Isle of Capri Casino at Point Cadet in Biloxi. For information, call 1-800-THE-ISLE.
I love the Isle of Capri Casino. Hey, I love the Isle of Capri Casino.
Welcome back to Louisiana Superdome, a rousing rendition of our national anthem, and rockets, red glare, and cannons just went off, and it fired the fans up here. It's nice to be back after the off week, and we look forward to the next successive weeks as we have 9 remaining. And the Saints take on Tampa Bay today with a 5-2 record, and Tampa Bay with the 3-4 record. Saints are on a roll, and Jim and Archie, it's all been said by the coaches, players, everyone. The open date came at basically the right time.
Yeah, I think sometimes people say, well, you get on a roll, you hate to break it up, but I don't think that's the case. Jim Moore expressed that he liked the date of the open date this year so much better, where we had it 1 year in the 4th or the 5th week, 2 years, I think, of the season, coming in week 7 or actually week 8 there. And I think this team is rested. They've been pretty fortunate throughout the year, Dave, in regard to injuries, but I'm sure every player in the NFL gets nicked and beat up somewhat, so a week off is good. This team is healthy. I think this team is confident, and I'll be surprised if they don't play very well today.
And look at the team that they're playing, Arch. The Saints are in a 3-game schedule here against 3 of the worst teams and 3 of the worst franchises in the NFL in Phoenix, Tampa Bay, and New England. Important not to lose their focus, not to look ahead to San Francisco and win these games that they should win.
You may have heard in the background that the Saints win the toss today and have elected to receive. They'll defend a goal to our right, the Girard Street end zone, and Tampa Bay will kick off. Saints will be moving from our right to our left as we start play here in the Superdome today. Saints, of course, on the road next week and the week after. In Boston next week, actually in Foxborough, Massachusetts, to take on the New England Patriots. Patriots today are taking on the Buffalo Bills. And San Francisco is the week following, and the 49ers are playing Phoenix today. Couple of stats to pass along for you. Bobby Hebert, of course, the starting quarterback for the Saints, has thrown for 9 touchdowns and 7 interceptions. He's 108 of 183. That's a completion rate of 59%. He's thrown for 1,482 yards. The Saints' leading rusher is Vaughn Dunbar, 99 carries, 359. 1 touchdown. His longest run is 25, and There's a lot of Dalton Hilliard talk the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, he's been coming on so strongly, and as Jim Moore alluded to in his pregame show, Vaughn Dunbar's struggling a little bit. He's learning the ropes in the NFL, and there aren't many rookies in the NFL making much of an impact this year, Arch, as you look around, first-rounders or otherwise.
Exactly right. Of course, Vaughn Dunbar is getting the chance to start. I've mentioned, I've probably said it too many times, I think it's just a matter of not being real patient, Jim. I think he's so eager to do well that he's just going a little too fast and sometimes hitting the hole, not waiting to hit the proper hole, and then in the secondary maybe instead of trying to put a move on some cornerbacks, trying to run over them. We keep saying it, but it will be nice, and I think it'll happen one day soon that Vaughn Dunbar's going to kind of break loose and have that 100-yard day. Maybe today.
Fred McAfee and Dalton Hilliard await the kick coming up from Ken Willis. It is in the air, spiraling, or end-over-end kick taken by McAfee at the goal line, up to the 5, to the 10. He's hit at the 13-yard line and stumbles and falls at the 15. The Saints will start inside the 20, 1st and 10 at their own 15-yard line.
Well, Darrell Fullington, the starting free safety for the Buccaneers, also on the kickoff coverage team, made an outstanding play going around his block, then kind of just getting an arm on Fred McAfee, and it didn't knock him down instantly. Fred tried to reverse his field and fell to the ground. Good coverage on the part of the Bucs and Darrell Fullington.
Something they haven't been doing a very good job of. An interesting stat, the Buccaneers are the worst team in the league at covering kickoffs, the best team in the league at covering punts, but a couple of big returns by Mel Gray in those 2 games against the Lions skewed that average.
Wesley Carroll is in the lineup as the third wide receiver. Martin and Early are split to the right. Only one running back, Vaughn Dunbar, behind quarterback Bobby Hebert. Tight end is Hovey Brenner on the left side. Straightaway handoff goes to Dunbar, and he's hit hard right at the line of scrimmage, but leg drives his way for 4 yards up to the 19-yard line. It's 2nd down and 6 for the Saints.
Well, you're exactly right, Dave. Vaughn Dunbar was hit right at the line of scrimmage. I didn't get the number. Boy, the numbers of the Bucs are hard to read, the orange numbers on the white jerseys, but Vaughn kept churning and made about 3.5 yards out of nothing.
Yeah, I think that was Ray Seals and Mark Wheeler who took him on, and he drove him backwards. We've seen Vaughn Dunbar this year put Reggie White on his back and also Chris Spielman on his back. He does have an awful lot of leg drive in second effort.
Craig Hayward's in the lineup now, and they're offset out of the eye. Wide receiver to the right is Quinn Early. Eric Martin is wide to the left. The tight end is lined up on the right side this time for 2nd down and 6 from the 19-yard line. Long signal count. Play clock down to 3. Bobby Hebert gets the snap. Play action back to pass. Dumps one off to Craig Hayward at the 25, up to the 30, and he gets out of bounds at the 34-yard line. 15-yard gain for Craig Hayward.
No doubt that Bobby Hebert caught an audible on the line of scrimmage. The reason is the Buccaneers win what they call an under defense. That's 3 defensive linemen shifted to the weak side of the Saints offense, and the linebacker, Broderick Thomas, gets on the inside. The Saints ran a perfect play where they faked the off-tackle play. It commits Broderick Thomas to come up, and Ironhead Hayward just slides right into the flat and was wide open.
Happy birthday to the Saints today as well on this first day of November. 1st down and 10 at the 34-yard line. 2 wideouts to the right, 1 to the left. Carroll, Martin, and Early in the lineup. Out of the I formation this time. Bobby Hebert sees a 5-man defensive front and goes straight ahead to Craig Hayward. Running room, 40, 45, 47-yard line. Tackle made by Mark Wheeler. Let's pause 15 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Saints football.
CJ and Company in the morning.
The oldies All Request lunch hour.
AED.
The All Request and dedication party.
93 in a row.
Mo money.
And now the Saints. You're listening to Q93, WQUE FM New Orleans, the FM station for the New Orleans Saints.
That straight-ahead handoff to Ironhead Hayward, Jim, reminds you of 1990 when Ironhead had 155 yards against these Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
And that equals his longest carry of the year. That one went for 13 yards.
1st and 10 from the 47-yard line in Saints territory. 1 back behind quarterback Bobby Hebert with 2 wideouts to the right, 1 to the left. Handoff goes to Hayward over right side tackle. He was the lone running back, and he gains across the 54 yards down to the 49-yard line in Tampa Bay territory.
Archie, these guys flip their defensive tackles, though, don't they? They have one they call a nose tackle and one an under tackle.
Exactly. It's a 4-man line, but very seldom do you get defensive linemen, 2 on guards and 2 on tackles. They'll usually have a guy on the center, what they call an odd defense. This is something Floyd Peters, their defensive coordinator, who's had great defensive lines in Minnesota, San Francisco, and Detroit, but he usually plays an odd defense, what we call an under.
It looks like you can see a bubble in that defensive line, and the Saints ran right at it that time
exactly
for good
right.
effect.
Boy, you're learning something about football.
Craig Hayward gets a nice ovation coming off the field. Vaughn Dunbar is the lone running back behind Bobby Hebert with 2 tight ends in the lineup and 2 wide receivers to the near side. Again, a long signal count. Play clock down to 1. Handoff goes to Dunbar. He's hitting the backfield, but fights forward and gains 3 yards down to the 46-yard line. It'll be 3rd down and 3. The Saints' first 3rd down play of this drive. They picked up 2 first downs.
Well, Santana Dotson, the outstanding rookie defensive lineman for the Buccaneers, got an arm on him then and made that tackle. He came up limping, though. Boy, he's an outstanding young player. Good citizen, good-looking kid. Came out of Baylor with a 5th-round pick. Already has 7 sacks.
We'll make that carry 2 yards that time for Vaughn Dunbar. So it's 3rd down and 4 from the 47-yard line. 4 wide receivers. Torrance Small is now in the lineup. Eric Martin and Quinn Early split to the right. Small is in the slot to the left, and Wesley Carroll is wide to the left side. Blocking back for Bobby Hebert is Dalton Hilliard. Hebert out of the shotgun, but we have whistles and flags at the start of the play.
Like the snap was a little late coming. It's a shotgun formation. Saints went 4 wide receivers, shotgun, 1 back. Buccaneers had 7 defensive backs in the game.
False start, offense, number 71 before the snap, 5-yard penalty, repeat 3rd down.
So you really hate to see that on a 3rd and 3 because it's such a big difference in your plan. The plays you try on a 3rd and 3 and a 3rd and 8 in this league these days with all the specialization on defense.
The voice you heard of the official down on the field is Gary Lane, part of today's crew. First penalty of the ball game. It comes on a 3rd down. It's 3rd down and 9 now, and the Saints are back in their own territory at the 48-yard line.
Buccaneers bring in Broderick Thomas as a defensive tackle rushing here.
3 wides to the left and only 1 to the right. Different formation than before the penalty. Hebert out of the shotgun, has time, throws over the middle. It's intercepted at the 45-yard line, up to the 50, down to the 45, to the 40, to the 35, and out of bounds close to the 30-yard line. Broderick Thomas on the interception.
Well, that's a gimmick on the defense, and it worked perfectly. Bobby Hebert beat it. Broderick Thomas, who's a linebacker, came in for a defensive tackle. He got down in a 3-point stance as if to be rushing the passer. On the snap of the ball, he dropped back into coverage. They just rushed 3. Bobby Hebert was protected well, had plenty of time, tried to hit a man coming over the middle. Broderick Thomas was right there, got the interception, made a nice return.
And that's the 11th interception of the season for the Buccaneers. That equals their total of the entire 1991 season. So the Saints in an early hole here defensively.
That's Broderick Thomas's first career interception. It was a good for 25 yards of return yardage. And here's the opening pass, incomplete, as Steve DeBerg was trying to go to his tight end, Ron Hall, and it was overthrown a little bit wide to the right and incomplete. So it's 2nd down and 10 at the 31.
Outstanding coverage out there by Brett Maxey. Jim and I had a chance, David, to visit before the game with Jimmy Mora, defensive back coach, of course. Just kind of an update on his defensive backs. He's real pleased with the play of his defensive backs. Everyone's playing heads up. The coverage has been good. Brett Maxey, a real thinker back there.
Gary Anderson and Courtney Hawkins wide to the left, back to pass to Berg.
Around back there. Hey, he's old enough to have played against you. That's he's Manning vintage out there.
That's the 7th sack for Martin. Back to pass to Berg out of the shotgun with 3 wideouts to the left and 1 to the right. He throws in the flat. It's complete, but very well covered, and the clock will stay moving at the 37-yard line on the 3-yard gain. Catch made by Courtney Hawkins.
That's a field goal pass right there. They were trying to just, against that zone defense of the Saints, trying to complete a short pass, run it downfield far enough to try a field goal. Not the case. They'll have to punt it away. Great defense by the Saints.
Straczynski comes in. Dan Straczynski comes in to punt the football. His season average is 40.8.
You know, you wonder why they don't attempt a field goal here. It'd be about a 53-yarder. Willis has hit a 54-yarder in his career. You think after that turnover, they try to put some points on the board here early. They're not going to get a whole lot out of this, you wouldn't think, with Straczynski punting from his own 36, or from the Saints' 36-yard line.
Actually, it's going to be from the 41, as intentionally the team waits for the delay of game.
Offense.
And a new number for Marcus Dowdell if you're listening in the stands or watching television and listening to the radio
the
today.
was declined on the delay.
So the Saints decline the penalty, and they'll keep in the same yardage. Saints don't bite on that bluff, and Marcus Dowdell now wears number 86, which had belonged to Lewis Lips and Patrick Newman, among other players in the past. Dowdell stands at his 10. Doubtful he'll get a return here. Straczynski stands at the midfield stripe. The line of scrimmage is the 36-yard line. Good Saints rush. And he kicks this punt high into the air. It comes down, and the football will hit at the 2-yard line. It takes a 25-foot bounce and is tapped back out of the end zone, but I believe the player was in the end zone.
Sure he was.
In the end zone when he tapped the ball. 36-yard punt. It is a touchback, and the Saints will take over at their own 20-yard line. We have timeout on the field. We have no score. 8:37 left to go in the first quarter of play. It's the Saints nothing and Tampa Bay nothing. You're listening to Saints football. Now here's Archie.
Oldsmobile is celebrating Oldsmobile's 95th birthday, and the Oldsmobile Achieva is only $11,990 at Royal. The final price cuts have already been made on all 92 Oldsmobiles, so stop by and join the celebration at Royal before they're gone. Royal Oldsmobile, the dealership that's different in Metairie.
Looks like he's going to be out of the game. If you just got put on injured reserve or want to stay in the game, the Sports Medicine Center at Lakeside Hospital can help. A full range of medical professionals are trained to treat everyone from pro athletes, weekend warriors, or Little League champs. The Sports Medicine team can show you how to overcome existing injuries or prevent new ones using modern fitness equipment and medical technology. From sprained ankles to the most complicated injuries. The Sports Medicine Center at Lakeside Hospital. Call 885-FITT. That's 885-3488. Includes rebate, tax, and license are included. Ranking according to Chrysler.
Car buyers, right now's the best time to buy a new car or truck at Ray Brandt Dodge. Now through Saturday, get the 93 3/4-ton high-top conversion van for $15,995. Or the low-top conversion van for $14,995. And the 92 full-size D150 pickup is $10,995. There's only room in this town for one Dodge dealer, Ray Brandt Dodge. The rest, get out of Dodge.
Hi, Q93's LBJ here, stuck in rush hour traffic, trying to get to work. I am late. I am just like so stressed here. I wish it was only like noon and we were doing the oldies hour plus lunch hour or something. You know, it's gotten to the point where I've got to hear these great songs in order to get through the day. I mean, join me, okay? Join me at 12 noon and we'll get through this together on Mo Music, Mo Money, Q93. Boy, I am in big, big trouble.
The Saints are on Q93.
And Archie, Jim and I will be picking the Popeyes Pop of the Game for this game's big hit. And in return, Popeyes will donate $500 to the player's favorite local charity. We'll tell you more about that later. 1st and 10 for the Saints at their own 20-yard line. Second possession, no score in the first quarter with 8:37 remaining. Bobby Hebert, fake handoff, play action, back to pass. He throws as he's hit. It's caught by Vaughn Dunbar at the 25-yard line, up to the 27. What a play by Bobby Hebert.
Boy, he was fortunate to get that one off. He really did do a good job. Santana Dotson had gotten in there on the play action. Looked like he had a sack of Bobby, and somehow the ball he got his arm up, ball kind of wobbled out there and got the completion, saved the sack.
Saints haven't really looked downfield as yet, but one thing the Buccaneers do is they bring their safeties up lots of times very tight to the defensive line to try to help in run support. So the Saints will keep their eye on that. Don't be surprised if they try to hit them deep over the middle if they see that trend continuing.
I think the Saints will try to throw deep more today. A lot of 8-man fronts, or a lot of 8 people in the box, as they say, for the Buccaneers.
Quinn Early and Eric Martin wide to the left, split wide to the right is Wesley Carroll. Only one back behind Bobby Hebert. That's Vaughn Dunbar, and he gets the handoff. That's Dalton Hilliard juked at the 30 and got up to the 35, now to the 37-yard line.
Oh, a great job by Dalton Hilliard picking his hole. The straight handoff out of the single back, just weaving his way around. Real good game.
10-yard gain. That's the third first down of the contest. Dalton Hilliard with the 10-yard run.
Atlanta on top of the rim, 7-0 first quarter. That game in Atlanta. Tony Smith on a 2-yard run. Detroit leads Green Bay 3-0. Both first quarter scores.
And we'll check the lineup this time. As a wide out to the right is Eric Martin. Hobie Brenner was in a flanker position and now lines up tight end on the left with Quinn Early wide to the left. Handoff this time goes to Dunbar, and he pushes his way up to the 37-yard line, which was the line of scrimmage. He may have gotten a yard to the 38 before he is gang tackled by several Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
I'm sorry, Tim. Marty Carter. Boy, I'm thinking like you again.
I know you're fortunate.
Well, Marty Carter's a strong safety, and that's just what Jim was talking about earlier. It's when a strong safety makes a tackle at that point, right at the line of scrimmage, you know they're playing tight. They've got their 4 linemen, 3 linebackers, and their strong safety is what I call in the box right there, in that area where all linebackers, defensive linemen are. I just believe the Saints are going to have to go deep here sometime soon.
Early and Martin are flankers on the left. Hobie Brenner is the tight end on the left. Dalton Hilliard, the running back, behind Bobby Hebert. Now Martin in motion from left to right across the formation. Wesley Carroll is split to the right. Back to pass on 2nd and 9. Hebert rushed out of the pocket for a moment. Finds Eric Martin at the 40. Up to the 45, still on his feet. Up to the 48-yard line. There's a flag on the play at the end of the tackle. Eric Martin on the reception. Tackle made by Darrell Fullington.
Looks like it's going to be a face mask, so that'll be added onto the play. One of the reasons the Buccaneers have done so poorly in the last 3-game losing streak with their secondary and allowing a lot of yardage is not that they're not covering very well, but they're not tackling very well. And we've seen early evidence of that here today. Martin broke 2 or 3 tackles, and we've seen their whole secondary not tackle too well in the early going of this first quarter.
Well, that's a 15-yarder. That's number 54. Jimmy Williams accused him of just grabbing the Saints player by the back of the helmet.
Unnecessary roughness was the call by Gary Lane, so the Saints have the football after the penalty all the way down in Buccaneer territory at the 37-yard line, 1st and 10. That is the 5th first down of the ballgame. Saints get another one on top of the 10-yard pass play to Eric Martin. Out of the I formation this time, with 2 wideouts to the right and 1 to the left. Hebert straight back to pass. Steps up, throws a long pass over everyone's head out of the end zone. In fact, the defender was closest to it. Milton Mack. It was intended for Quinn Early, but overthrown and incomplete.
Well, it was the post pattern that Mack was beaten on last week in Detroit. And it looked like that time, Arch, that Early was running a post pattern, but Hebert was expecting a bit of a flatter route out there. You know, you keep watching Milton Mack. If you've watched Milton down through the years in a Saints uniform, you can't help but note when he's out there and who he's out there, because you just get the feeling that sooner or later somebody's going to catch a deep one on him.
I don't think that'll be the only time today the Saints try to go deep on Milton.
Carroll's to the right, Martin and Early to the left. 1 running back behind Hebert on this 2nd down play, and that is Dalton Hilliard. 2nd and 10 from the 37-yard line after the 10-yard pass to Martin and the 15-yard penalty. Draw play to Hilliard. Jukes at the line, 37, down to the 36-yard line before he stacked up and stopped there by a host of Buccaneers. And getting up off the stack first was Broderick Thomas.
Well, Saints tried to spread them out, run the draw play, just not there.
And they'll call it no gain. The forward progress could not get past the 37-yard line. So it's 3rd down and 10. Saints' second 3rd down opportunity. They're 0 for 1. Remember, Broderick Thomas intercepted Bobby Hebert's pass. The first 3rd down opportunity back in the first possession was Hebert's 8th interception of the year thrown. 4 wide receivers, 3 to the left and 1 to the right this time. Hilliard in the backfield with Bobby Hebert out of the shotgun. Play clock down to 10. 4:53 left to go first quarter. No score. 3rd down and 10 from the 37-yard line. Good snap. Hebert throws one. A bomb down the middle for Quinn Early. It's overthrown and incomplete. Early's going to claim that he was bumped on the play, but the pass was 5 yards overthrown.
Well, he was definitely the go guy, getting single coverage on the inside. I can't see the number of the defensive back. It may have been Darrell Pollard, number 31. They doubled up on the outside on Terrence Small, tried to hit the post pattern to Quinn Early. He's kind of been a big play guy. Really might have been some contact, but I'm not sure the ball could have been caught.
Yeah, Quinn was averaging nearly 25 yards per reception, and the Saints, the second best team in the NFL in yards per pass play.
Yeah, Carl said that 25-yard average really looks good for his offense. He's told Quinn just to bat down the little short passes. Don't catch any shorts. We want to keep that 25-yard average there.
Morton Anderson has come onto the field, and on 4th down from the 37 will attempt a 54-yard field goal. It's a fake. Tommy Barnhart rolls to the right. He's going to run 40, 35, 30, first down and out of bounds, and he's hit late. There'll be a flag.
Don't you know that that's got to be a thrill for Tommy Barnhart? The Tampa Bay Buccaneers were the team that drafted Tommy Barnhart and cut him twice in preseason.
Well, it wasn't a real good-looking play. He got outside containment. It's like one of the tight ends had released. He wanted to throw the ball.
Personal foul, late hit out of bounds, number 50, 15 yards from the dead ball spot. First down.
But Tommy knew how far he had to go for the first down. He ran right to the flag and eased out of bounds. And I don't think Tommy has any 4.4 or 4.5 speed right now. The number 50 massaged him pretty good as he went out of bounds. We'll pick up another 15, of course. That's E.J. Jr. just picked up by the Buccaneers.
Tommy Barnhart ran for 12 yards. The penalty is marked off inside the 15 to the 13. It's first down and 10 for the Saints. Half the distance to the goal made it a 12-yard penalty.
You know, there's not too many teams that when you line up for a 54-yard field goal, you don't expect a fake. But against when Martin Henderson out there, I guess they pretty much expected him to try it. He's 2 for 2 this year, plus 50.
Plus, I don't think the Saints have run a fake in a couple of years.
John Tice is in the lineup. Flanker on the right side in the triple tight end setup. With one wide receiver to the left, handoff to Dunbar. He's hit at the 10-yard line after a 3-yard gain. Second down, about 7 yards to go. 7 first downs now for the Saints.
Did you notice that Tommy, too, sort of affected the towel hanging out from behind him like some of the speedy wide receivers do, blowing in the breeze as he gallops goalward?
I tell you, when E.J. Jr. hit him on the sideline, the back of his head was the first thing that hit the ground over there.
Second down and 7 from the 10-yard line. This is the 10th play of this drive, including the fake field goal. Eric Martin and Wesley Carroll wide to the right. Wide to the left is Quinn Early. One running back, Dalton Hilliard, behind Bobby Hebert, who gives instruction to Hilliard and sends Eric Martin in motion. Hebert, handoff. Dalton Hilliard jukes at the line and gets outside, still running, and hip-hops his way down to the 8-yard line, a 2-yard game, but it was an exciting 2-yard run.
It really does look like the Dalton Hilliard that we knew in 1989. Breaking tackle, spinning. Dalton really does look healthy.
Yeah, he's gotten that quickness back. One thing he's alluded to in the recent weeks when he's been playing better is that he thinks he's in the best shape that he's been in some years. Probably with that knee injury, he just couldn't quite rehabilitate and get in the sort of football shape he needed to be in.
Well, I think Dalton just worked harder this offseason, too, and got himself in better shape. Something happens when you draft people in the first round. It just does that to people at their certain positions.
Third down and 5 from the 8-yard line. 4 wide receivers used. Hilliard in the backfield with Bobby Hebert out of the shotgun. Third and 5 from the 8. There's the snap in good shape. Hebert steps up, throws. It's caught by Hilliard at the 2. He scores. 8-yard touchdown, and Hilliard had Jimmy Williams all over his back and just invited him to the end zone along with him.
Well, Bobby showed a lot of confidence in Dalton Hilliard. He knew he had the one-on-one coverage with Jimmy Williams, who's a veteran linebacker, 11 years, and a good cover guy. He actually had Dalton covered, but Bobby felt like he could fit it in there. He did, a good catch, and then Dalton did the job just taking him in the end zone. Nice drive for the Saints.
11 plays and 80 yards included in that time. Tommy Barnhart's 12-yard fourth down run. Time of possession 6:08. Morton Anderson in the Poydras Street end zone to attempt the point after with 2:29 remaining first quarter. The kick is up and good. Saints lead it 7-0 over Tampa Bay. 2:29 remaining first period of play. Now this for Southwest Airlines and Ford Quality Care.
These days in business, you have to look at problems as challenges. For instance, they cut my department's travel budget in half and said I had to keep sending out the same number of people. Okay, I accepted the challenge and found a solution. Southwest Airlines Friends Fly Free offer. You can buy one round-trip ticket at their low, unrestricted fare, and a friend flies with you free, anywhere Southwest Airlines flies. And friends aren't just spouses and pals. They're bosses and partners and clients, too. There's no advance purchase on a Friends Fly Free ticket either. Just make a reservation at least 24 hours in advance and stay over for one night. By the way, this offer doesn't include local airport taxes up to $12 round trip each. If your plans change at the last minute, Southwest Friends Fly Free tickets are fully refundable. And although seats are limited right now, they're available all week long. Friends Fly Free only on Southwest Airlines. It's the perfect solution to cut your business budget or to turn a short business trip into a long weekend. Call 1-800-I-FLY-SWA. It's just plain smart.
When it comes to getting your Ford serviced, you don't want any surprises. That's why Interstate Ford in Metairie keeps the prices for the most common services listed on a menu over the service counter, so you can see what the charges are up front. Like an engine tune-up for as low as $39.95. Stop in at Interstate Ford, 3724 Veterans Boulevard in Metairie anytime. There are no surprises here. Quality care. It may be your car, but it's still our baby.
When the Saints wanted a little home cooking for the home team, they chose Popeyes, because when it comes to feeding a hungry bunch of Saints, nobody beats the chicken, biscuits, or sides at Popeyes, a proud member of the Saints official training table. This game is also brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Whatever direction you're headed, go Southwest. Southwest Airlines, that is, with frequent flights and the lowest unrestricted fares. It's just plain smart. For reservations, call 1-800-I-FLY-SWA. Saints on an 11-play, 80-yard drive. 27 of those yards in penalties. given up by Tampa Bay. Hebert, an 8-yard pass to Hilliard in the end zone. Anderson's point after makes it 7-0. Morton Anderson prepares to kick off with Courtney Hawkins and Gary Anderson deep to receive. And let's see if he boots it through the end zone after the touchdown. It is a knuckleball kick. It hits at the 5 and effectively goes through the end zone for the touchback. And we have a fight going on the field.
No, it's not a fight. Actually, a couple of the Bucs just got on top of one of the cover guys for the Saints and let him up. Sean Lumpkin over there.
All right. We'll pause for a break. We have timeout with 2:23 left to go first quarter. Saints leading 7-0. You're listening to Saints football.
The trend this election year is change. How about your present sales position? Is it an advancing industry with a product for the future? If you have any concerns about your future, you should call Mr. Michaels at 464-1717. He represents First Communications, a locally owned office, telephone, and equipment company. First Communications needs aggressive, sales-minded, future-sighted individuals with a will to earn and learn. Call Mr. Michaels, 464-1717. 464-1717. First Communications Company. Finding the right home can take a lot of looking. Buying the home can take a lot of money. But getting the best lender can start with a single phone call to Jefferson Savings. We have lots of money for mortgages, and we have the expertise to give you the personal service you want from a lender. So when you find that perfect house, give us a call. We'll help make it home. Jefferson Savings and Loan Association, an equal housing lender.
Hi, CJ Superstar Morgan here, star of CJ and Company and Saints fan extraordinaire. For more music, more money, and more fun, check out CJ and Company mornings on Q93. If you missed the show lately, you missed Buddy Amigo.
Ted Kennedy, Ted got new book out that says that Ted Kennedy used cocaine. Nose candy.
Oh.
The white stuff. Yeah.
Oh, I missed that one.
He used cocaine. How could you miss that? As a matter of fact, a big rumor going around that Ted Kennedy once visited the Liberty Bell in Philadelphia.
There's a rumor going around that he visited the Liberty Bell in Philadelphia?
Yeah, he heard about the crack in it.
CJ and Company on Q93.
The Saints are on Q93.
Welcome back to the Superdome. Saints lead 7-0, 2:23 remaining first period, just after the timeout. Second possession for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Wayne Martin had an 8-yard sack in that span there, and a 36-yard punt was the result of the first possession after 3 plays and out after Bobby Hebert had thrown the interception.
Both teams were on the sideline. The Buccaneers got out there first. They really could have run a play. The Saints weren't out on the field yet. The Buccaneers were at the line of scrimmage.
Steve DeBerg with one running back behind him. Handoff goes to Reggie Cobb, and he's stuck right at the line of scrimmage. Very little yardage, if any.
Yeah, the Saints had to be waiting to see what personnel group the Buccaneers brought out there on offense, because with their no-huddle offense, once you put your defense in there, you're very limited as to what kind of substitutions you could make. So the Saints were all huddling on the sideline, waiting to see what kind of Buccaneer group came out there. Once they did, they made their changes and rushed out as well. You know, last week the Lions scored on their first 3 possessions against the Bucs. It was never a game. Saints have scored on 1 out of 2, and with the Saints defense, this one might get out of hand.
Flankers to the left and right, a wide receiver, Hawkins to the right. Handoff goes to Cobb. He's stuck at the line of scrimmage again. Wayne Martin on the tackle, a 1-yard gain. It's 3rd down and 9 at the 21.
Boy, no running room for Reggie Cobb. 134 carries this year, 499 yards. They've moved from fullback to tailback and really having a nice year. Well, I hope it is a blowout today, but I hope at the end Reggie Cobb gets a touchdown or 2, because he's my fantasy fullback. I need the points.
0 for 1 on 3rd down. Stanford Jennings comes into the lineup, and he'll stay in the backfield along with Gary Anderson, the fullback. Steve DeBerg asking the rather quiet crowd to be quiet, and DeBerg goes out of the shotgun. 3 wide receivers to the left this time. DeBerg back to pass, steps up, throws, and it's caught, but for very little yardage up to the 27-yard line. He won't have enough for a first down. It's a 6-yard gain, and it goes to Hall, who is Ron Hall. That is his 23rd catch of the year. He has 2 today. Ron Hall is the tight end.
Boy, he got sandwiched, too. He was one of the wide receivers out to the left, just came right over the middle, got it to him quick. 3 guys really popped him.
We'll call it a 7-yard gain. It's 4th down and 2, and Straczynski's in to punt. His earlier punt, 36 yards. Marcus Dowdell back to receive at the 29-yard line. The line of scrimmage is the 28 in Tampa Bay territory.
Let's see how Dowdell does his first real chance to put his hands on the football after that debacle in Phoenix 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, let's take the thrill out of it, Marcus.
Now Dell has plenty of time to settle under this one. He fumbles the football for a moment, gets it back at the 30, up to the 35, spins free of a tackle, and has finally dropped it maybe the 36-yard line. It was a 48-yard punt and 11-yard return.
It was just a little bobble right there.
There's timeout on the field with 8 seconds remaining in the first period of play. Proud sponsors of New Orleans Saints Radio, your Southland Jeep and Eagle dealers. Remember, there's only one Jeep. 8 seconds, first period. Saints lead 7-0. Now this for BC Powders.
Power, BC Power.
When your job gives you a powerful headache, you need the power of BC.
Power, BC Power.
In this auto body shop, you get a headache just walking in the door.
BC Power in the powder. The power of BC.
Somebody's hammering out dents over here or running a grinder over there. So there's always noise.
BC Power in the powder. The power of BC.
Then on top of that, there's fumes. Pretty soon your head starts pounding like a sledgehammer.
You need something to see you through. Something strong so you feel like new.
Around here, there's headaches just looking for a place to happen. But BC knocks them right out.
BC Power in the powder. The power of BC.
When you need strong relief, BC stops pain fast.
The power of BC.
Use as directed.
Welcome back to the Dome. We still have timeout. Saints leading 7-0. If you've been putting off your car's oil change, do it now. Today's 4- and 6-cylinder cars are really tough on motor oils. Drive into Regency Nissan, Toyota, Subaru, and Mitsubishi in Jackson, Mississippi, where Archie was last night, and get a complete Castrol GTX oil change. While you're there, register to win free Saints tickets. The job will be done fast and done right using Castrol. Spruce up your car's engine at Regency Nissan, Toyota, Subaru, and Mitsubishi in Jackson, Mississippi.
You know, that touchdown by Dalton Hilliard puts him one up on former LSU teammate Eric Martin in the touchdown derby. 45 career touchdowns for Dalton, 44 for Eric. Speaking of LSU, how'd that game come out last night?
Yeah, you must have enjoyed that one. I'm surprised you even came back. I thought you'd just stay there and party all night, and if you could make it back, you would. You enjoyed that one, I bet.
Yeah, I did. Ron Spittler, who's the side judge, was injured. And when that timeout was taken, Spittler was tended to. He stays in the game as the official, as one of the officials. Saints have it 1st and 10 at their own 35-yard line with 8 ticks on the clock here in the first period of play. Fake handoff. Hebert is back to pass. Looks down the far side sideline. Throws for Hobie Brenner and just tipped out of his hands. A good defensive play made by Tampa Bay's linebacker Jimmy Williams, incomplete.
Yeah, they're working on Williams again, and Hobie, who doesn't have the world's greatest speed, was stumbling as he made his break in the pattern. Still had an opportunity to catch the ball, but never really got back on balance.
First period did not expire with that incompletion. 2 seconds remaining. Saints leading 7-0. Clock stopped with the incompletion.
You sure Hobie was stumbling?
Hebert is 4 of 8 for 40 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception in this game. 2 wideouts to the right. One running back, Dalton Hilliard, behind Bobby Hebert from the 35-yard line. Hebert looks at a 4-man defensive front. Carroll is wide to the left. Martin and Early split wide to the right. Straight back to pass, being rushed. Tries to stiff arm one player. Throws it. Gets it complete to Hilliard, but he's dropped for a loss back to the 25-yard line. -10 on the reception, and that is the end of the first period of play. Saints lead Tampa Bay by a score of 7-0 at the end of the first quarter. Second quarter action is next on the Saints Network.
These days in business, you have to look at problems as challenges. For instance, they cut my department's travel budget in half and said I had to keep sending out the same number of people. Okay, I accepted the challenge and found a solution. Southwest Airlines Friends Fly Free offer. You can buy 1 round-trip ticket at their low, unrestricted fare, and a friend flies with you free, anywhere Southwest Airlines flies. And friends aren't just spouses and pals. They're bosses and partners and clients, too. There's no advance purchase on a Friends Fly Free ticket either. Just make a reservation at least 24 hours in advance and stay over for 1 night. By the way, this offer doesn't include local airport taxes up to $12 round trip each. If your plans change at the last minute, Southwest Friends Fly Free tickets are fully refundable. And although seats are limited right now, they're available all week long. Friends Fly Free only on Southwest Airlines. It's the perfect solution to cut your business budget or to turn a short business trip into a long weekend. Call 1-800-I-FLY-SWA. It's just plain smart.
The President Casino is the class of the coast.
We had a great
Southern hospitality is great.
The President Casino at the Broadwater in Biloxi. Open 24 hours every day. Free admission, free parking. Come and go as you please. Call 1-800-THE-PREZ.
Well, it's fairly close on the scoreboard, 7-0 the Saints over Tampa Bay, but not so in the statistical columns. After one quarter, the Saints have 8 first downs. The Buccaneers not a one. 51 yards net rushing for the Saints. The Bucs have 1 yard on the ground. The Saints net passing for 30 yards. The Buccaneers passing attack -1 yard. So that's 81 yards for the Saints. Not a single yard for Tampa Bay after the first 15 minutes. And the Saints held the ball for nearly 11 minutes to just a little over 4 for Tampa Bay.
That 9th first down may be hard to come by for the Saints here, though, as they face a 3rd and 20.
That was a minus 10-yard completion from Hebert to Hilliard. Hebert avoided the sack, lost the war on that one. Hilliard is the blocking back. It's a low snap out of the shotgun. Hebert throws over the middle. Open, Small, caught it. First down, 47-yard line. He took a hit.
Heck of a catch by Small because he had Darrell Fullington coming up on him quickly, and he was caught between 3 defenders, but held onto that football somehow, and that's that big first down pickup on a long 3rd and 20 conversion that Archie was talking about, and the Saints continue to drive.
Well, that's got to drive a defensive coach crazy. The Buccaneers once again dropped off one of their linemen. They had 8 people dropping back in coverage in a zone defense on 3rd and 20, and the Saints still complete the pass down the middle.
You know, it looked like Hebert got it in between about 5 Tampa Bay defenders.
It was a good throw and an outstanding job by Small.
Handoff goes to Vaughn Dunbar, sweeping to the right at the 50-yard line, maybe to the 49 before he is wrapped up and stopped on the first down play at the 47-yard line. Tackle made by Santana Dotson. It's a 3-yard gain to the 50. 14 minutes remaining first half. Saints lead by a score of 7-0. That was Torrance Small's longest completion or catch of his career, 22 yards.
No huddle offense for the Saints. And Tampa Bay makes some late substitutions. There's some confusion going out there on the Tampa Bay side of the ball.
Still confusion with instruction being given right at the defensive line. There's a pass intercepted at the 45-yard line to the 50, 45, 40, 35, 30, 25, down to the 15, to the 10, to the 5. Tampa Bay has scored. Broderick Thomas on a 56-yard interception return. It was in and out of the hands of a would-be Saints receiver.
John Tice.
No, I think it was
Wasn't it?
Well, it was either Tice or Wainwright. Maybe it was John. I know Tice was in the game. We'll have to see it on the replay. I'm not sure. It's one of the Saints tight ends. Broderick Thomas has never had an interception in his career. He's got 2 in the first half today. One for a touchdown right here that just shocks the Saints.
Wouldn't that be something? And we will have to look at it again. This would be the first play of the season for John Tice. If it did indeed go off his hands, and that's exactly the case, through the hands of John Tice, is just sitting there for the taking by Broderick Thomas, and with a neat bit of running and cutting back, he's able to get it in the end zone.
Straczynski will hold for Ken Willis to attempt the point after in the end zone to our left. The ball is down and the kick is through the uprights. 13:31 remaining first half. Tampa Bay, with a 56-yard interception return by Broderick Thomas, has tied this game at 7-7. There's timeout. You're listening to Saints football.
Silver Bullet is the right beer now. Brought to you by Coors Light, the crisp tasting beer that's mountains above the rest. Remember to reach for the Silver Bullet when there's no room for filling up.
Monday night at 7, don't miss the official video magazine of the New Orleans Saints. It's Saints Sideline on Channel 26. I'm Alexander Laurent. Join us Monday as we take you behind the scenes for the making of Wild Fag, the newest Saints poster featuring the offensive line. We'll take a look back to today's game against the Buccaneers, and we'll look ahead to next week's game against the New England Patriots. Join us Monday for the official video magazine of the New Orleans Saints. It's Saints Sideline, Monday night at 7 on WGNO-TV, Channel 26.
There's one bank that lives by its motto of absolutely the best personal service in New Orleans. That bank is your friends at United Bank and Trust. At United Bank and Trust, they make it their business to know each of their customers personally because they know to better serve all your banking needs, they have to take a one-on-one approach. Whether it's home mortgages, car loans, home improvement loans, or small business loans, United Bank and Trust at 2714 Canal Street can help. United Bank and Trust, where personal service isn't just a motto, it's the way United does business with you.
Hi, CJ Superstar Morgan here, Saints fan and personal friend of all the Saints players, right, Pat?
Hi, this is Pat Swilling. CJ Morgan, you a fool.
Okay, so maybe not that close. For more music, more money, and more fun, it's CJ and Company mornings on Q93.
The Saints are on Q93.
Buccaneers have only run 6 plays, Archie. They don't have a single yard of offense, but they've got a 7-7 tie, and it looks like Broderick Thomas is going to let his play do his talking for him today.
Yeah, of course, Ford Peters had a lot to say publicly last week about all the trash talking he was doing in the course of the game against Detroit. Said it was embarrassing. I think he probably had a little heart-to-heart with Broderick.
Willis kicks off to Fred McAfee, who took it at the goal line and has returned this one up to the 21 or the 22-yard line. So the Saints will have it after the 21-yard kickoff return. 1st and 10 at the 21.
Well, do you think John Tice has got the feeling about now this may not be his year?
Yeah, poor John. I mean, the guy takes a lick in practice up there in lacrosse from, who was it, Ernest Spears. Who had, one leg in the grave, one on a banana peel. Anyway, he was gone. He hurts John. He doesn't come back now. He's still not healthy, but he gets a chance to get back in the game, and the first pass goes off his hands for a touchdown.
Well, and as Jim Mora so often would do, play the man again, and John Tice is out there in the lineup as one of the tight ends on the right side. Jim vehemently defended Floyd Turner during the game where he was injured and put out of the contest. Bobby Hebert looks at a 5-man defensive front. Craig Hayward, the only running back behind Hebert, and he gets the handoff. And there's flags before the start of the play, false start.
You think Bobby let the clock run down?
I think he did. That's the initial indication. That's too bad because that play was going to go somewhere.
Yeah,
the clock in the Pointer Street end zone showed 0, and the clock in the Girard Street end zone was showing 10.
You're right. Exactly right. Bobby
there is no foul in the play. The play clocks were out of sync. The call was made off of this one. We will replay the down, first down.
Fans don't like that because Hayward looked like he had a pretty good hole.
You're right. Bobby has lined up under center a few times in his life. He knows enough to look. He's looking right ahead at the clock. He's not going to just be looking at it and let it run down.
Reset the game clock to 13:21.
And 2 seconds now is going to be put back onto the regular game clock. It shows 13:19, and referee Gary Lane is wanting it to show 13:21. It does.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We have had a time change since the last time we've played in this building, so perhaps they're still catching up to that.
Play clock back to 25. It now rolls. 7-7, Tampa Bay and the Saints. 1st down and 10 at the 21-yard line. Hayward had about 8 yards on that play before the whistle blew it dead. It's a man in motion. Eric Martin from wide left to the wide right. Handoff goes to Hayward again. Had a crack open up for a moment. Gets up to the 25, maybe to the 26-yard line. About 5 yards before a pile of Buccaneers stopped Craig Hayward, and that's what's needed to stop Craig Hayward.
Ironhead looks pretty quick out there. Do you think he spent his bye week fasting?
I doubt it. He had on a pair of blue jeans out on the Saints bench before the game. Looked like they were made by Omar the tent maker.
That was from the Orson Welles collection, I think.
12:52 remaining second quarter.
Chris Port's in the second quarter for the Saints at the left tackle spot.
Wesley Carroll wide to the left. Eric Martin in the slot to the right. Quinn Early wide to the right out of the regular I formation. Dotting the I's, Vaughn Dunbar with Hayward behind Bobby Hebert. Hayward gets the handoff again, and he bulldozes his way for the first down to the 32-yard line.
It's like the Saints are going with 3 wide receivers and 2 backs, just trying to spread them out a little bit, and then just slipping the ball off to Hayward up the middle, having a lot of success with it. Y'all were probably wondering the score of the Falcon-Ram game.
Yeah.
Were you not? Yeah.
What is that?
Falcons on top 14-0. Green Bay, after an interception, sets up a touchdown, leads Detroit 7-3. Houston 3, Pittsburgh 0. And the Jets score on a touchdown pass to lead Miami 7-0.
One thing the Saints are going to try to exploit in their running game is finding out where Keith McCants, the defensive end, will play on either the right or the left. and try to get him in a formation where he's got a tackle over him and perhaps a tight end, because he's undersized as a defensive lineman, just 6'3", 265, and they feel they can run at him if they can find him and get him in the right situation.
Well, football's changed a lot, isn't it? When you talk about a defensive lineman is 6'5", 265, and he's undersized.
Yeah.
We see Steve Trapillo in street clothes down on the sideline taking a look at what was a 4-yard run. I had called it a first down, and yours truly incorrect on that call. It's just inches short of the first down. They gave him the spot just downfield from the 31-yard line. So it's third down and inches. Man in motion, Eric Martin, one running back, Craig Hayward behind Bobby Hebert. Who quarterback sneaks it over the left side. And it's a first down for the Saints with 12 minutes left in the first half.
See, Carl must be listening to our old tapes. Remember in the Atlanta game we mentioned on third and inches, why couldn't a quarterback in the NFL sneak for that when the Saints were stopped at one time, I think, with Hayward running it? He's obviously been listening and critiquing some of our tapes.
I had a long talk with Carl today, and he was asking me what you thought he should do on plays like that.
And you told him sneak it?
I said, I think Jim wants to sneak it. He said, okay.
There we go.
Thus, the first down is created at the 32-yard line, the 9th first down of the ball game for the Saints.
Saints need to go deep again somewhere right in here.
Split backs, Hilliard and Hayward behind Bobby Hebert. Early to the left and Martin to the right on 1st and 10 from the 32-yard line. 6 men on the defensive line. Hebert back to pass. Lobs one out for Hilliard, but overthrew him. Hilliard turned to look, and the ball was 5 yards over his head, defended by Broderick Thomas. Incomplete. 2nd and 10 at the 32.
Well, the Buccaneers gave them a little new look in the defense then. They brought their safety up to the weak side, which really expecting a run to the weak side. Saints had on a perfect play. They had on a play-action pass to the weak side, and Dalton Hilliard coming out of the backfield, turning downfield, and Bobby just overthrew it.
2nd and 10. Breaking the huddle, Quinn Early splits wide to the left. Tice is in the lineup now. Bookend on the right. Hobie Brenner, the tight end, on the left. Eric Martin wide to the right. Craig Hayward behind Bobby Hebert. Now Martin in motion. That'll put 2 receivers on the left side of the formation. Handoff goes to Hayward up the left side to the 35, maybe to the 37-yard line before he is stopped. Be a 4 or 5 yard game when they unpile with 11 minutes remaining. First half, score tied 7-7.
Saints running away from that under defense of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. 3 defensive linemen to the Saints' right side. Saints go in motion, 2 tight ends in the game, just a handoff to Ironhead toward that bubble. Picks up 3 or 4. Face about a 3rd and 7.
Hayward has 5 carries, 30 yards. 3 wide receivers are to the left. Torrance Small, the only wide receiver to the right. Hebert out of the shotgun. Saints are 3 for 5 on 3rd down conversions. Hilliard in the backfield with Hebert. Good snap, back to pass, throws a long pass for Torrance Small down the near side sideline. What a catch at the 31. Torrance Small extends his body and catches that pass for 33 yards and a first down.
Well, I was hoping Bobby would go in his direction. Now, they had Ricky Reynolds out, man-to-man coverage on Torrance Small. Ricky Reynolds is their best cover guy, but Small's such a great target. This bump and run coverage right down the sideline. The coverage was pretty good. Bobby just laid it out, and Torrance Small made a beautiful diving catch.
Man, that's a big league catch. He's got the kind of hands, he just doesn't drop much, and I never thought he'd come down with that one, but he extended and laid himself out and brought it in off his fingertips.
Well, I think it surprised some people that Lewis Lips was let go, but that's the very reason, because Torrance Small has just been impressive catching the ball throughout the year.
33 yards. He now has 2 receptions for 55 yards. We speak of Torrance Small. Fake handoff. Hebert looking over the middle. Throws for Eric Martin at the 10-yard line. In and out of his hands. Incomplete.
He was open, too. Bobby was reading him all the way on that crossing pattern, had him at the 10-yard line, threw it in there perfectly, and you won't see Eric do that very often.
Very seldom. Eric Martin probably drops less balls than any receiver in the league. Boy, great blocking on a play action of the misdirection play. Just offensive line blocking was good. The Bucs took the play action pass and allowed Eric Martin to go all the way across the field. Bobby just waited, and just laid it up right in the hands, in and out of Eric Martin.
Ricky Reynolds defending on the play, happy that Martin could not hang on. 2nd down and 10 at the 31-yard line. Carroll to the right, Martin and Early wide to the left. One running back, Hilliard, gets the handoff, tries to sweep outside, but is stopped by Seals at the 35-yard line on a great shoestring defensive play. -4, back to the 35. It's 3rd down and 14.
Well, Ray Seals, a 3rd-year player out of Nunn?
That's
where you went, isn't it? You got a degree at the graduate school. I know you went to Nunn.
I was an honor grad there.
He played semi-pro ball for Syracuse Express.
He did?
Yeah.
I didn't even know there was a Syracuse Express.
There probably
Speaking
isn't
of
now.
Syracuse, what's this guy doing in the booth today from where? Cortland State?
That's right.
That's your alma mater?
That's right.
And he's writing an article on you?
That's right.
About what?
Well, there are only a few of us who aren't in jail. So he's picking out distinguished Cortland alums.
Saints are 4 of 6 on third down conversions. They've converted their last 4 in a row. Hebert with a big rush, throws over the middle, open, early at the 5, touchdown. Saints take the lead back.
Flag.
And there's a flag on the play, and it may be holding against the Saints.
Well, he'd be holding a roughing the quarterback, and I think it's probably going to be a hold.
Oh. What a perfect pass thrown from Hebert to Quinn Early.
Against the blitz, Quinn Early, who's been a big play man for the Saints. He's got that 25-yard average, would have been able to keep it intact. Running the post pattern, just a perfect throw under pressure.
Illegal use of the hands to the face, number 60 on the offense, 10-yard penalty. Repeat, third down.
Well, that's Derek Kennard, and that's something that could be called a lot. It's nothing that's intentional. It's just in your blocking. Sometimes your hands do slide up. You don't see it called very often. It could be called a lot, and it is called here, and it costs the Saints a touchdown.
You really can. You can call that every down. You call it every pass play.
So back at the 45-yard line now. It's third down and 24 yards to go. Saints have Small back in the lineup. No, that's Dowdell in the lineup. Out of the slot left to the right. Bobby Hebert out of the shotgun with 4 wide receivers. Screen pass to Hilliard, caught at the 45. Down to the 40. Blocking 35. Down to the 30. 25. Down to the 22-yard line.
I tell you, what great effort by Dalton here. That was a middle screen. And then he got some good blocking. Then Dalton went for it on his own. He's probably less than a yard short of the first down.
Well, this will be an interesting call here. The Saints want their fans want the Saints to go for it, but it looks like they're going to send on Morton Anderson.
And Jim Mora didn't hesitate. Send Morton Anderson, Tommy Barnhart out right away to kick the field goal. Morton Anderson, 19 of 13 on the year.
It's a 23-yard pass on the screen to Dalton Hilliard. Saints faked their last field goal attempt. This will be a 39-yard field goal attempt. Angled to the left on the left hash mark for the left-footed. Morton Anderson, 7:39 left to go first half. It's tied 7-7.
Morton's 3 for 4 this year from this range.
Snap, ball down, kick in the air. It's no good. Oh, I can't believe that.
3 for 5. Man.
It looked good here, and Morton is complaining. He thought it was good. We had timeout after the missed field goal. 7:31 left to go first half. The score is tied 7-7. You're listening to Saints football.
Spot the dots and save 40% at Shoetown and Foot in Fashion. Thousands and thousands.
Introducing Jeep and Eagle for 1993 with innovative new models that will truly amaze and thrill you. See the new Jeep Grand Cherokee and the sophisticated new Eagle Vision. Get a classically rugged two-door, two-wheel drive Jeep Cherokee Sport for as little as $14,335. Or buy an American original, the fun-loving Jeep Wrangler, starting as low as $10,910. You could get great deals on every vehicle in stock. So whatever you do, don't miss the 93s at your Jeep and Eagle dealer. MSRP after $500 cash back direct from Chrysler. Excludes title, taxes, and options. Actual prices may vary. These are limited time offers. Buyer must take delivery from dealer stock. See dealer for details. Jeep is a registered trademark of Chrysler Corporation.
See your Southland Jeep and Eagle dealer today.
Party Caribbean style at the Isle of Capri Casino, Mississippi's largest. The Isle is always open for non-stop fun and excitement with live entertainment, free admission, and free parking. So come to the Isle of Capri Casino at Point Cadet in Biloxi. It's a tropical paradise. For information, call 1-800-THE-ISLE.
I love the Isle of Capri Casino.
Today's game brought to you by Ford Quality Care, proud sponsor of the New Orleans Saints Radio Network. It may be your car, but it's still our baby. Ford Quality Care. Also come into any participating New Orleans Popeyes and pick up the official 92 Saints bumper sticker. Each sticker has a coupon good on Popeyes menu items, the Saints Super Sweepstakes entry form, and the 92 Saints schedule. Game. Let's pause 15 seconds for station identification on the Saints Radio Network.
CJ and Company in the morning.
The oldies all request lunch hour.
KUD.
They all request a dedication party.
93 in a row.
More money.
And now the Saints. You're listening to Q93, WQUE FM New Orleans, the FM station for the New Orleans Saints.
Split backs behind DeBerg. Back to pass. Throws one over the middle. It's caught at the 30-yard line and up to about the 33 by Courtney Hawkins, who came into this game with 290 yards, 2 touchdowns, 15 receptions. It's an 8-yard gain and a first down, the first one of the day for Tampa Bay.
And Courtney Hawkins, their second-round draft choice, their highest pick in this last year's draft, leads all NFL rookie receivers coming into this game with 15 receptions, now 16 out of Michigan State.
8-yard reception, first and 10 at the 33-yard line in Tampa Bay territory. Handoff this time goes on the right side of Reggie Cobb, who tries to sweep, and he gets a yard to the 34, second and 9.
Wayne Martin right there to make the tackle. Hurry up. Les Miller's been in now. Substitution making a no-huddle offense for the Bucs. Saints get their substitutions in. Les Miller out.
Now DeBerg takes the opportunity to give some instruction. And for some reason, the play clock down to 22. Now they'll break out of the formation and try to disguise it, I guess, for the Saints. Drury to the left. Wide to the right is, or Willie Drury is wide to the right. DeBerg sets up a screen, throws it complete to Hall, but a good defensive play made by the Saints at the 38-yard line on the tackle.
So nice tackle in the open field by Gene Atkins on Ron Hall, who's one of the better tight ends in this league. Last year, you look at their impact players, Ron Hall, Mark Carrier, Gary Anderson. Between them, they only had 3 touchdowns.
Ron Hall's an excellent blocker. Also, they got a great young prospect, third-round pick, Tajay Armstrong.
Where's he from?
Where is he from?
It says Ole Miss here.
What was that score again last night?
What was it, 32 to something?
32 to something.
Gary Anderson splits wide right. There's 3 wide receivers, including Hall on the left. One blocking back for DeBerg out of the shotgun on 3rd and 5. Back to pass, throws as he's hit. In and out of the hands of Hall. It's still up in the air, now incomplete. The ball was bobbled between Toy Cook and Ron Hall for a good 2 seconds.
Saints came with a blitz off their nickel alignment, trying to hit Hall real quick over the middle. Ball was kind of rolling around on Hall's back. Toy Cook was trying to intercept it, and unfortunately it fell to the ground.
Marcus Dowdell, who bobbled the ball on his first punt return attempt, will wait for Straczynski's punt. He's averaged 42 yards per kick on punts of 36 and 48 yards. He stands at his own 23. The line of scrimmage is the 38, 4th down.
Okay, Marcus, let's take all the excitement out of this. Just feel this punt.
Snap back in good shape. Kick will not spiral or turn over. He catches it at the 23 up to the 25, jukes a player, and is tackled at the 27-yard line. He was held up and then hit pretty hard by Joe King, safety, but no flag on the play. That was a 39-yard punt and 4-yard return. We have timeout on the field with 4:46 left to go first half. Saints 7 and Tampa Bay 7. Proud sponsor of Saints Radio. Sears Brand Central, the brand you want, at the store you trust. You're listening to Saints Football.
Spot the dots and save 40% at Shoetown and Foot in Fashion. Thousands and thousands of red-hot dots on every aisle, in every department, in every Shoetown and Foot in Fashion. 40% off men's and women's apparel. 40% off men's, women, and children's shoes. 40% off previous markdowns included. It's our biggest, best, and greatest sale of the year. Red-hot dots save you 40% and more on shoes, apparel, athletics. Thousands of items at all Shoetown and Foot in Fashion. Gonna be out of the game. If you just got put on injured reserve or want to stay in the game, the Sports Medicine Center at Lakeside Hospital can help. A full range of medical professionals are trained to treat everyone from pro athletes, weekend warriors, or little league champs. The Sports Medicine team can show you how to overcome existing injuries or prevent new ones using modern fitness equipment and medical technology. From sprained ankles to the most complicated injuries. The Sports Medicine Center at Lakeside Hospital. Call 885-FITT. That's 885-3488. The trend this election year is change. How about your present sales position? Is it an advancing industry with a product for the future? If you have any concerns about your future, you should call Mr. Michaels at 464-1717. He represents First Communications, a locally owned office, telephone, and equipment company. First Communications needs aggressive, sales-minded, future-sighted individuals with a will to earn and learn. Call Mr. Michaels, 464-1717. 464-1717. First Communications Company.
Hi, CJ Morgan here with a quick reminder that on Mondays, CJ and Company, I'll open up the apology line and give you a chance to win your very own blues bouquet from Key Floral. It's Apology Monday with CJ and Company on Mo Music, Mo Money, Q93.
The Saints are on Q93.
Welcome back to the Superdome. Saints 1st and 10 at the 26-yard line after the 4-yard punt return from Marcus Dowdell. Eric Martin is in motion. Handoff goes to Vaughn Dunbar, sweeping left up to the 25. Stiff arms Milton Mack and goes out of bounds at about the 30-yard line. About 5 yards on the carry for Vaughn Dunbar. It's 2nd down and about 5 at the 31.
Saints with 2 tight ends in the game trying to get the ball to Dunbar and let him break it outside. Pretty good defense on the part of the Buccaneers. Hayward checks back in.
Old Milton Mack has started every game for the Buccaneers out on that right cornerback position after being picked up on Plan B from the Saints. Last year they had 4 different starters at right cornerback and 5 different people played the position. So the Buccaneers really trying to address that in the offseason.
No tight end for the Saints. 3 wide receivers, I formation. Carroll is on the left, Martin and Early on the right. Dunbar dots the I behind Craig Hayward. Bobby Hebert with a long signal count. Play clock down to 2. Back to pass. Looks long, going for Quinn Early. Early tries to run under it. The ball is tipped away by Milton Mack at the 20-yard line, incomplete.
Well, once again, Bobby's trying to get Quinn Early on a post pattern. Looked like Quinn was running to the post, had to straighten it out just a little bit. Pretty good throw, but nice coverage.
That ball went about 57 yards in the air off the delivery of Bobby Hebert. 4:06 remaining in the first half. The score's tied 7-7. Saints threw an interception on their first offensive possession. 3 and out for Tampa Bay. Saints' second offensive possession. Hebert engineered a 11-play, 80-yard drive and scored on the 8-yard pass play to Dalton Hilliard. Made it 7-0. Broderick Thomas intercepted another Bobby Hebert pass. Ran it back for 56 yards to tie the score. 4 for 7 on 3rd downs. 4 wide receivers out of the shotgun. Hebert back to pass. Looks over the middle. Now throws out to the right. Caught by Torrance Small. First down for the Saints. No, they say he's out of bounds. Now the Saints fans are going to argue that the defender pushed him out after he made the catch.
Looked like Darrell Pollard on the coverage right there. Torrance Small had to go up high and make the catch, and the tackle was made. It's really a judgment call whether he would come down. Oh, and the Saints really get a poor call right there.
He was inbounds the whole time unless he dropped the ball.
They're going to say he dropped the ball. That's what he's going to say. He did not have possession. Ball comes loose.
After he hit the ground, though, I thought he caught it.
Well, you better get yourself a whistle and a striped shirt.
I don't think it would do any good. Here's the Saints' first punt of the ball game, and deep to receive is Willie Drury, who stands at his own 21. Tommy Barnhart having a good year punting. Gets the toe into this one, and it is a booming kick, and Drury retreats to the 20-yard line, makes the catch, and is tackled immediately by the Saints' Tyrone Leggett, who had fallen on the play, and then Drury ran right back into Leggett.
Great job by Tyrone. He's on the outside, got those people blocking on him, but he got through them and made contact. He's shaking up a little bit.
49-yard punt, -1 on the return. Need to pause for a timeout. 3:49 remaining in the second period of play. Score tied 7-7. This game is brought to you by Southwest Airlines, the 7th largest airline in America, offering over 1,200 daily departures to 33 destinations at the lowest unrestricted fares. Southwest Airlines, it's just plain smart. 7-7 Saints in Tampa Bay. Now this for Popeyes. The footballs are flying, and New Orleans is out to win the West again. And as an official member of the Saints training table, your local Popeyes Chicken and Biscuits is proud to offer the best fans in the league, the Saints Touchdown Special. Enough of our famous New Orleans-style chicken and sides to feed 4 hungry fans and then some. This month's Saints Touchdown Special includes a box of hot, fresh Popeyes chicken, your choice of any 16-ounce side item, and 4 buttermilk biscuits for only $9.99. So come on in to your neighborhood Popeyes for a Saints Touchdown Special at the super party price of just $9.99. Home cooking for the home team. That's what Popeyes Saints Touchdown Special is all about. Pick one up today.
Dropping back to the end zone, Craig dancing around, throwing to the sideline, and is picked off by Troy Cook at the 30. He's to the 28. He's down to the 20-yard line, diving forward to the 19. The Saints have it anyway.
Don't forget, you can now pick up the new book, Saga of the Saints, at B. Dalton Booksellers, the illustrated history of the first 25 seasons of Saints football, published in New Orleans by Arthur Hardy, written by Louisiana sports journalist Wayne Mack. If you'd like to order a copy, call 1-800-358-1950. 800-358-1950. I believe that's a gift today, Archie.
Yeah, the alumni at halftime will be receiving a copy from Wayne Mack. Jim Henderson's already asked me for mine. He's too cheap to buy one himself.
That's Saga of the Saints. Here's Wayne, a former play-by-play announcer with the New Orleans Saints. Steve DeBerg at quarterback sends a man in motion out of the backfield, and he's back to pass. Sidearms one because he's hit right when he throws the ball, and it's incomplete. Wasn't even close.
Jimmy Wilkes just knifed through. I don't know how DeBerg got that ball off. That'd have been in the grasp in the last couple of years.
Well, I'll tell you, DeBerg has been hit a lot here in this first half. Even when he is getting the ball away, he's only been sacked once by Wayne Martin back early in the first quarter, but he's been hit a lot. The Saints have really got a good pass rush today.
2nd down and 10. He's 5 of 8 for 24 yards thus far this game. DeBerg will have split backfield behind him this time. It's Anthony McDowell and Gary Anderson. Wide receiver to the right is Courtney Hawkins. Wide to the left is Willie Drury. Back to pass, and he's sacked by Toy Cook at the 8-yard line.
And Steve DeBerg has no idea where he came from. Toy Cook lined up on the outside of the tight end. Toy's normally a cornerback. On Steve DeBerg's backside, on his left side, Steve took a drop. Toy came on the snap of the ball. DeBerg never saw him.
The football is resting on the 9. Toy Cook credited with the Saints' 2nd sack of the ball game.
Toy Cook's 1st sack of the year. Of course, cornerbacks don't get too many.
0 for 3 on 3rd down conversions. This is a big one. 3rd down and 20.
That might be our pop of the game right there.
Certainly might. Straightaway handoff goes to Cobb across the 10. He's still running. Saints try to jump on him at the 14-yard line, and he's finally tackled at the 15 for a 6-yard gain. It's 4th down and 14 yards to go.
And that's the old 3rd and 30 call there. That's a tough one, guys.
You saw that one a lot.
Well, let's get a score before halftime. 2:53 remaining first half. Tampa and the Saints tied at 7. Back into punt, Dan Straczynski.
Here's a score. The Jets 16, Miami nothing. 2nd quarter score. Green Bay 10, Detroit 3, and Atlanta 17, the Rams 7.
41-yard punting average today for Straczynski on punts of 36, 48, and 39. He stands on his own goal line. Line of scrimmage is the 15. Dowdell stands at the Saints 40. New Orleans will get good field position. Snap back in good shape. Saints peel back. It is a short punt. Fair catch being called for. There's a flag. No, that's a paper airplane on the field at the 49-yard line. After that punt is received, fair caught at the 49-yard line, a 36-yard punt. Hard to tell those orange paper airplanes sometimes.
I think that's Archie's column from Saints Digest that somebody threw out there.
Hey, they take all those and put them in your scrapbook, buddy.
Hey, how about a Halo Hall of Famer clue?
Yeah.
It's our final week for this certain person. I was the linebacker at Illinois between the college careers of Ray Nitschke and Dick Butkus. I roomed with Mike Tilleman while playing for the Saints. Who am I? Think you know? I'll give you an address in a moment. Saints 1st and 10 at the 49-yard line. Let's call it the 50. Heiss is in motion. Handoff goes straight away to Dalton Hilliard, who's in there, and he gains down to the 46-yard line.
Well-executed play on the part of the Saints. Tight end coming in motion, running a trap play. Big hole there, but I mentioned earlier about the Buccaneers many times having that 8-man front. That was the free safety that made that tackle about 3 yards beyond the line of scrimmage. The Bucs are still very vulnerable to the deep pass.
We're down to the 2-minute warning. We'll give you that clue and address for the Halo Hall of Famer once again after these messages. 2 minutes remaining first half. Score tied 7-7. You're listening to Saints football.
Interstate Ford introduces a new sales concept. Non-negotiable prices. No pressure, no gimmicks, no haggling. The reduced price of every vehicle is clearly marked, like several 1992 convertibles fully equipped for as low as $10,990, or a brand new 92 F-150 pickup truck fully loaded for only $10,995. Come try our no-hassle, no-haggle, one-price concept at Interstate Ford on Veterans Boulevard between Causeway and Cleary in Metairie. Prices plus tax and license, rebates applied, vehicle subject to prior sale.
In New Orleans, there will always be snowball stands in the summertime. You can depend on it. And since 1883, New Orleans has depended on the Whitney National Bank. In a time when the financial stability of your bank is more important than ever before, more and more people depend on the Whitney. Our dedication to customer service and personal banking relationships has remained uninterrupted for more than 100 years. Stable, competitive, personal, the Whitney. With 32 Metro New Orleans locations to serve you. Member FDIC.
Hi, CJ Superstar Morgan here, star of CJ and Company and world's biggest Saints fan. Thank you. For more music, more money, more fun, check out CJ and Company, mornings 5:30 until 10 on Q93. And if you missed the show lately, you missed CJ's in-depth political analysis. Dan Quayle, he shouldn't debate.
You don't think so?
Oh, Dan's not too swift. Dan's not too, as a matter of fact, he thought debate was what you used to catch the fish.
Oh, yes. Debate, de-hook, de-worm. Yeah.
Dan. So don't you dare miss it, because there's never any telling what I may do next. It's the radio show that everybody in New Orleans is talking about. CJ and Company, mornings on Mo Music, Mo Money, Q93.
The Saints are on Q93.
Please set the play clock to 25 seconds.
Welcome back is Gary Lane instructing the clock keeper. You think you know the Halo Hall of Famer that we just talked about, and I'll give the clue in a moment once again. Right to Southwest Airlines Halo Hall of Fame contest, 111 Veterans Boulevard, Suite 704, Metairie, Louisiana, 70005. Clue in a moment. Second down and 6 from the 46-yard line. 3 wide receivers. Hebert back to pass in real good protection. He's going to run with it. 50, 45, 40, 35, 30, and he falls forward to the 28-yard line. First and 10 Saints. Clock moving, 1:48 left to go first half, an 18-yard run.
Well, there's plenty of time left. Bobby took a deep drop there. The Buccaneers did also. 4 defensive linemen on the rush, 2 linebackers and 5 backs. Took a deep drop into zone coverage. Bobby was able to get around the rush, and there was just no one there for about 20 or 25 yards. And the clock's running.
Yeah, the Saints have got 3 timeouts left.
They're just taking their time. 125, 124. This is usually the way they operate that 2-minute offense.
Quinn Early to the right. Eric Martin and Wesley Carroll are the flankers to the left. Dalton Hilliard behind Bobby Hebert, looking at a 4-man defensive front. 1:13 remaining first half in motion. Wesley Carroll from left to right. First and 10 from the 28. Hebert back to pass, dumps it off to Hilliard, who shoots a play at the 25, still on his feet to the 20-yard line. He'll be stopped after an 8-yard gain, and the Saints will call timeout. I was the linebacker at Illinois between the college careers of Ray Nitschke and Dick Butkus. I room with Mike Tilleman while playing for the Saints. Who am I? You think you know? Mail your entry or postcard with your name, address, and phone number to Southwest Airlines Halo Hall of Fame contest, 111 Veterans Boulevard, Suite 704, Metairie, Louisiana, 70005.
I don't know. Did Joe Wondrowski go both ways?
Did he go to Illinois?
Who knows?
Maybe you could ask him down on the field at halftime.
Yeah. Right after he headbutts me.
59 seconds remaining in the first half. Saints have it on the 20-yard line. After that 8-yard screen pass gain to Dalton Hilliard. That play, the screens to Hilliard have worked well today.
Boy, he put a great move on Marty Carter, too, the strong safety who was coming up. And Dalton, after taking in the ball, immediately after he turned around, just felt the pursuit coming from the inside and juked Carter and got about 5 more yards out of it.
Yeah, it really was a smart move by Dalton. Normally in a 2-minute drill, the clock running down, you go ahead and catch it and run out of bounds. Saints have 3 timeouts, so why go out of bounds? He cut it back to the inside, got about 5 additional yards.
Martin flanker on the right. Early, slot to the left. Wesley Carroll wide to the left. Dalton Hilliard behind Hebert. Tight end is on the right side this time. Quinn Early's in motion to the right. Hebert rolls to the right, dumps it off. Caught there by Quinn Early at the 15, down to the 10, and out of bounds at the 9-yard line. First and goal, 11-yard completion to Quinn Early.
Really good little gimmick play and a good call on the part of Carl Smith. Something new that the Saints haven't tried before, and the Bucs, therefore, have never seen it. A little sprint out pass to the right, and Quinn Early runs a little pivot out. He starts in like a slant, pivots right back to the outside. Good quick pass, safe throw, wide open, good catch, got additional yardage, and out of bounds.
First and 10, or first and goal, actually. The football is at the 9-yard line. First and goal for the Saints. 54 seconds remaining.
Now, the Saints have 3 wide receivers at tight end. Eric Martin's lined up tight right off of Hobie Brenner on the left side. Ironhead Hayward, the only running back.
That's the 13th first down of the game for the Saints. Handoff goes to Craig Hayward. He's hit the line of scrimmage. He gets free of the tackle and gets back to the line of scrimmage. He might have lost about a half yard, and the Saints have to burn a timeout.
Boy, there was nothing there. They had read that play. Those safeties are really coming up fast, and I think it was a safety, but somebody on a dead run just met Hayward head on in that hole. He was able to surge forward, but still ended up losing a yard on the play.
Yeah, I think it was the man that was going in motion. You know, when a guy goes in motion, a defensive back follows him on man-to-man coverage across the formation. Ironhead tried to bounce it out and just couldn't. Now the Saints are down to one timeout now. It's 47 seconds. I don't think there's any more time to run the ball.
7-7 the score. Saints scored on an 11-play, 80-yard drive. Hebert hitting Martin for a 10-yard pass. Hilliard for a 10-yard pass in the drive. It only went to third down once. Or rather, it went to fourth down, beg your pardon. And Tommy Barnhart ran a fake kick 12 yards to the right for a first down. And the Saints scored 3 plays later. Roderick Thomas returned a Bobby Hebert interception, 56 yards for the Tampa Bay score.
You got a little imbalance on time of possession here.
The Saints have had it 20 minutes and 42 seconds to the Bucs 8 minutes and 31.
This score shouldn't be 7-7.
No, it shouldn't.
Second down and goal outside the 10-yard line. 2 tight ends, Tice on the right, Brenner on the left. Early wide to the left, and Tampa Bay now burns a timeout because their defense was confused, and Broderick Thomas.
They can't get their defensive line set. You know what Jim mentioned earlier, they like to have a defensive tackle on one certain side, on weak side, strong side, play that under defense. And the Saints are giving them some wrinkles there on formations, on alignments, different people in the game. It's just confused them. They had to burn a timeout.
And when they come out in a balanced formation with 2 tight ends, how do you determine what tackle plays where?
Yeah, that's got to be determined beforehand by what side they think the Saints' strongest side. Where's their strongest side to run the football? And they'll put their under defense the other way.
Today's game brought to you in part by Tabasco brand products, a proud sponsor of Saints football. Tabasco brand pepper sauce, 7-spice chili, and Tabasco brand Bloody Mary mix. A lot of those used today, probably. Like the Saints, they're a Louisiana legend. You have a happy Halloween, guys?
I had a great Halloween.
Yeah. You know, we're going to give all the LSU fans out there listening today your home phone number after the way you have quoted.
I'm not anti-LSU. As a matter of fact, I had a visit with Curley last night, and I still think Curley will get it done up there. They got a lot of good young football players. They're just struggling right now. They'll come back.
Second and goal from the 10. Man in motion is early. Hebert throws underneath. Caught by Martin, one-handed catch, and he gets out of bounds at the 5.
Nice catch by Eric, as you mentioned, David, that one-hand juggling grab. He dropped one earlier in the game, but that time he's got the ball to the 5-yard line with the clock stopped as he goes out of bounds. 42 seconds remaining for the Saints to punch it in the end zone and take a lead into the halftime dressing room.
Well, the Saints will come back. They'll try to give it their best shot right here now. You got to get the ball in the end zone, or at least you'd think they'd have to, on 4th down, they'd go for a field goal, take the 3 points. Get it into the end zone. Saints will probably go with 4 wide receivers, some type of, if they go in motion, some type of pick play. Bobby's job right here in the shotgun is try to find the individual coverage, try to find the man-on-man coverage of one of his 4 wide receivers and throw him the football.
4 wide receivers, 2 left and 2 right. Dalton Hilliard in the backfield. Hebert back to pass, looking, still looking. He's hit and sacked. He looked to the left and never looked to the right, and he's sacked at the 15-yard line. 35 seconds, or rather 36 seconds remaining first half.
Well, he actually had plenty of time. The blocking was good. Bobby waited, I guess trying to find that individual coverage or trying to get somebody to come open, then tried to move a little bit to the left side. The sack really shouldn't hurt them because they still should be able to line up and kick a field goal. Saints going to let the clock run down now and just take the field goal right prior to the half.
18 seconds remaining and clock moving. Morton Anderson perched on the sideline.
Some people may say, well, why did he take the sack there? Take a shot in the end zone. The one thing you don't want to do right there is throw an interception. You don't want to throw it up for grabs in the end zone. Bobby took the sack. Saints should be in good shape and come away with 3.
Morton Anderson missed a 39-yard field goal attempt earlier here in the second period that he thought was good, or it appeared that he was thinking that with his motions down on the field we detected on the television screen.
Well, this will be a 32-yarder. Morton is 3 of 5 this year after that miss earlier on field goals between 30 and 39 yards. Morton 9 of 14 on the year.
And if the Buccaneers come out of this first half trailing only 10-7, they've got to feel very fortunate and very good about themselves. But the second halves this year have really been good for the Saints. They've outscored their opponents 78-26 in the second halves of games thus far.
Yeah, I'm not sure either offense can really look their defensive teammates in the eye at halftime today, though.
Tampa Bay now has called a timeout. That'll give us time to tell you about the perfect steak. We're talking about Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, home of serious steaks, where your steak is U.S. prime, corn-fed, Midwestern beef, cut by hand daily, broiled at 1,800 degrees, and served sizzling. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse is now the #1 prime steakhouse in the country with 32 locations coast to coast. You know where each of those are, probably.
He's got a freebie at each one of them.
I know where a couple of them are. I like to be there, too. Hey, here's a shocker. Now, this AFC is full of surprises. I said the Jets leading Miami 16-0. New England 7, Buffalo 0, second quarter. You know, I don't think Jim Mora would mind for New England to get that monkey off their back today.
You're right.
No coach wants to go into another team stadium when they're 0 for the season, which would be the case next week of New England being, 0-8? I guarantee you don't. If New England's 0-8, you don't want to be around Jim Mora this week.
It's a 31-yard field goal attempt for Morton Anderson on the left hash mark with Barnhart to hold and 10 seconds remaining. Ball down and the kick is in the air, and this time it is good. Morton Anderson converts with the field goal. Timeout with 6 seconds remaining first half. Tampa Bay will look at a kickoff. Saints lead this game by a score of 10-7. 8 plays and 36 yards on that drive.
Jets. 23-0 Jets.
I predicted that in the pregame show. I just wanted to tell you that. I did. It's documented. I can play that back for you if you'd like. So we'll see a kickoff coming up from Morton Anderson here.
Yeah, a lot of folks, you're talking about that Jet score. A lot of people thought that they were going to pack it in after that Monday night game and when they played well and lost, but obviously not.
23-0 Jets leading Miami. Anderson on the 31-yard field goal. Makes it 10-7 Saints.
That's a halftime score, by the way, with the Jets on top, 23-0. We'll be going to New York later in the year, Christmas Day to be exact. Play the Jets, the last game of the season. That'll be on a Friday. We'll go on Friday. It'll be on a Saturday around noon kickoff against the Jets, last game of the year. Let's hope we're playoff bound by then.
Yes, let's. That would be nice.
Let's hope we get out of this one alive.
Here's your halftime guest, Jim.
It's going to be a writer from the St. Petersburg Times, Rick Stroud, who covers the Buccaneers.
It's a squib kick. It's taken by one of the upbacks at the 35-yard line. He falls forward to the 40-yard line. The kick was taken by Al Chambly, a defensive end. And at the end of the return at the 41-yard line, the clock stops at 2 seconds.
It was interesting yesterday when the Buccaneers worked out here. DeBerg wearing the old red Grange outfit.
Isn't that DeBerg is a real character? I tell you, he is a great guy. Guy's been a survivor. He's been everywhere. Some great quarterback always comes in and takes his place. 6th all-time in completions. He's thrown over 31,000 yards in the league. He's a really good guy. He's dressed up like Red Grange, old number 77.
DeBerg will work out of the shotgun. This is only the 13th offensive play today for Tampa Bay. Trip receivers to the left. DeBerg will have all day to throw, and he winds up and throws from the 30, a tight spiral down to the 15-yard line, and it's knocked down incomplete. And that's the end of the first half with the score, the Saints 10 and Tampa Bay 7. The Southwest Airlines halftime report begins in 1 minute with the first half summary. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
When you're spending hard-earned money on electronics, appliances, and home office equipment, it's good to know there'll always be a store you can trust. Sears Brand Central. You can count on more top brands, more service people, affordable credit options, and most important, a name backed by over 100 years of quality, integrity, and constant good values. No wonder more people buy more top brands from the store they trust. Sears Brand Central.
You can count on me, Sears, Roebuck and Company.
How do I pick my number?
The number of chocolate chip cookies I bake every day.
I use my girlfriend's area code.
Wherever you get your numbers from, you can win $500 with Pick 3. And it couldn't be easier to play. All you have to do is pick 3 numbers between 0 and 9. Then watch the drawings every night at 9:59. So play Pick 3. And remember, it doesn't matter where you get your numbers from.
I use my height, 5'11".
I just let the computer pick them.
Pick 3. Play every day, get lucky every night.
Saints football proudly sponsored on radio by Southwest Airlines, providing frequent flights and low fares, which is why flying Southwest Airlines is just plain smart. And by Popeye's famous fried chicken and biscuits, official training table product of the New Orleans Saints. And by Ford Quality Care. It may be your car, but it's still our baby.
Welcome back to halftime. It's the Saints' birthday, and it's alumni weekend. They'll be honored here at halftime. Archie leaves the booth a little early to get downstairs to do that. It's an excuse probably to go to the hot dog line. In the next 11 minutes, we'll have our halftime show with Jim Henderson's guest coming up. Halftime brought to you by Southwest Airlines. If you're just plain smart about Saints history, you could be a big winner in the 92 Southwest Airlines Saints Halo Hall of Fame contest. We've already given one clue today. The more you know about memorable Saints stars of the past, the better your chances of being one of 8 big winners. Winners will enjoy a pair of free round-trip tickets from any Southwest Airlines city to New Orleans or any of the other 33 Southwest Airlines destinations of your choice. A pair of free tickets to an upcoming Saints home game in the Superdome. A pair of free tickets to the Saints Hall of Fame and Museum in Kenner. Dinner for 2 at Stonebreakers in Metairie. Plus a special Southwest Airlines Saints Smart Pack filled with fun gifts from Southwest Airlines. To win, just listen for the in-game clues in each Saints broadcast. If you can name the Saints Halo Hall of Famer, mail your entry to Southwest Airlines, 111 Veterans Boulevard, Suite 704, Metairie, Louisiana, 70005 by the entry deadline. If you're the first correct entry drawn on the announced drawing date, you're a winner. No purchase is necessary. Just send in the correct entry by the announced deadline date. If you're the first correct entry drawn by Southwest Airlines, you'll be one of 8 big winners. The Saints Halo Hall of Fame contest brought to you by Southwest Airlines, the official airline of the New Orleans Saints radio network. Halftime, 3 scores to talk about. Saints score on their 3rd possession. 11 plays, 80 yards. Hebert, an 8-yard pass to Dalton Hilliard. That drive was kept alive on a 4th down fake field goal opportunity taken by Tommy Barnhart, a 12-yard run to keep the drive alive. The Saints scored 3 plays later after the fake field goal. Roderick Thomas returned a Bobby Hebert interception, 56 yards for Tampa Bay score to tie it 7-7. Morton Anderson missed a 39-yard field goal attempt, but redeems himself just before the end of the first half by booting through a 31-yarder to make it 10-7. That's our score, 10-7 Saints over Tampa Bay. We'll have more in a moment on the Southwest Airlines halftime report. After these messages, you're listening to Saints football.
Exxon Shop salutes the 26th Saints season with special savings they're passing on to you. Save with the Tiger all season long. Stop in at a local convenient Exxon Shop near you and stock up on plenty of Lipton tea. Try the new Lipton Original Fresh Brewed Iced Tea in a 16-ounce bottle for 99 cents. The only really brewed iced tea, and it's available at Exxon Shops. Rely on the Tiger. Rely on your Exxon Shops. Stock up on plenty of Doritos. All large sizes, assorted flavors, your choice, only 99 cents. At all participating Exxon Shops. Rely on the Tiger. Rely on your Exxon Shops. Prices may vary at participating locations. The law office of Cardell Thomas provides competent and trustworthy legal advice in a warm and comfortable environment. This team of legal professionals has served their New Orleans community for the past 10 years. Now, if you have legal problems, their professionals stand poised to help you. Cardell Thomas and his associates has assisted thousands of people just like you in cases from maritime, personal injury, criminal, divorces, and succession. Stop by their office at 3723 Canal Street or call 482-2841. 482-2841. The law firm of Cardell Thomas gets results.
Hi, this is CJ Superstar Morgan, star of CJ and Company and Saints fan extraordinaire. Boy, I hope you guys are enjoying the ball game. And while we got this little break, I'd just like to take a moment to invite you to join me mornings from 5:30 until 10 for more music, more money, more Monica Pierre, and more fun. Also, during this time out, I say we play a little Saints music, you know, just to kind of keep you guys fired up. Hold on a second here. Maestro, if you please, Saints music there. There we go. Thank you very much. There you go. You can you just kind of hum along here, you know, to stay fired up. But if you can't hum, you can pat your foot or something. Yes, indeed. It's a Saints thing, you see. There, don't you feel better now?
CJ Superstar Morgan and Company. Mornings on Q93. The Saints are on Q93.
Welcome back to halftime, where the Saints are leading the Buccaneers 10-7. This is Jim Henderson along with my halftime guest, Rick Stroud, who covers the Buccaneers for the St. Petersburg Times. Rick, thanks for stopping by the booth. That was a weird first half. You talk about a scoreboard not being indicative of the play down in the field, we've certainly got one here.
Yeah, absolutely. Tampa Bay completely outplayed in the first half. Their offense, as we see here, only 15 yards, and really lucky to be in this game, except for the touchdown that was called back, the missed field goal. A lot more points should be on the Saints scoreboard right now.
So far, the change at quarterback has not helped the Bucs, but let's talk about that for a moment. You cover this team. What is the problem with Vinny Testaverde as you see it, Rick?
Well, you know, every year it's been the same pattern with him. He'll start out, he'll have a couple terrific ball games, and then one thing will happen or another, and he won't perform the way he did early in the season. I think this year, more than other years, it hasn't been his failure. This team, as we've seen today, has real problems on defense, particularly in the secondary. They've given a lot of big home run balls, and Vinny's always been the focus. And what Sam said was he's tired of him being the focus of the team, and that starts to affect the other guys who kind of point fingers at each other. And so what he wanted to do was take that pressure off of him and hope that by shaking it up, he could start to Berg today and maybe get him back into playing well. But that certainly hasn't happened today. As we've seen, Steve's just been a target for the Saints defense, and I assume he'll stay with them the whole game, but it might be interesting to see if Testaverde plays a little bit in this second half.
One of those quarterback controversies that the media always seizes on could be happening here today. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I don't know if it's of course the media is always accused of the ones creating the controversy, but what it amounts to is whoever Sam thinks has the best chance to win, and right now Steve hasn't produced early, and if he continues to be sacked and not be able to move out of the pocket, he may want somebody back there a little more mobile.
Vinny's intellect for the game has been questioned. His verve, his enthusiasm for the game, his toughness has been questioned. Do you question any of those things?
Well, I question just his ability to stay confident. I mean, he has overcome a lot of things, a lot of pressure in Tampa Bay. I think Weich gives him a chance with his system and his grooming of quarterbacks, the best chance he's ever had. And it's unfortunate to see at this part of this season him being pulled, because I think if someone would stand behind the guy and recognize he's not the whole problem, certainly with this team, then maybe he'd come through the other end.
We'll talk about Sam Weich when we return. We're visiting with Rick Stroud of the St. Petersburg Times as we near the start of the second half with our score, the Saints 10 and the Tampa Bay Bucs 7. More on the Southwest Airlines halftime report in a moment. You're listening to Saints Football.
Tax and license not included. Prices include rebates.
Car buyers, Ray Brandt, Louisiana's #1 Nissan dealers, racing to sell over 300 new cars and trucks this month during Car Wars 2. Ray Brandt Nissan declares war on high prices. Now through Saturday, buy a luxurious new car at Ray Brandt Nissan and get $1,500 cash back for your Christmas shopping at Ray Brandt Nissan during Car Wars 2. 1884 West Bank Expressway, Harvey. Ray Brandt Nissan, guns down the competition.
Spot the dots and save 40% at Shoetown and Foot in Fashion. Thousands and thousands of red-hot dots on every aisle, in every department, in every Shoetown and Foot in Fashion. 40% off men's and women's apparel. 40% off men's, women, and children's shoes. 40% off previous markdowns included. It's our biggest, best, and greatest sale of the year. Red-hot dots save you 40% and more on shoes, apparel, athletics. Thousands of items at all Shoetown and Foot in Fashion.
Hey, George, I heard you just purchased a new heat pump. Yeah, Bill had it installed last week. Why in the world did you buy a heat pump? Well, a heat pump's one piece of equipment that provides comfortable heating and cooling with just the flick of a switch. And for each unit of electricity that goes in, you get 3 units of heat out. I mean, it's like getting a $100 value for only $33. George, where'd you get your heat pump? We got it from a contractor member of Louisiana Heat Pump Association. And if you're interested in moving up to the heat pump, just call 1-800-537-4255. They'll provide you with a list of qualified member contractors in your area.
This week, the New Orleans Saints carry the fleur-de-lis north to colonial America for a little declaration of smash-mouth football. The New Orleans Saints clash with the New England Patriots on the outskirts of Boston in the fields of Foxborough. It's 6 if by land, 3 if by air, and 7 altogether at the New Orleans Saints Boston TV party. Be listening this Sunday at noon as the New Orleans Saints are on the road to play the New England Patriots on your New Orleans Saints FM station Q93.
The Saints are on Q93.
Rick Stroud is my halftime guest. I think the Buccaneer franchise has had 9 consecutive losing seasons of at least 10 losses per year. Do you think, Rick, that Sam is going to turn this thing around finally?
I think he has the best chance to. He's a proven winner. I think they did a lot of things well this year, including their draft. If you look at it, They got a lot of young players on defense, particularly up front. Santana Dotson, a great pick in the 5th round. Mark Wheeler, you see with the sack here today. And, still a pretty good nucleus of guys like Paul Gruber and Broderick Thomas and those. So I think it may take a year or two. The big question is going to be how fast can he get a quarterback to produce for him, really. That's what they need, and they need some players in the secondary.
Rick Stroud of the St. Petersburg Times, who covers the Tampa Bay Bucs, has been my halftime guest. And for that, Rick, we'd like to present you with this beautiful collection of Oscar de la Renta ties. They are manufactured here in New Orleans by the Wemco Corporation. And I think you'll find them very much to your liking, and we appreciate the visit and the information.
Thank you, Jim. Appreciate it.
Thank you. That's Rick Stroud of the St. Petersburg Times, and we're nearing the start of the second half in the Superdome here at the moment. That's today's Southwest Airlines halftime report with our score, the Saints 10 and the Tampa Bay Bucs 7. The second half kickoff is next on the Saints Network.
When it comes to getting your Ford serviced, you don't want any surprises. That's why Interstate Ford in Metairie keeps the prices for the most common services listed on a menu over the service counter, so you can see what the charges are up front. Like an engine tune-up for as low as $39.95. Stop in at Interstate Ford, 3724 Veterans Boulevard in Metairie anytime. There are no surprises here. Quality care. It may be your car, but it's still our baby.
For the most fun, let the good times roll at the Class of the Coast, the President Casino at the Broadwater Beach Resort in Biloxi. Free admission, plenty of free parking, and we're open 24 hours a day, every day. Las Vegas-style fun. Come and go as you please. The President Casino at the Broadwater in Biloxi. 1-800-THE-PRES.
Welcome back to the Superdome. Of course, the Saints won the opening toss and elected to receive, so Tampa Bay will get the ball to start the third period of play. 10-7, Saints over Tampa Bay. On a Morton Anderson 31-yard field goal and a Bobby Hebert 8-yard pass to Dalton Hilliard, Tampa Bay has scored with a 56-yard interception return by Broderick Thomas, the Nebraska product, former first-round draft choice. Morton Anderson to kick off. And deep to receive is Gary Anderson and Courtney Hawkins. And here comes Morton, and there's the kick. It is a high end-over-end kick, and it is taken at the goal line by Hawkins up to the 5. He's up to the 10, and is he knocked to the turf?
Joel Schmange just clobbered him at the 13-yard line.
Well, Courtney Hawkins got up a little slow, and a Hall of Famer has entered the booth.
Jimmy, how you doing?
Jim Taylor has entered. Might get a word or two from Mr. Taylor here in just a moment for taking the time to join us. I know he's a guest over in the Saints Network suite today. And it's a pleasure to have Jim here honored with the rest of the Saints alumni today. Tampa Bay will start 1st and 10. The football will be marked at the 14-yard line. Steve DeBerg at quarterback, split backfield behind him, wide receivers left and right. Handoff goes to Cobb, and he's hit behind the line of scrimmage. He may have lost a yard. It's a pleasure to have you here, Jim. Thanks for dropping by.
Thank you, Dave. These Saints have looked inspired here in this first half, and they're playing real tough, solid football here with only a 3-point lead.
It's hard to believe that it is only a 3-point lead, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I guess those 2 interceptions really hurt the Saint Ball Club.
That was a 1-yard loss back to the 13-yard line. Probably like that tough, straight-ahead running by Ironhead Hayward today, don't you?
He has been awfully tough inside the tackle.
DeBerg back to pass on 2nd and 11, stands at his 1. He throws the ball, it gets hit, and he is hit as it goes up into the air, wobbles like a dying quail, and falls untouched at the 13-yard line. There were flags thrown at the start of the play. Well, congratulations in your great career. Of course, you ended it here with the Saints and a Hall of Fame induction, and I know you enjoy, you and your wife, residence in Baton Rouge. And thanks for stopping by today, Jim Taylor.
Well, thank you, Dave. I'm delighted to be here to see all the ex-Saints alumni in this grand Saint weekend, and it's been delightful, and we're looking forward to a big round of golf tomorrow.
How come when you played before Archie, you look so much younger than he does?
Well, they just didn't hit as hard. They weren't as tough back in those early years.
Yeah, right. Thanks, Jimmy.
Saints were guilty of encroachment. 5-yard penalty. It's 2nd down and 6 now from the 18-yard line. DeBerg is hit as he throws the ball. Did he fumble it? No. They say it's an incomplete pass. They are the officials, including referee Gary Lane, who rules it an incomplete pass. He was hit as he was trying to throw the ball. It came loose. It's an incompletion. 3rd down and a break for Tampa Bay.
Archie, you went through times, many of them, like Steve DeBerg is here today. Nothing is working for him. Absolutely nothing.
No, and it's really hard to find something like this. You know, you try to go to something quick, 3-step drops. What you want to do at this point is just come up with a first down. Come up with something to get you a first down and just try to get some momentum for your football team.
Well, they're 0 for 4 on 3rd down conversions. And only 1 first down in the game. DeBerg out of the shotgun. Back to pass. Stands inside his 10. Throws. It's intercepted by the Saints at the 35-yard line. Down to the 30, 25, down to the 20, to the 28-yard line. And it is Vince Buck.
How about that for a return to action? Hasn't played since the first game this season, having hurt that knee against the Philadelphia Eagles. And there's Vince Buck playing in there in the nickelback in that coverage. And he goes high to get that interception and set the Saints up inside the 20-yard line. They were telling us down on the field before the game he couldn't wait to get back on the team because they were running him so hard in practice on IR. He couldn't wait to get back on the team and relax a little bit. He looked plenty quick out there.
Yeah, Russell Pettinostro works those IR guys out pretty good. You know, we talk about Steve DeBerg. He's a great veteran quarterback. But we also mentioned the fact that you get discouraged. You get very frustrated. You can't get first downs. You can't make anything happen. And any quarterback is human. You wind up taking some chances. And it just played right into the Saints' hands. He threw into an area where there were too many black jerseys. Vince Buck comes up with the interception.
Saints come out with 3 tight ends and 1 wide receiver to the left. That's Quinn Early in motion. Tice is a flanker on the right side. Handoff goes to Dalton Hilliard straight ahead, and he spins forward for maybe a yard down to the 17. So it's 2nd down and 9 yards to go at the 17-yard line. 13:40 remaining, 3rd period. Saints leading the Buccaneers by a score of 10-7.
Well, I bet you swapped some lies down there at halftime, huh?
I couldn't get down there. Did you notice there was no one there when I called my name? The elevator didn't come back up, so I got down there. It kind of was over. I didn't get anything to eat. I'm on.
He's in the end zone. Touchdown, Saints. What a run.
Well, we mentioned way back in the first half that one of the difficulties the Buccaneers have had this year in their secondary is tackling. And it was Milton Mack, one of the guys who missed him on Dalton Hilliard's foray into the end zone.
How many tackles did he break?
I saw a play yesterday. I think it was a back from South Carolina, broke 8 tackles against Tennessee. Dalton must have broken about 4 or 5 right there.
Time on that drive, 48 seconds. And a lot of the Saints scoring drives this year have been very short time consumers. 2 plays, 18 yards on that drive after the interception by Vince Buck.
You know, you look at the Saints' problems on offense, they haven't gotten many turnovers provided for them. That's only the 5th interception the Saints have picked off this year, and they quickly turn it into a touchdown.
Barnhart holds. It was a high snap, but he got it down, and Morton Anderson converts and then hugs Tommy Barnhart for a great job that Tommy did to get that high snap down on the ground. Conversion good, 13:03 remaining in the 3rd period. The Saints have opened up a 17-7 lead. There's timeout. You're listening to Saints football.
Includes rebates, tax, title, license, not included, ranking according to Chrysler Corp. Car buyers! Right now's the best time to buy a new car or truck at Ray Brandt Dodge. Now through Saturday, get the 93 3/4-ton high-top conversion van for $15,995, or the low-top conversion van for $14,995. And the 92 full-size D150 pickup is $10,995. There's only room in this town for one Dodge dealer, Ray Brandt Dodge. The rest, get out of Dodge!
Your borrowing power at Jefferson Savings just got stronger with the power of tax deduction. A Jefferson Savings any-purpose loan can preserve those valuable interest deductions that other credit programs may be missing. Check with your tax advisor and let Jefferson Savings lend you the money you need now. Jefferson Savings and Loan Association, an equal housing lender.
Hi there, it's me again, Q93's midday guy, LBJ. Yeah, I'm plugging something again. This time, it's our game we play. At 11:15 every day, it's called Star Quiz. We give the clues, you give the answers. That simple.
This female singer's new album includes a song that was inspired by Sly and the Family Stone's hit, Thank You for Letting Me Be Myself. In 1988, this veteran male singer recorded an entire album of duets called Soul Men. with Lou Rawls.
We made our getaway. I said, away we go.
The two lead singers of this group are featured on the title tune of Heavy D and the Boys' latest album, Peaceful Journey.
See, the clues aren't tough at all. Join us Monday through Friday, 11:15 for Star Quiz on More Music, More Money, Q93.
The Saints are on Q93.
To Perlis and Cajun Clothing Company for outfitting our Saints radio team in cotton crawfish shirts and blazers. And see all the colors and styles of crawfish shirts at Perlis on Magazine and the Esplanade and at Cajun Clothing Company. Here's the kickoff by Morton Anderson. And it takes the receiver 6 yards deep into the end zone where Courtney Hawkins puts one knee to the ground.
David, we counted 6 tackles that Dalton Hilliard was able to step and spin out of on his way to the end zone on that 17-yard touchdown run as the Saints quickly take advantage of Vince Buck's interception on the Buccaneers' first series of the second half.
I guess he goes 2 up on Eric now on the touchdown derby, 46-44. That's a remarkable stat for those two great LSU players, too, former LSU players.
You're now trying to make amends with the LSU crowd after insulting them the whole first half, gloating over the Ole Miss victory. I guess we'll hear a lot of kissing up to Tiger fans most of the second half. Were you threatened on your way down to the field? People have been listening in the stands?
Well, Jimmy Taylor kind of got my attention a minute ago, told me to cool it.
Split back behind Steve DeBerg. There's a flag on the play, and DeBerg goes down the sideline route. It's a jump football, and it goes incomplete. Toy Cook defending on the play, along with his teammate Gene Atkins. Pass, I believe, was intended for Willie Drury. Incomplete. And we'll read the flag. It's a legal procedure against Tampa Bay. Did you think the Saints would decline this?
No. Maybe. They had a lot of problems with this last week as well. They had 4 false starts and a motion penalty last week when DeBerg was in there.
Illegal formation, 85, covered up the tight end. The penalties declined. Second down.
So it's 2nd and 10 at the 20-yard line. I won't ask again.
Think we'll see Testaverde?
Boy. That's something that by halftime.
Craig Erickson?
Yeah, Craig Erickson. Well, it's still pretty close. We're only talking 10 points here. I don't know if you'd go to your 3rd stringer before you go to your 2nd in this sort of situation.
Hawkins is wide to the right along with Drury. DeBerg, draw play to Cobb. He cuts back to the right at the 20-yard line and has some room up to the 25 before he's smothered by Buck and Cook at the 26-yard line. And another official is down once again. Ron Spittler was an injured official earlier. Is that Ron again? No, it's a different one. It's the umpire.
Yeah, it's Bob Boylston, who took a false step around the 29-yard line and fell on his face. He was untouched at the time.
He hit one of those, slipped on one of those paper airplanes.
A run by Cobb, good for 6 up to the 26. It's 3rd down and 4.
Dr. Havik took care of the first official who was hurt. This one asked to see the Tampa Bay doctor.
Probably a less expensive than Terry Havik.
Who isn't?
12:25 left to go, 3rd quarter. Out of the shotgun on 3rd down and 4. DeBerg straight back. Has some time. Now is caught. Now he's sacked at the 20. It appeared as though he was going to let go. Wayne Martin.
I believe that's Jimmy Wilkes. Because a host of them there. Jim Wilkes may get credit for this sack.
That was Jim Wilkes.
Pig Goff was there. Opportunity to play against some of his teammates, his old team. Traded him to New Orleans for a 10th round pick. Not a bad trade.
And Swilling was also in the territory.
Yeah.
So the sack, the 3rd Saints sack of the day, 4th down and 10 from the 20-yard line, and Marcus Dowdell is standing at his own 35. That was first sack this year for Jim Wilkes, averaging 39.8 per punt this game. Here's Dan Straczynski. Saints put on a big rush. Straczynski falls, but no flag. Fair catch being called for by Dowdell in a crowd, and he gets it at the 45. We have timeout, 11:42 left to go, 3rd period of play. Saints lead by a score of 17-7. In the state of Louisiana, proud sponsor of the New Orleans Saints football on radio is the Louisiana Lottery. Let's pause for these messages. Proud sponsor of Saints Radio Network is Sears Brand Central, the brand you want at the store you trust. 17-7 Saints lead. Now this for your Southland Jeep and Eagle dealers.
Now's your chance to see the most exciting and technically advanced lineup in our history. Introducing Jeep and Eagle for 1993 with innovative new models that will truly amaze and thrill you. See the new Jeep Grand Cherokee and the sophisticated new Eagle Vision. Get into the newly designed Summit Coupe for as little as $7,706 and Summit Sedan for a little more. Or drive away an affordable, sporty Eagle Talon DL for about $11,652. You could get great deals on every vehicle in stock. So whatever you do, don't miss the 93s at your Jeep and Eagle dealer. MSRP after $500 cash back direct from Chrysler excludes title, taxes, and options. Actual prices may vary. These are limited time offers. Buyer must take delivery from dealer stock. See dealer for details. Jeep is a registered trademark of Chrysler Corporation.
See your Southland Jeep and Eagle dealer today.
Another proud sponsor of Saints Radio is Castrol. If you've been putting off your car's oil change, do it now. Today's 4- and 6-cylinder cars are really tough on motor oils. Drive into Badarman Honda and J. Martin Mazda, both of Hattiesburg, Mississippi, and get a complete Castrol GTX oil change. And while you're there, register to win free Saints tickets. The job will be done fast and done right using Castrol. As you know, Castrol provides maximum protection against both viscosity and thermal breakdown.
I knew that.
17-7. Saints lead in Saints football. And they're going to mark it at the 45-yard line.
Dave, are you impressed with the airplanes flying around here today?
I like that. As long as they don't go on the field, there have been several. One we thought was a penalty flag earlier.
One looked like the Concorde. It's one of those posters they made into an airplane. Like the wiped out Section E down there.
Sean Tice in motion out of a flanker with the double tight end setup. Bobby Hebert looks over the middle, throws, caught by Colby Brenner at the 41, but there's a flag on the play in the Saints backfield. Brenner has enough for the first down to the 41-yard line. And
probably be a hold that's going against the Saints. Good first down call. Fake that misdirection play. Hit clear out with a wide receiver and hit that tight end coming in behind it.
Holding offense, number 60, 10-yard penalty. Repeat second down.
Yeah, I really think that's the best play action pass in football. The misdirection play just holds up linebackers so well, and then you sneak in a tight end behind it. I'd run it again.
Kennard called for the penalty. That's the second one. He had an illegal hand to the face earlier in the first half.
Yeah, they wiped out the touchdown catch by Quinn Early.
First down and 20 now from the 35-yard line, and the Saints go with three wide receivers. Martin and Early to the left, Carroll to the right out of the I formation this time. Bobby Hebert under center with Hayward and Dalton Hilliard behind Bobby Hebert. Draw play goes to Hilliard, jukes left, now back to the right. Not a lot of running room, and he gets 2 to the 37. It'll be second down and 18 yards to go at the 37.
Third quarter scores. Green Bay on top of Detroit, 20-3. Atlanta 23. The Rams 14. Houston 20. Pittsburgh 7. The Jets still lead Miami 23-0. And New England on top of Buffalo 7-0. New England picked up a fumble and went 25 yards for a touchdown.
They might want to rethink that contract extension they gave to Wayne Fonts last week with the Packers beating the Lions rather handily in the third quarter, 20-3.
Here the Saints lead by 10, 17-7, third period. Martin in the slot left with two wide receivers left and one to the right. Dalton Hilliard behind Bobby Hebert. Brenner's the tight end on the left. Second down and 18. Hebert straight back to pass, setting up the screen. Complete to Hilliard. Gets a seal block. Up to the 40, 45. He's to the 50. Tries to get outside. He's got speed. 45, 40, 35. Milton Mack bobbles him a couple of times and finally rides him out of bounds at the 32-yard line. A 31-yard screen pass to Dalton Hilliard.
What a day he's having. That was almost all individual effort. It looked like he was going to be caught initially at the line of scrimmage. Ran away from the linebacker. I think it was Thomas. And with a neat bit of running, Dalton Hilliard moves the ball down to inside the 32-yard line of the Bucs.
Jim, you're exactly right. Broderick Thomas, a nickel linebacker, read the screen, got out there, and really had a chance to get Dalton Hilliard. He cut back across a field and just outran a number of Tampa Bay defenders, and Milton Mack finally forces him out of bounds.
Good seal block made by Joel Hilgenberg on that screen that took Broderick Thomas out of the play. Hebert straightaway handoff to Vaughn Dunbar after first and 10 from the 32-yard line, and he gets maybe 4 to the 28. It'll be second down and 6. Hilliard has 5 catches for 60 yards. Of course, he has a touchdown reception and a 17-yard touchdown run. Proud sponsor of Saints on the Radio, your Southland Jeep and Eagle dealers. Remember, there's only one Jeep. 9:11 remaining, third period, 17-7, Saints lead and on the move.
You know, Dalton was actually the number 2 receiver coming into the day's game, but it just had 15 catches. Eric Martin led the team with 35.
2 wideouts to the right. It's Martin and Early. Carroll to the left. Brenner tied in on the left. Hilliard behind Bobby Hebert under center on 2nd down and 6 from the 28-yard line. Looking at a 4-man defensive front. Handoff goes to Hilliard. It was read well and stopped early. No gain. Tackle made by Keith McCants. It's 3rd down and 6 from the 28. Tyrone Leggett has a strained hamstring and will not return to the game. An injury update from the sideline. .8:27 remaining, third period of play. Saints up by 10.
Jimmy Spencer, also an injury report on him. He has bruised his thigh, and he is questionable the rest of the way.
3 wideouts to the left for the Saints this time, and Torrance Small is split to the right. Out of the shotgun, Bobby Hebert with Dalton Hilliard to his side. On 3rd and 6 from the 28-yard line. Saints are 4 of 10 on 3rd down conversions. Big rush. Hebert is hit as he throws, and the ball wobbles incomplete at the 10-yard line. Wasn't 15 yards near anyone.
Well, they're trying to come back to the same play they scored on earlier when it was nullified. It's Quinn Early running the post pattern. Bobby got some pressure. Ball came up far short of the receiver, and Morton Anderson will line up for a field goal. This will be a little longer one.
Anderson has 1 field goal of 31, and he missed a 39-yarder. He lined up for a 54-yarder, but it was a fake that Tommy Barnhart converted for a first down. This will be a 45-yard field goal attempt. On the right hash mark this time. Barnhart to hold. Snap, ball down in good shape. Plenty of distance, of course, and he nailed it. Morton Anderson with 2 field goals in the game. Timeout on the field, 7:52 remaining, third period. The Saints now lead Tampa Bay by a score of 20-7. You're listening to Saints football.
What can you buy for $9.95 these days?
We deliver.
Quite a lot. With express mail overnight delivery service from your post office.
We deliver.
For less than $10, you put the full power of the United States Postal Service to work for you. Over 700,000 men and women ready to do whatever it takes to assure next morning delivery. Express mail service, just $9.95 for up to 8 ounces.
We deliver for you.
Sponsored by your Postal Service.
Monday night at 7. Don't miss the official video magazine of the New Orleans Saints. It's Saints Sideline on Channel 26. I'm Alexander Laurent. Join us Monday as we take you behind the scenes for the making of Wild Fag, the newest Saints poster featuring the offensive line. We'll take a look back to today's game against the Buccaneers, and we'll look ahead to next week's game against the New England Patriots. Join us Monday for the official video magazine of the New Orleans Saints. It's Saints Sideline, Monday night at 7 on WGNO-TV Channel 26.
Hi, CJ Superstar Morgan here, star of CJ and Company and world's biggest Saints fan. Thank you. For more music, more money, more fun, check out CJ and Company, mornings 5:30 until 10 on Q93. And if you missed the show lately, you missed CJ's in-depth political analysis. Dan Quayle, he shouldn't debate.
You don't think so?
Oh, Dan's not too swift. Dan's not too... As a matter of fact, he thought debate was what you use to catch the fish.
Oh, yes. Debate, de-hook, de-worm. Yeah.
Dan. So don't you dare miss it, because there's never any telling what I may do next. It's the radio show that everybody in New Orleans is talking about. CJ and Company, mornings on Mo Music, Mo Money, Q93.
The Saints are on Q93.
Here's Morton Anderson's kickoff to Courtney Hawkins and Gary Anderson. Hawkins will take it. No, he won't. It bounces 8 yards deep in the end zone and then through the end zone for the touchback. It'll be 1st and 10, Buccaneers at the 20.
David, we've got a long way to go here with 7:45 to play in the third quarter, but looking at the Saints' best defensive performances down through the years, the fewest first downs they have ever allowed in a game, 6 against the Rams in '91. They have allowed but 1 first down to the Buccaneers here so far today. 117 yards, the fewest yards gained by an opponent, that being the Raiders back in '91. So far, the Buccaneers have gained 14 net yards against the Saints defense.
Only one running back behind quarterback Steve DeBerg, and that is Reggie Cobb, the leading rusher. 134 carries, 499 yards coming into today. He gets the handoff. Cobb jukes to the right and is caught from behind at the 20 by Sam Mills up to the 22. Let's pause 15 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Saints football.
CJ and Company in the morning.
The oldies All Request lunch hour.
AED.
The All Request and dedication party.
93 in a row.
More money.
And now the Saints. You're listening to Q93, WQUE FM New Orleans, the FM station for the New Orleans Saints.
Out. Vince Buck goes in.
Welcome back. Cobb has 7 rushes for 15 yards. That one was for 2. Steve DeBerg back to pass on second down. Rifles one. It is caught by Drury at the 37-yard line, and then he is swung backwards and tackled. And they're going to call the completion up to the 37-yard line. A 15-yard gain and the second first down of the ball game for Tampa Bay.
Biggest play of the day for the Buccaneers. DeBerg did it off a scramble play, a design scramble. He drops and then rolls to the left, was able to buy some time, get that completion in on a hook pattern downfield.
Yeah, there hasn't been much protection afforded him in the pocket lately, has there? So he's rolling away from some of that rush.
New running back in now. Anthony McDowell behind quarterback Steve DeBerg. Cobb is in motion. Big rush by Swilling. DeBerg rolls to the right, throws in and out of the hands of Drury, incomplete. Cook defending on the play along with Sam Mills, 10 yards away from the line of scrimmage. Both probably got a hand on it, and we have a flag on the play.
Actually, Toy Cook on the coverage jumped right in front of that pass and probably should have had the interception.
We have an illegal block and unsportsmanlike conduct penalty going to be called against the Buccaneers.
One thing we should mention, too, is the Buccaneers try to come back from a 13-point deficit.
Illegal chop blocks, 15-yard penalty on the offense, number 62. Repeat, first down.
As they're missing 2 of their biggest weapons at wideout. Lawrence Dawsey hurt his ankle against Chicago, and Mark Carrier has a knee strain, and neither's playing in this game.
Ian Beckles gets the call against him for that illegal chop block. He's playing in the place of Charles McRae, #1 draft choice from Tennessee, who's been a disappointment for him, Jim. Was supposed to be penciled in at left tackle, has gone to the left guard spot.
DeBerg rolling to the near side, sets up a screen to the far side, and the ball is dropped, and then Cobb tries to cover it at the 13-yard line. Yeah. Now the officials are trying to figure out whether that was a lateral.
It was.
Yep.
It's a pretty sick-looking play, is what it was.
Well, you can see just how desperate they are to try to cool off this Saints rush.
The ball will be dead at the spot of the recovery, second down.
They're rolling DeBerg out on almost every play, throwing back almost the width of the football field, trying to take advantage of the Saints' pursuit as they're just pinning their ears back and coming after DeBerg.
So it's a fumbled lateral, and it's down at the 15-yard line. It's a 7-yard loss, and second down and 32 yards to go from the 15.
Buffalo goes on top of New England 9-7. A touchdown pass by Kelly and a safety.
Now we have a flag thrown, but probably, I don't know, the play clock had expired.
Tampa Bay, 5-yard penalty, still 7 down.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. I think DeBerg was thinking it was an incomplete pass right there. It was actually a fumble. The clock was running, and the clock ran down. Delay of game.
Nice job by Dale Jones and the headsets to point that out. He, of course, is our crack statistician.
I think he's 1 for 1992 now.
Yeah. So now it is second down and 37 yards to go, back at the 10.
Well, what do you call here, offensive coordinators?
I think you take a knee.
DeBerg back in the end zone. Pat Swilling almost sacked him. He throws. It's caught by Henderson at the 10, up to the 15, and out of bounds at the 18. There's a flag on the play, or is that another paper airplane? At the 18-yard line. I believe it's a flag.
That looks like a flag.
Pass from the 10-yard line, completion up to about the 15.
I'll tell you,
the 20, beg your pardon.
Tell you what, Steve DeBerg's going to feel like he's 58 tonight instead of just 38. Boy, has he gotten tattooed.
There is no infraction on the play. It was a legal block. Third down.
So they waved the penalty off, and it's a 10-yard completion to the 20.
You know, usually on a screenplay, you want your lineman to take a little bit out of the onrushing lineman and then get into the screen. Ron Hall, the tight end, really didn't even slow Pat Swilling down. He massaged Steve DeBerg real well in the end zone just as he released the ball.
0 for 6 on third downs. It's 3rd and 27. DeBerg tries to throw a screen, and Ricky Jackson bats it down incomplete. It's 4th down, and the Saints are going to get great field position.
And they're getting a well-deserved round of applause from this crowd here, a sellout crowd in the Superdome. Listen to this crowd.
A great play by Ricky Jackson there. He just came right through the block of Taylor, the tackle. Deflect that ball away. Well, they got a good one going in Atlanta. Rams 21 now. Falcons have 23.
39-yard average for Dan Straczynski. Line of scrimmage the 20. Straczynski stands at his own 5, and it's Dowdell deep to receive at the Saints' 40-yard line.
Straczynski's getting plenty of action today.
Snap back in good shape. This is a high kick. No spiral, though. Dowdell will return at the 35-yard line. Tries to get outside. Evades one would-be tackler. Goes backwards and is tackled at about the 31 or the 30-yard line. 45-yard punt. And minus yardage on the return. 4:28 remaining third period. Saints leading by a score of 20-7. Proud sponsors says Saints football, Pennzoil, and Gum Out, both available at all Walmart stores. Quality products, Pennzoil, and Gum Out. Now this for Tabasco brand products and Ford Quality Care.
Tom Dempsey for Tabasco brand pepper sauce.
Dempsey kicks, it's on the way.
Most people remember me for that 63-yard field goal, but the things I remember most when I was kicking in other NFL cities was New Orleans' terrific food and that Louisiana legend Tabasco sauce. In fact, I came back to New Orleans to live and never stopped using those great Tabasco brand products. If you want to get that extra kick out of your favorite foods, do what the Dempseys do. Make Tabasco sauce a part of your lineup.
The Isle of Capri Casino introduces Caribbean Fun Spots. Collect Caribbean Fun Spots for more fun and more value. It's colorful, exciting, and very rewarding. Get your Caribbean Fun Spots at Mississippi's favorite fun spot, the Isle of Capri Casino at Point Cadet in Biloxi. For information, call 1-800-THE-ISLE.
I love the Isle of Capri Casino.
When it comes to getting your Ford serviced, you don't want any surprises. That's why Interstate Ford in Metairie keeps the prices for the most common services listed on a menu over the service counter, so you can see what the charges are up front. Like an engine tune-up for as low as $39.95. Stop in at Interstate Ford, 3724 Veterans Boulevard in Metairie anytime. There are no surprises here. Quality care. It may be your car, but it's still our baby.
Tune in to the Saints postgame show when Archie, Jim, and I talk about the weekly Popeyes Pop of the Game winner. Each week we recognize the Saints player who delivers that Pop of the Game and announce the local charity that receives $500 in his name. Sponsored by Popeyes famous fried chicken and biscuits. 20-7, Saints, 3 wide receivers in I formation. Bobby Hebert looks at 5 men on the defensive line. Juan Dunbar is the I-back out of the I formation. He gets the handoff, runs over left tackle, and fumbles the football. Recovered by Broderick Thomas of Tampa Bay at the 37-yard line. Third Saints turnover of the ball game on the fumble by Vaughn Dunbar.
And Broderick Thomas has been involved in all 3. 2 interceptions earlier. Bobby Hebert passes. 1 a tip off the hands of John Tyson. Now a fumble by Vaughn Dunbar. And Broderick Thomas comes up with the recovery.
So the Saints give it up on the fumble, and Tampa Bay gets good field position at the 37. First down and 10 in Saints territory. 4:19 remaining third period, and Steve DeBerg brings 2 flankers up to the line with Cobb, the only running back behind him, and wide to the right is Drury. Handoff goes to Cobb, sweeping left, cuts it up at the 40, down to the 35, and out of bounds close to the 30-yard line.
Reggie Cobb still running hard. He's a guy that was probably miscast in his early days with the Bucs. He was used as a fullback under Ray Perkins, while they used Gary Henderson primarily at tailback, but they switched him to tailback last year, and he's provided a good boost for their running game. Runs hard, has some elusiveness. He scored in 4 consecutive games prior to today, and the Tampa Bay record was 5 straight weeks.
7-yard gain for Cobb on the sweep to the left. Flankers left and right once again, with Cobb the only running back, and Hawkins wide to the right. Handoff to Cobb, sweeping right. Gains across the 30 and gets down close to first down area. I believe he got it. That would be only the third first down of the game for Tampa Bay. He did get it with the 4-yard gain, 1st and 10. Gain down to the 26-yard line. In fact, the football's almost downfield to the 26 to the 25. So we'll give him a 5-yard gain, and it's 1st down and 10 at the 25 in Saints territory.
Oh, the Bucs really huddle close to the line of scrimmage, don't they?
Only about 4 yards from Steve DeBerg and the defense on the huddle. Handoff to Cobb. Big hole this time. Down to the 20, to the 15. He gains down close to the 12-yard line on a gaping hole over the right side.
You kind of get the feeling the Saints offense and defense is kind of like this broadcast team's got a little lethargic at this point in the game.
Yeah, you know, the score would be extremely close if they put this in the end zone. It's going to be a 6-point game, but the Saints have controlled it so much you don't feel terribly apprehensive about them winning this game. But there's a long way to go with 2:50 to play in the third quarter, and the possibility this could be a 6-point game.
Cobb gets the carry again, tries to juke a player at the 15, and gains across the line of scrimmage, which was the 13, down to maybe the 12. 2:37 remaining third quarter. 20-7 is the score. It is a gain to the 12-yard line, a 1-yard pickup, 2nd down and 9 yards to go.
Well, DeBerg's been the master of play action through his career, but up until now, the Saints haven't had to respect that running game.
No, that's exactly right. You can't be very effective on play action passes unless it's a threat to run the football. That was probably their best running play of the day.
2nd and 9 at the 12-yard line. DeBerg back to pass, looks to the end zone, fires. Oh, almost intercepted by Gene Atkins. He had his hands on it at the goal line, but dropped it.
And that was a good play action fake right there.
Yeah, but play action really doesn't fool the free safety very often, and it shouldn't. And Gene Atkins was kind of waiting in the wings right there as he tried to throw that crossing route, and really should have had an interception.
Tampa Bay's 0 for 7 on 3rd down conversions. The receiver may have tipped the ball when Atkins was crossing with the receiver there to maybe knock it out of his hands. All right, notice that on the replay. 3rd down and 9 from the 12-yard line. Man in motion is Drury. Back to pass with flags on the play. Steve DeBerg almost sacked, gets free somehow, throws, gets overthrown, and hits one receiver, Cobb, right in the face, and bounces incomplete. It was overthrown to one of the tight ends.
Or either that big fullback. It may be McDowell. I can't see the number once again. One of the big guys there. You're exactly right, Dave. It was overthrown to him, and it hit Reggie Cobb right in the face mask. Saints got a real good jump off the line of scrimmage, and Ricky Jackson may have jumped off sides.
He did. That'll be the penalty. His flags flew, so it'll be 3rd down and 4 at the 8-yard line now.
Defense, offside, lined up in the neutral zone, number 56, half the distance to the goal line, still 3rd down.
Jimmy Spencer coming out.
1:58 remaining third quarter, 3rd down and 4.
That call against Pat Swilling lining up in the neutral zone, the length of the football.
DeBerg with the snap, handoff goes to Cobb, sweeping left, now cuts it up, now goes back outside. It's a race toward the end zone. He's at the 5. He tries to get the football to 1st down territory, and he reached down to about the 4-yard line. He needs to reach the 3.
I think he's well, I shouldn't say. It looks like he may be just a little short.
It did look that way. And the Buccaneers would be forced to make a decision here. They're going to measure and bring the chains in all the way from the other side of the field.
A proud sponsor of Saints Radio, the Isle of Capri in Biloxi. For Caribbean-style fun and games, it's the Isle of Capri. Also brought to you by Ford Quality Care, a proud sponsor of Saints Radio football. It may be your car, but it's still our baby. Ford Quality Care.
You get your mail over at the Isle of Capri now, don't you?
I've never been there, Archie. But looking forward to going. It is short.
I think he works over there on Saturdays as a greeter.
Spelled with a D or a T? It's short. 4th down coming up.
1:50 left in the third quarter. Saints make multiple substitutions. Wayne Martin, Les Miller back in the game.
4th down and 1 for the 1st down, and 4 for the touchdown.
If I'm the Bucs, if I'm calling plays for the Bucs, I believe I go with play action right here. I just think it's a call. I'm not sure they can make it. They'll line up probably with the big fullback. Boy, the crowd's really coming into it. And it looks like some confusion here as the bird splits Reggie Cobb out. Just one back in there, and he's not in a running position. I think this is pass all the way.
The bird rolls to the right. He throws to the end zone. It is caught. Touchdown, Willie Drury. 4-yard touchdown pass from DeBerg to Willie Drury.
Good call by Steve DeBerg and a well-executed play. Drury was the inside receiver on the right side, and DeBerg sprinted out, got a good block at the corner, made a nice throw on the breakout pattern to Willie Drury, and the Bucs are right back in this football game, and they shouldn't be.
7 plays and 37 yards. It was set up on Vaughn Dunbar's fumble at the 30-yard line, recovered at the 37. Ken Willis in to attempt the extra point. With 1:33 left to go in the third period. It is good. Timeout on the field. 1:33 remaining in the third. The Saints 20 and Tampa Bay 14. With timeout, you're listening to Saints football.
Silver Bullet is the right beer now. Brought to you by Coors Light, the crisp tasting beer that's mountains above the rest. Remember to reach for the Silver Bullet when there's no room for filling up. Coors Light, taste of the Rocky Mountain. Coors Light, Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Looks like he's going to be out of the game. If you just got put on injured reserve or want to stay in the game, the Sports Medicine Center at Lakeside Hospital can help. A full range of medical professionals are trained to treat everyone from pro athletes, weekend warriors, or Little League champs. The Sports Medicine team can show you how to overcome existing injuries or prevent new ones using modern fitness equipment and medical technology. From sprained ankles to the most complicated injuries. The Sports Medicine Center at Lakeside Hospital. Call 885-FITT. That's 885-3488. The trend this election year is change. How about your present sales position? Is it an advancing industry with a product for the future? If you have any concerns about your future, you should call Mr. Michaels at 464-1717. He represents First Communication, the locally owned office, telephone, and equipment company. First Communications needs aggressive, sales-minded, future-sighted individuals with a will to earn and learn. Call Mr. Michaels, 464-1717. 464-1717. First Communications Company.
Hi, C.J. Morgan here with a quick reminder that on Mondays, C.J. and Company, I'll open up the apology line and give you a chance to win your very own blues bouquet from Key Floral. It's Apology Monday with C.J. and Company on Mo Music, Mo Money, Q93.
The Saints are on Q93.
Willie Drury once said his motto was, "Trust me, I'm open." And Steve DeBerg did right then for his third catch of the day. This one resulting in the touchdown. 4-yard touchdown pass DeBerg to Willie Drury, cutting the Saints' lead to 20-14. We should look back and remember the missed opportunity the Saints had to intercept that pass on the goal line just a few plays prior to that when Gene Atkins dropped it.
I don't think I ever met a receiver that didn't have that motto.
Here's Ken Willis's kickoff. It hits at the 15-yard line and is taken by Fred McAfee at about the 5. Someone loses a shoe, and McAfee's bowled over at about the 20-yard line. The 13-yard return for McAfee. Saints have it 1st and 10.
Well, you'd have to think this is an important series for the Saints, wouldn't you, to try to reestablish some momentum now that the Buccaneers have their heads up somewhat and trail only by 6 points.
Absolutely. The Saints definitely need to get some first downs and hopefully some points here. The Buccaneers been very ineffective on offense throughout the day, but now have 14 points, 7 of them due to the interception by their defense. Looks like Chris Port's in at right tackle, place of Stan Brock.
DeBerg completed the 4-yard pass to Drury that capped off the 7-play, 37-yard drive. 20-14 Saints lead with the football. Split backs Dalton Hilliard and Craig Hayward behind quarterback Bobby Hebert. Wide outs to the left and to the right. Brenner's the tight end on the right side from the 20. First down. Hebert back to pass. Big rush. He throws as he's hit. It's intercepted and picked back up. And finally falling to the turf at the 35-yard line.
Marty Carter.
Yep. Second-year man out of Middle Tennessee State makes the interception.
Well, the Buccaneers adjusted their defense. They rolled to that side where Bobby was making the play-action pass. Looked like the rush came in there pretty good. I don't know if that affected Bobby. He didn't make a good play. Defensive back came right off for an easy interception.
Tampa Bay will have it at the Saints' 34-yard line. By benefit of the fumble a few minutes ago, they picked it up at the Saints' 37 and marched it in for the score.
See, I guess Bobby was trying to throw that ball to Eric Martin out there. What happened? The strong safety is usually to your tight end side. They shifted late, and the strong safety came up to the split end side. He's really free on that side, and the ball shouldn't be thrown over there.
Split backfield behind Steve DeBerg on 1st and 10 from the Saints' 34-yard line. DeBerg may be changing to play at the line of scrimmage. McDowell and Henderson. McDowell gets the handoff, crosses the 35, gets down inside the 30, and is tackled at the 29-yard line. A 5-yard gain, 2nd down and 5 from the 29.
Too much on 1st down. Bobby Hebert threw his 10th touchdown pass of the season earlier, but he's also thrown his 8th, 9th, and 10th interception of the season today.
That was Anthony McDowell, a rookie out of Texas Tech. One of the big fullbacks in there running the football. Gary Anderson was picked up in a trade from San Diego in 1990. 7th-year player out of Arkansas, also in the backfield.
And former Razorback who brings him down there, and Wayne Martin, although he is able to gain a short couple of yards on the run.
Big 3rd down play coming up for the Buccaneers. Boy, the Rams have gone ahead of Atlanta, 28-23. What a game. Green Bay on top of the lines, 20-13. Houston 20, Pittsburgh 14. Miami has scored. They still trail 23-7 to the Jets. And Buffalo leads New England 9-7.
A previous play, a handoff to Gary Anderson for 2 yards. It's 3rd down and 3 from the 27-yard line now. And we're going to have the quarter in before DeBerg can get the play off. So we'll pause for these messages. That's the end of the 3rd period of play. The score, the Saints 20, Tampa Bay 14. 4th quarter action is next. You're listening to New Orleans Saints football.
Spot the dots and save 40% at Shoetown and Foot and Fashion. Thousands and thousands of red-hot dots on every aisle, in every department, in every Shoetown and Foot and Fashion. 40% off men's and women's apparel. 40% off men's, women, and children's shoes. 40% off previous markdowns included. It's our biggest, best, and greatest sale of the year. Red-hot dots save you 40% and more on shoes, apparel, athletics. Thousands of items at all Shoetown and Foot and Fashion. The law office of Cardell Thomas provides competent and trustworthy legal advice in a warm and comfortable environment. This team of legal professionals has served their New Orleans community for the past 10 years. Now, if you have legal problems, their professionals stand poised to help you. Cardell Thomas and his associates has assisted thousands of people just like you in cases from maritime, personal injury, criminal, divorces, and succession. Stop by their office at 3723 Canal Street or call 482-2841. 482-2841. The law firm of Cardell Thomas gets results. This week, the New Orleans Saints carry the fleur-de-lis north to colonial America for a little declaration of smash-mouth football. The New Orleans Saints clash with the New England Patriots on the outskirts of Boston in the fields of Foxborough. It's 6 if by land, 3 if by air, and 7 altogether at the New Orleans Saints Boston TD party. Be listening this Sunday at noon as the New Orleans Saints are on the road to play the New England Patriots on your New Orleans Saints FM station, Q93.
The Saints are on Q93.
After 3 quarters, the Saints have 15 first downs, the Bucs 5. The Saints 117 net yards rushing, the Bucs but 50. Net yards passing 154 for the Saints to 30 for Tampa Bay. That's 271 net yards for the Saints to just 80 for the Bucs. Saints have had it for over 26 and a half minutes. The Bucs just less than 18 and a half minutes. But the big story so far, the 4 turnovers in this game. And the Bucs trying to capitalize on the latest. The interception by Marty Carter at the New Orleans 33. The line of scrimmage is now the Saint 27.
Big 3rd down play coming up for the Bucs.
Ty J. Armstrong is the flanker on the right side. Flanker on the left side is Stanford Jennings. Back to pass to Berg. Being chased by Ricky Jackson. He throws. It's caught by Hall at the 15 and fumbles the football, but the Saints cannot get on it in bounds. It goes out of bounds at the 18-yard line.
Going to Berg to be 38 years old. Made a nice little move right there after the play action. Ricky, that's kind of the blind bootleg. And Ricky Jackson read it, but DeBerg gave him a little shake, and he got out around him, found Hall, completed it for the first down before Hall coughed it up.
On the 15-yard line, 1st down.
Yeah, Gene Atkins put his shoulder into Hall and jarred the ball free, but a rough break for the Saints, and that the ball went out of bounds. Brett Maxey was there as well. Ricky Jackson couldn't recover it before it went to the boundary.
12-yard pass to Hull. That's the first third down conversion today for Tampa Bay. 1st and 10 at the Saints 15. Handoff goes to Cobb. Jukes a player in the backfield. Gets back to the line of scrimmage, but that's about it before the Saints converge and make the tackle. I believe it's the linebacking duo of Sam Mills and Vaughn Johnson.
That's a nice job by the Saints defense. That's what you want to do. Don't let the offense stay on schedule and get the 4 or 5 yards on first down. Now the Buccaneers face about a 2nd and 10.
That's good penetration by Pat Swilling off the right corner. He used up a pair of blockers and enabled his other linebacker mates to get in there and make the tackle.
McDowell, a flanker on the left. Hawkins wide to the left. Ty Armstrong, flanker on the right. Drury wide to the right. DeBerg throws in the flat. Caught by McDowell at the 10, and he skates out of bounds down at about the 6-yard line.
Well, the Bucs came with a good play right there. They lined McDowell, their fullback, up on the left side. It was kind of like a 2 tight end, 2 wide receiver set where it balanced the field. Now they're going to the no-huddle offense. They just hit one of the tight ends, McDowell, in a quick flat.
9-yard pass play, handoff to Cobb, dive right. From the 6 down to the 5, he gets the first down to the 4-yard line. It's 1st and goal, Tampa Bay. At the 4.
There's a case where the no huddle may have been effective. They just lined up real quick, ran a quick third down play. Saints didn't have a lot of time to think about it, talk about it. Just got to line up, try to stop it, and it looks like the Bucs may have converted. Someone's hurt on the Saints defense. It may be Sam Mills.
I think it is. Looks like his left leg that he's favoring. He's up on his feet, but standing gingerly and favoring that left ankle.
Well, he doesn't want to go to the turf, does he?
That may be a good sign. A lot of times, hopefully that could be a cramp if you're just standing up, you know, and you don't want to go down and let them treat your knee or your ankle.
That's what they're doing. They're massaging his left calf, so it does look to be a cramp.
That's good news, unless it would be a pull.
All right, we have timeout with this injury timeout as well. 13:31 remaining in the game. Saints lead 20-14, but Tampa has 1st and goal. Proud sponsor of the New Orleans Saints radio network is BC Headache Powders. No matter where you're hurting, nothing works faster than BC Headache Powders. 20-14, Saints lead. Back in a moment. Now this for Popeyes. Don't forget to order your subscription to Saints Digest by calling 1-800-334-4005. You'll also receive the 92 Saints Media Guide. Saints Digest is published 26 times a year, weekly, August through January, with 4 special off-season issues. It's yours for $32.95 a year. Order Saints Digest by calling 1-800-334-4005. Publication covering... He throws the ball, and it floats out of the end zone. Incomplete, 2nd and goal at the 4.
Looked like Ricky Jackson got a hand in there. He was looking for Courtney Hawkins all the way, running a slant from his wide receiver position, split out far to the right, but it was Ricky Jackson, I think, who got in there to deflect that ball.
You know, the crowd really needs to get more into this game at this point. Here you are down inside the 5-yard line. Looks like many times the Bucs are trying to change the play at the line of scrimmage. We might have some listening to us today.
Wide receivers left and right. Drury right, Hawkins left. Draw play goes to Cobb. He dives down to the end zone and scores a 4-yard run, and 2 of it was on a dive after he got 2 yards downfield. Tampa Bay ties the score with the point after, possibly giving them the point lead.
And who would have thunk it? The way the Saints had controlled this game, leading 20-7, but then all the air went out of it for the Saints on Vaughn Dunbar's fumble. that the Buccaneers were able to turn into a touchdown, and now they have new life, and this crowd is sitting here stunned right now at the turn of events late in the third quarter and early in the fourth.
Cobb on a 4-yard run set up after Marty Carter's interception of a Bobby Hebert pass. Here's the point after by Willis with Straczynski to hold, and it's good. Timeout on the field, 13:03 remaining in the game. We'll have a Halo Hall of Fame final clue coming up in a moment. Tampa Bay leads the Saints by a score of 21-20, and you're listening to Saints football.
Looks like he's going to be out of the game. If you just got put on injured reserve or want to stay in the game, the Sports Medicine Center at Lakeside Hospital can help. A full range of medical professionals are trained to treat everyone from pro athletes, weekend warriors, or little league champs. The Sports Medicine team can show you how to overcome existing injuries or prevent new ones using modern fitness equipment and medical technology. From sprained ankles to the most complicated injuries. The Sports Medicine Center at Lakeside Hospital. Call 885-FITT. That's 885-3488.
In New Orleans, there will always be snowball stands in the summertime. You can depend on it. And since 1883, New Orleans has depended on the Whitney National Bank. In a time when the financial stability of your bank is more important than ever before, more and more people depend on the Whitney. Our dedication to customer service and personal banking relationships has remained uninterrupted for more than 100 years. Stable, competitive, personal, the Whitney. With 32 Metro New Orleans locations to serve you. Member FDIC.
The Instant Request and Dedication Party, only on More Music, More Money, Q93. Hi, I'm your host, A.D. Berry, inviting you once again to talk on the radio. You can use this tool to do and get whatever you want. Straight up. Call me 260-9393. If you're out of town, pick it up 1-800-364-9393 and talk on the radio. Dedicate your favorite song. I'll play it just as long as you say it. We'll dance the night away. We'll slow down and get sexy. Anyway it goes, it's your party. The Instant Request and Dedication Party. Weeknights on More Music, More Money, Q93. A.D. Berry.
The Saints are on Q93.
Drive, Reggie Cobb caps it off with a 4-yard touchdown run. Saints trail now 21-20 after Willis's point after. And here's Ken Willis to boot the kickoff, and it's taken by Craig Hayward, the up man, at the 20 to the 25, up to the 30, to the 35-yard line before they wrestle him back. A 14-yard return, and Craig Hayward catches that low-sinking line drive at shortstop and runs it 14 yards up the field.
By far the best position the Saints have had after a kickoff today. Actually, the coverage has been outstanding for the Buccaneers.
The Saints have turned the ball over 4 times today, and the Buccaneers have made them pay for it with 3 touchdowns resulting from those 4 turnovers. The touchdown by Cobb gives him a touchdown in 5 consecutive games now for Tampa Bay, and that ties their team record held by Gary Anderson.
Saints go with 3 wide receivers. 2 are on the right. Martin's in the slot, Early to the far right, and Carroll to the far left. Dalton Hilliard behind Bobby Hebert on 1st and 10 from the 35. Straight back to pass. Throws over the middle. Caught by Carroll at the 40 for a 5-yard gain. It'll be 2nd down and 5.
Good first down play. Nothing fancy. Just straight drop back pass. Carroll running a high percentage type of route over the middle. Gets the completion. Saints on schedule in 2nd and 5. Saints just need to take care of business right here. Put together a good drive. Come away with points.
That's the first catch by Wesley Carroll today. Saints have 62 yards of total offense here in the second half, 48 of which are on those 2 plays by Dalton Hilliard, the 31-yard screen and the 17-yard run. 2 wide receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Pitch to Hilliard, sweeping left. He tries to knife away from Broderick Thomas and then is escorted out of bounds at the 41-yard line, a 1-yard gain, 3rd down and 4 coming up. Here's the final Halo Hall of Famer clue of the day. I organized the Pole Bowl for charity. I wore number 54 with New Orleans, and I was the Saints' first center. Archie and Jim keep me from getting the fame I deserve. Who am I? Mail your entry or postcard to Southwest Airlines Halo Hall of Fame contest, 111 Veterans Boulevard, Suite 704, Metairie, Louisiana, 70005. The drawing deadline for winning entries is November 4th. Gosh, if you don't get this one right, sports fans, the Pole Bowl. 4 wide receivers this time, and there are 8 men right on the line of scrimmage. 3rd down and 4. Hebert out of the shotgun, throws one for Eric Martin. It's caught for the first down, and he's pushed out of bounds late.
Got to be a late hit, and it is against Darrell Fullington. That's a big break for the Saints. They had the first down anyway, but now they'll have additional penalty yardage on the personal foul.
Tampa's had some big penalties today.
That's what you call a stupid one right there. Ford Peters, defensive coordinator, is not excited about it.
It's a 5-yard pass to Eric Martin for the first down.
Personal foul, unnecessary roughness, number 27, 15 yards from the dead ball spot. First down.
So the Saints get their 16th first down on a 5-yard pass to Eric Martin and get their 17th first down to the 39 in Tampa Bay territory with the personal foul.
And should we be surprised that on a crucial third down play, Hebert looks for Martin and he picks it up?
No. John Tyson motion, flanker right. Now he sets up flanker left with 2 wideouts to the left. Now Tyson motion once again. He shifts directions in the backfield. Handoff goes to Dalton Hilliard. Pretty good hole. Running room down to the 35-yard line. It's a 4-yard gain. 2nd down and 6.
And, you know, I really wonder if we'll see Vaughn Dunbar again this game. After that fumble and the difficulties he's had, looks like he's lost a little bit of his confidence. Dalton is playing up to the standards that he set some 3 years ago. And I wouldn't be at all surprised that Vaughn stays there on the sideline with his helmet in his hand perhaps the rest of the way.
I agree. 10:29 remaining in the final period of play. Tampa Bay leads the Saints 21-20. Saints on the drive. 2nd and 6 from the 35. Early and Martin wide to the left with 2 tight ends and 1 running back. Hilliard behind quarterback Bobby Hebert under center. Hebert hands off to Hilliard again, sweeping to the left, cuts it up at the 35, and then runs right into his tackler and falls there short of the first down. Darrell Fullington makes the hit.
Well, Marty Carter, the strong safety, came up and made a nice hit. It was good blocking on every man, but Carter came free from his safety spot, made a really good tackle, prevented a long play, and the Saints face another crucial 3rd down play. They're really not quite in field goal round, and they could attempt a long field goal, but they certainly want to pick up this first down and not have to try a long one.
2-yard gain, 3rd down and 4 from the 33-yard line. Wesley Carroll splits wide to the right. Martin and Early will come to the near side. Hilliard in the backfield out of the shotgun. Bobby Hebert sets up, looking at a 4-man defensive rush.
Yeah, not a 4-receiver set now. The tight end is in. He may be blocking 3 wide receivers, but a shotgun formation. Like a timeout maybe for the Buccaneers.
Timeout, Tampa Bay. That is their first charge team timeout.
9:25 remaining 4th period, and that will allow us to pause for a message as well. Now this for Southwest Airlines.
There are only so many hours in a day, so many days in a week. And if you believe time is money, you'd better be getting the most out of every business day. How? Fly Southwest Airlines, the only airline built to save you time. From the beginning, Southwest Airlines has done things differently to make your business day more productive and efficient. Just take a look at our flight schedule. It's specifically designed around the times you need to fly, with a total of 13 flights to Dallas and 16 to Houston every business day. And Southwest has one of the best on-time records in the industry, so you can get down to business a lot quicker and not waste time or money. Southwest Airlines also serves close-in, uncongested airports like Dallas Love Field and Houston Hobby, saving you time on the road, as well as cab fare. It's really very simple. While all airlines were built to fly you places, only one was built to save you time. Southwest Airlines, the most convenient airline you can fly, with the lowest unrestricted fares. Call 1-800-I-FLY-SWA. It's just plain smart.
I love it here. It's fantastic.
The President Casino is the class of the coast.
We had a great Las Vegas. Eat your heart out.
Southern hospitality is great.
The President Casino at the Broadwater in Biloxi. Open 24 hours every day. Free admission, free parking. Come and go as you please.
This game is being brought to you by Tabasco Brand Products, a proud sponsor of Saints football on radio. Tabasco Brand Pepper Sauce, 7-Spice Chili, and Tabasco Brand Bloody Mary Mix. Like the Saints, they're Louisiana legend. 3rd down and 4 from the 33-yard line. Saints will use 3 wide receivers, the same setup before Tampa's timeout. Hebert out of the shotgun. Dalton Hilliard in the backfield with Bobby.
They like to bring Dalton out of the backfield on an option route right here that they double him.
Hebert back to pass. Throws long to the end zone for Quinn Early. He catches it and drops it. Oh, he dropped it. Trying to keep his feet in. He just let it go through.
Yeah, and he'd beaten old Milton Mack. They went right where they wanted to go. and Early drops the ball 5 yards deep in the end zone. You could see all the way that Bobby knew he had him. He put a little bit more air under that thing just to make sure Quinn could run under it, and he did and dropped it. That's a couple of drop passes at crucial times by the Saints.
Morton Anderson now sets up for what will be a 50-yard field goal attempt. 9:19 remaining in the game. Saints trailing 21-20.
Well, that was a perfect throw by Bobby Hebert.
Barnhart to hold. Ball down. Kick is in the air. It most certainly has the distance, and it is good.
Boy, did he drill that one. Man, he got all of that.
With the clenched fist, Morton Anderson trots to the sideline after giving the Saints the lead. 23-21.
Oh, we got a ball game now. 9:14 to go. Saints on top by 2. Pretty good one going on in Atlanta as the Falcons come back and now lead the Rams 30-28. Green Bay 27, Detroit 13. Miami scored again. That game tightens up. The Jets lead 23-14.
Is that number 21, 50-yarders or more for Morton Anderson?
I believe
now?
you're right. I believe you're right. He's 3 for 3 on the year. That's pretty impressive.
And that is an NFL lead. And the drive that time, 7 plays and 32 yards. Took 3:49 off the clock. Saints lead by 2.
No one's happier for Morton to drill that field goal than Quinn Early. Extremely disappointed.
Yeah, and that kind of takes Morton off the hook, too, for missing that 39-yarder back in the second quarter, which might have spelled the difference in this game. But now he's put the Saints back on top 23-21 with a lot of football yet to be played. 9:14 remaining in the fourth quarter.
Southwest Airlines, the official airline of the Saints radio network, flies the newest pure jet fleet in America, Southwest Airlines. It's just plain smart. Speaking of airlines, let's see what Morton Anderson does with his kickoff. After he booted an airline field goal of 50 yards. Deep to receive Courtney Hawkins and Gary Anderson. And this kickoff is a high end over end kick that is fielded 7 yards deep in the end zone by Courtney Hawkins for the touchback. So Tampa will start at their own 20-yard line, and of course they've been given field position at the Saints 37 and 34 on their last 2 offensive possessions. Now they start at their own 20.
Well, you know it's Jim's fault that Tampa Bay got back in this game.
I knew you wouldn't remember.
He started talking about records of futility against some team there with so many first downs, and you knew they were going to get right back in it.
Kiss of death. I just wanted it to be interesting, and it certainly is,
yes,
isn't it?
Indeed.
A little too much so, maybe. Courtney Hawkins wide to the right, with flankers to the left and the right for Steve DeBerg, and the Saints stack it up on the defensive line. Handoff goes to Cobb trying to sweep left, and he gets a yard or maybe 2 before he is down by the middle of the Saints defense. Wayne Martin gets up off the stack, and so does Les Miller. And they're going to call it a 3-yard gain, 2nd down and 7 from the 23-yard line with 8:48 remaining. Saints have 17 first downs in this game.
Saints with their 3-4 alignment in the game. Sam Mills back in.
Tampa Bay has 8 first downs. Fake handoff, play action. DeBerg throws in the flat. It's caught by his tight end, Hall, up at the 30, up to the 32-yard line for a first down.
Some more nice sleight of hand by DeBerg after they've gotten that running game going late in the third quarter. The Saints now having to respect it a little bit, and DeBerg froze everybody with that play action pass of 9 yards to Ron Hall, and also the first down for the Tampa Bay Bucs here with 8:05 to play in the fourth quarter.
Steve really does do a great job of faking. I think he's always been a good fake. I think part of it's from Sam Weich's system, too. You know, Boomer Esiason was one of the best at the play action pass.
It was a 9-yard reception, as Jim said, and it's also the 9th first down today for Tampa Bay. Quick handoff up the middle. It goes to Cobb once again.
Too much on first down.
Reggie Cobb gains across the 35 up to maybe the 38-yard line. A 6-yard gain. It's 2nd down and 4.
Now, one thing the Buccaneers consciously did this year was to bulk up on the offensive line. Weiss wants all of them up around 300 pounds. In the past, the Buccaneers had a very finesse-type offensive line, and you can see some of those big guys moving people around now in the second half.
Much like the offensive line that the Bengals had. They're really big. They're all right around 300, as you said, Jim.
Courtney Hawkins wide left, double flankers. Handoff goes to Cobb up the middle. Saints let him go again. He's across the 45 to the 47-yard line, a 9-yard gain. First and 10, Tampa Bay at the 47 in their own territory.
I tell you, those 300-pounders are doing a pretty good job of blocking up front, along with a couple of tight ends, Ty J. Armstrong and Ron Hall, both in the game.
Cobb has 59 yards now rushing here in the second half. He came into the game with 499. He scored his 6th touchdown of the year earlier on a 4-yard run.
Stanford Jennings and at one of the kind of playing on a wingback position for the Bucs now.
On the left side, DeBerg, fake handoff, rolls to his left, looks down the field, now will run with it and slides at the 50-yard line to the 49. We'll see where they call him down. It's a gain of 4, maybe 5 on the first down play.
Good coverage in the secondary on the part of the Saints, because DeBerg once again made that good fake, faking one way and bootlegging the left, and really got out around the end, got to the outside. Linebackers and defensive backs were not fooled. The coverage was good, and he was forced to run for a nominal gain, but he got about 4.
4 indeed. It's second down and 6 at the Saints' 49-yard line. 6:03 remaining in the game. Saints by 2. 23-21 on a 50-yard Henderson field goal moments ago. Wingbacks to the left and right. DeBerg hands off to a new running back down. It's Gary Anderson gaining 1 yard down to the 48. Third down and 5.
Wayne Martin on the tackle.
Clock still moves. Saints make wholesale defensive substitutions. Mills and Jackson come out of the game. So does Wilkes and Les Miller. Tampa Bay is 2 of 10 on third down conversions.
Important here, you stop them. They probably can't kick the field goal from this distance.
Right,
so if the Saints can hold them here, they might have this thing.
Crowd's getting into it. 4-man rush for the Saints. Like a little confusion. I believe Tampa Bay wants to change the play.
Time clock down to 4, and Steve DeBerg can't get it off. He has to call a timeout.
Tampa Bay, that is their second charge team timeout.
He told Dana Hall, or rather Ron Hall, to go in one direction, and Drury was lined up wrong, and he had to instruct him too, and finally he just noticed the play clock down to 4 and just had to burn the timeout.
And Archie mentioned earlier in the game the crowd wasn't really in it. You wonder if the crowd had an effect there as he tried to change the play. And a miscommunication, obviously. Tampa Bay now only has 1 timeout remaining.
Good point.
After having to call a couple of them because of mix-ups.
Not a situation you want with 5:07 to go in a game. It should be, may wind up a very close game, trailing by 2 and just 1 timeout remaining.
Real cooking with a casual atmosphere crammed full of authentic Louisiana sports memorabilia. As you know, we're talking about Stonebreaker's Restaurant in Metairie, serving the world's best baby back ribs. Owned and operated by former Saint Steve Stonebreaker, where only a Saint could make such heavenly ribs.
Pittsburgh goes on top of Houston, 21-20, fourth quarter scores. Bill Cowher done a job in Pittsburgh or what?
Another guy who's done a great job there is Dom Capers. The defensive coordinator, the former secondary coach of the Saints. He's really got them playing well.
All right, third down and 5 from the 48-yard line. After DeBerg had to burn the timeout, he goes with 3 wide receivers to the left and 1 wide out to the right, which is fullback Anderson. Hawkins in motion. The snap out of the shotgun is low. DeBerg fires, and it's caught. We have a flag on the play. First down made. And getting up off after the catch is the tight end, I believe.
He's going to call it against the Buccaneers, judging by the way the Saints are celebrating.
I think he may call Ron Hall, maybe pushing off on Toy Cook.
Boy, that call came from about 20 yards away. I wouldn't be happy in either case if I were the offending party. That official was a long ways away from that play.
Sam Weiss.
Offensive pass interference, number 82, 10-yard penalty. Repeat third down.
Of course, Hall. Yeah, Hall having to play really as a wide receiver because of the injuries.
Sam Weiss had just stood with his arms folded and mouth shut during that entire event.
Well, you can remember that one, boys. That was a big play.
That infraction occurred around the 40. The official who called it was standing at the 15.
6th penalty for 72 yards today against the Buccaneers. 3 wideouts to the left, 1 running back, Stanford Jennings, with Steve DeBerg. He's still giving instruction. Play clock down to 4 out of the shotgun. Pat Swilling chasing DeBerg. He catches him. DeBerg throws. It's overthrown and incomplete. There's a flag on the play at the 45-yard line.
No one touched Pat Swilling.
And our statistician thinks possibly Pat Swilling was offsides.
Well,
it is encroachment.
Well, Buccaneers are using a foot count. The noise is such that they can't hear the signals.
Boy, that hurts.
Offside defense, number 56, lined up in the neutral zone. 5-yard penalty.
Yeah, that's the second time that's happened to him today. It seems like that should never happen. All you got to do is look down the line of scrimmage and see where the football is.
Well, it's 3rd down and 10 now at the 42-yard line. Or the 47, beg your pardon, at the 47-yard line. 3rd down and 10.
4:32 to go.
Another big 3rd down situation. We'll see if it gets off the launching pad without a penalty.
Saints are 6 defensive backs in.
DeBerg out of the shotgun rolls to the right, dumps it off to Gary Henderson, and he stopped way short of the 1st down, blistered out of bounds by Vince Buck at the 47-yard line in Saints territory.
Well, I thought it may be a little decision time for Sam Weiss. He didn't hesitate, though. Punt team immediately running out on the field. They would be facing about a 4th and 5. Definitely out of field goal range. You think with 4:26 to go, they might consider going for it. Not so.
Dowdell stands at his own 8. It's 4th down and 4 from the 47-yard line in Saints territory. In the punt, Dan Straczynski, who's averaged 40.8 during the year. Today he's averaged 40. So he's right on his regular average. His net is 36.0. Snap back in good shape. Kicks a high floater. Saints need to get away from that one. It hits at the 15, bounds inside the 10, down inside the 5. It's still rolling inside the 4.
Oh,
some player fans at the ball, and it's downed at the 3-yard line. It's a 44-yard punt.
It's a great break for the Bucs. You knew it was going to bounce one way or the other, and it was all a Buccaneer roll, so the Saints will operate from deep in their own territory, but they're mostly concerned with running clock anyway. Field position is not that big a factor right now. They just need to run some clock.
Right, couple of first downs is the main thing right now. I'm sure Tampa Bay in this situation would like to have a couple of timeouts that they had to use up also. Just have one remaining. That would be a good time to use some timeouts if they can stuff the Saints on some early running plays here. Great call would be a play action pass right here, Jim.
That's what you'd call slick?
Yep, play action pass right here.
1st and 10 from the 3-yard line. Vaughn Dunbar has not played most of the second half. Dalton Hilliard is the running back behind Bobby Hebert with 2 wideouts to the right, Martin and Early. Tight end is Brenner on the right side. Handoff straight away to Dalton Hilliard. He's hit at the 5, carries a player to the 8. So it'll be a pickup of 5 yards on the play. 2nd down and 5 from the 8.
Very good first down running play. Extremely hard to make yardage on this part of the field. Anytime you get 5 yards on first down from inside your own 5-yard line, the offensive line has really done their job.
3:48 left to go in the ball game. Saints leading 23-21. It's been a 4-turnover day for the Saints. Hilliard has 13 carries for 43 yards.
Brock's back in at his right tackle spot.
Hebert looks at 5 men on the defensive line. 2 wideouts are to the near side this time with Hilliard behind Bobby Hebert. Hands off to Dalton Hilliard again, and a good hold of the 10 up to the 15, still running to the 20, maybe the 21-yard line. 1st and 10 Saints.
Boy, great job on the left side for the Saints offensive line. Start with Hilgenberg right there, Dombrowski, Richard Cooper, and of course Hobie Brenner, the tight end line on that side. Saints going with a 2 tight end offense, 2 wide receivers, 1 running back. Cavernous hole there for Dalton Hilliard, and a big first down for the Saints. Clock moving now, 2:54, 2:53.
That's where they thought they could do business, blocking against Keith McCants. They had a tight end over him there, and they just opened up a huge hole, running right at the undersized defensive end.
12-yard run by Hilliard.
Well, I really think the Saints ought to run some quick counts here. So much confusion on the part of the Bucs. Now there's confusion for the Saints. Somebody went the wrong way.
Busted play. Bobby Hebert just rolls to the right and falls forward to the line of scrimmage at the 20. The clock.
I think the Bucs are going to call their last time out here.
Clock has stopped. 2:32 remaining in the game. There's no gain in timeout.
Timeout. Tampa Bay, that is their third and final charge team timeout.
Well, the Bucs know they can stop it one more time at the 2-minute warning. So this is the key. This is the crucial series for both teams. Saints can make a first down. In the next 2 downs right here, they should be able to put the game away. If the Bucs can force them to punt, they got a chance.
I thought you made a good point there earlier about the Tampa Bay Bucs defensively have been moving around so much and shifting so much. Why aren't the Saints going with a quicker count?
The Saints, Bobby likes to let that clock run down the last 2 or 3. He likes to get a good look at the defense. Sometimes the Saints run audibles right there, but I've never seen a team with so much confusion in the defensive front. Of course, I think you can give some of the credit there to the Saints in that they come out in a lot of different formations. You mentioned earlier how the Bucs like to have one defensive tackle definitely to one side, the other one they don't stay on the same side, but they just continue to switch people. It looks like you come up to the line of scrimmage, run a quick count, and really do some business.
Notice a lot of Saints Booster Club members down in the Porter Street end zone. Thanks for listening down there. And remember, they're going to have their birthday party for the Saints this Tuesday at their Booster Club meeting at the Landmark Hotel.
And hey, we'll be at Stoney's tomorrow at 5:30 tomorrow afternoon. Listen, if you want to go on out there at 7 in the morning, go ahead. The coffee will be hot. Have a good time.
What was the problem? Crowd control in the morning?
Control all the people out there at 7 in the morning.
Second down and 10 from the 20-yard line for the Saints after Hebert had to scramble on a busted play. Straightaway handoff goes to Hayward, and he pulls his way up the middle for about 3 yards, maybe 4 to the 24. Craig Hayward on the carry. Clock now moving to 20 remaining.
Well, Saints will let it go right on down to the 2-minute warning, then try to come up with a good third down play. We'll see if the Saints presume they'll try to throw the ball on third down. It's going to be, about 3rd and 7, 3rd and 6?
Third down, 6 yards to go, and there's the 2-minute warning. Saints lead 23-21 over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We'll pause for these messages. You're listening to Saints football.
Exxon Shop salutes the 26th Saints season with special savings they're passing on to you. Save with the Tiger all season long. Stop in at a local convenient Exxon Shop near you and stock up on plenty of Lipton tea. Try the new Lipton Original Fresh Brewed Iced Tea in a 16-ounce bottle for 99 cents. The only really brewed iced tea, and it's available at Exxon Shops. Rely on the Tiger. Rely on your Exxon Shops. Stock up on plenty of Doritos. All large sizes, assorted flavors, your choice, only 99 cents. At all participating Exxon Shops. Rely on the Tiger. Rely on your Exxon Shops. Prices may vary at participating locations.
Hey, George, I heard you just purchased a new heat pump. Yeah, Bill had it installed last week. Why in the world did you buy a heat pump? Well, a heat pump's one piece of equipment that provides comfortable heating and cooling with just the flick of a switch. And for each unit of electricity that goes in, you get 3 units of heat out. I mean, it's like getting a $100 value for only $33. George, where'd you get your heat pump? We got it from a contractor member of Louisiana Heat Pump Association. And if you're interested in moving up to the heat pump, just call 1-800-537-4255. They'll provide you with a list of qualified member contractors in your area.
I'm here because I can't stand what's happening in this community. Yes. Yeah, and somebody has to make a change. Yes. Now, Brother,
it's A.D. Barry on More Music, More Money, Q93 with the instant request and dedication party. Call me and get your requests on the radio.
Mr. Cleanup Man, and my name is Robin. I would like that to go out to Tyrone. Yeah, could you play one second for me? Yeah, I want to hear mine playing 2 songs. Yeah, and after that, I want to hear just a Scarface. Me and You by Tony. Yeah, could you play Slow Down?
Fast or slow, your request is our command. The instant request and dedication party, Monday through Thursday, starting at 10, with yours truly, A.D. Barry, on More Music, More Money, Q93.
The Saints are on Q93.
We've reached the 2-minute warning. 2 minutes remaining in the game. Clock stopped. 23-21. Saints over Tampa.
Well, this is where an offensive coordinator really earns his money right here, or say a quarterback or a receiver comes through the clutch play. You'd ideally like to have a play or a route right here that the defense hasn't seen before. Let's see what the Saints come up with.
Out of the shotgun, Dalton Hilliard back with Bobby Hebert. 3rd down and 6 from the 24-yard line.
Looks like the Bucs will just come with a 3-man rush probably. 8 people in the coverage, zone defense.
Hebert back to pass. He looks. He's throwing long for Quinn Early, who's turned around, and the ball hits the helmet of Milton Mack. It's incomplete. I think it skipped off the hard hat of Milton Mack.
Well, they tried to burn the guy who got the nickname Toast here late in his career. I'm not so sure that ball could have been completed anyway, even if the ball hadn't hit Mack.
So the Buccaneers have a player down, but teammates trying to get him off the field because Buccaneers don't have any timeouts left, and that would probably cost them some time in regard to being inside 2 minutes. Santana Dotson, the player.
Barnhart's second putt coming up. His first one was good for 49 yards.
Well, here we go.
Yep.
So what's Willis' longest field goal of the year? 46?
He's
45.
hit from 54 in his career, though.
Barnhart with the long signal count gets the snap back in good shape. Brute high kick, spiraling, takes the receiver back to the 24-yard line. Drury returns it to the 30, up to the 35 before he is down. Let's pause 15 seconds for station identification. You're listening to New Orleans Saints football.
CJ and Company in the morning.
The oldies I'll request lunch hour.
AUD.
The I'll request a dedication party.
93 in a row.
Oh, money.
And now the Saints. You're listening to Q93, WQUE FM New Orleans, the FM station for the New Orleans Saints.
First and 10, Tampa Bay at the 35.
Well, the Buccaneers have no timeouts. Offensively, they're thinking they need to get at least 30 yards. Ideally, they'd like to get 35 or 40, but at least like to get about 30 yards, at least put Willis in the vicinity of a 50-yard field goal.
And let's say a word in behalf of Tommy Barnhart, NFC's leading punter. At a crucial time, he comes up with a 54-yarder, and he's had the fake, of course, in this game.
He sure did. Good coverage, too. Saints in a four-man rush here. Boy, there's a running play on first down.
High formation, handoff goes to Cobb from the 35 up to the 40, a 5-yard gain. Clock will move, a minute 32 showing, and it's second down and 5.
Saints defenders trying to stay on top of the pile, not let Cobb up. A little surprised at the running play right there on first down with no timeouts. Ronaldo Turnbull in the game.
Joubert out of the shotgun, back to pass. He throws in the flat. It's caught by Cobb. He reverses his field instead of getting the first down and is tackled at the 43-yard line. He'd almost made it up to the 45.
Yeah, Toy Cook came on that blitz from the outside again, but Joubert did a good job of getting away. And Cobb made a big mistake trying to reverse his field. It's 3rd and 1.
Third down and 1 from the 44-yard line. DeBerg out of the shotgun, back to pass, throws. Oh, it's almost intercepted, incomplete. A great defensive play made by the Saints secondary and Jimmy Spencer.
Oh, he had it read all the way, too. He was thinking interception from the second. DeBerg let that ball go.
Well, that's not a throw DeBerg really wanted to make on 3rd and 1. He wanted to have something a little more high percentage. The coverage was tight on the inside. He tried to throw the deep sideline route to Courtney Hawkins. Jimmy Spencer just broke on the play. Now 4th and 1. What do the Buccaneers do? You try to run and pick up the first down, or you try to throw the ball because you don't have any timeouts? Shotgun formation.
4th and 1 from the 44 with 48 seconds remaining. It's in and out of the hands of the would-be receiver, Courtney Hawkins, incomplete. Saints take over at the 44.
He was wide open. The ball was thrown to him pretty much perfectly, a little bit behind him. But Courtney Hawkins, all he has to do is grab that ball, and this game's still a game. It is no longer because of that drop.
So the Saints will take care of business as they're playing that on the PA system here.
And a nice gesture over on the Buccaneers sidelines. This is the mark of a young team that's growing. A lot of his teammates coming over to commiserate with Courtney Hawkins, who dropped that football on 4th and 1.
No, not a good feeling for a young football player. Number 2 choice. A guy will be a good player probably for a long time for this franchise.
Quinn Early will be the deep back here, and Bobby Hebert will touch his knee to the turf with 44 seconds remaining, and he does so. And the Saints will not have to run another play. Play clock at 40, time clock at 35.
Funny football game.
It really was funny.
Funny football game.
Well, good teams win those even when you make all those mistakes. They still have an opportunity or the ability to win. I would say that this is a good football team.
One thing the Saints have never really done to speak of during the Jim Mora era is lose to teams that they should beat. This was a team that they should beat. The odds makers said they should beat them by 11. They only beat them by 2, but it's still a victory nonetheless, and that trend continues.
Jim, Archie, let's name our Popeyes Pop of the game.
Toy Cook on the corner blitz early in the game. Steve DeBerg never saw him. Big play in the game.
Toy Cook did get a blitz, did sack Steve DeBerg, and Toy Cook is our pick for this week's Popeyes Pop of the Game for his sack of Steve DeBerg in the first half. In recognition of Popeye's Pop of the Game, Toy Cook will designate a local charity to receive $500. Congratulations to Toy Cook, and tune in next week for our Pop of the Game selection, brought to you by your local Popeye's Famous Fried Chicken and Biscuits, where you can register to win Saints game tickets in the Saints Super Sweepstakes. That's today's game broadcast. The final score, Saints 23, Buccaneers 21. Now stay tuned for the wrap-up show coming up in 2 minutes. You're listening to Saints Football.
What can you buy for $9.95 these days?
We deliver.
Quite a lot. With Express Mail overnight delivery service from your post office. For less than $10, you put the full power of the United States Postal Service to work for you. Over 700,000 men and women ready to do whatever it takes to assure next morning delivery. Express Mail service, just $9.95 for up to 8 ounces. Sponsored by your Postal Service.
Interstate Ford introduces a new sales concept. Non-negotiable prices. No pressure, no gimmicks, no haggling. The reduced price of every vehicle is clearly marked, like several 1992 convertibles fully equipped for as low as $10,990, or a brand new 92 F-150 pickup truck fully loaded for only $10,995. Come try our no-hassle, no-haggle, one-price concept at Interstate Ford on Veterans Boulevard between Causeway and Cleary in Metairie. Prices plus tax and license, rebates applied, vehicle subject to prior sale.
Q93 presents the Popeyes Saints Sweepstakes. There are 2 weekly prizes. All you do is go into any participating Popeyes restaurant, pick up an official Saints bumper sticker, fill it out, and mail it in. Then listen to Q93 every Wednesday morning for the winning weekly name. You can win 4 tickets to the next Saints home game. You and 3 of your friends will be guests of Q93 at the Saints tailgate party. Receive a Saints duffel bag, jacket, and jersey, and your participated Popeyes Pop of the Game. Or the second weekly prize, 2 tickets to the next Saints away game, 2 round-trip airfares, 2 nights at an NFL hotel plus $200 in cash. If you're not a weekly winner, not to worry. All 9 winning entries are eligible for the grand prize. That's 2 tickets to Super Bowl 92, 2 round-trip airfares, 4 nights at an NFL hotel plus $500 cash. There's a winner every week during the Q93 Popeye Saints Sweepstakes. Listen every Wednesday morning for the winning name. In addition, if you call Q93 within the time allotted, there's more to win. Go into any participating Popeyes restaurant and get ready to win. From continuous music, Q93, the FM station for the New Orleans Saints.
The Saints are on Q93.
Radio by Southwest Airlines, providing frequent flights and low fares, which is why flying Southwest Airlines is just plain smart. And by Popeye's Famous Fried Chicken and Biscuits, official training table product of the New Orleans Saints. And by Ford Quality Care. It may be your car, but it's still our baby.
Welcome back to the Louisiana Superdome, and yippee, the Saints win again, 23-21 over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in a scary game today. Welcome to our recap. Let's take a look at the first half activities, and you might have noticed that it might be one of those kind of days, although early it looked like the Saints may dominate today, but we've said that several times this year as well. Saints received the opening kickoff, had a 3rd down and 4 from the 47-yard line, and drew a penalty. So on 3rd down and 9, Bobby Hebert back to pass. He throws it into the hands of Broderick Thomas, who intercepted and returned it 25 yards to the 31-yard line. Saints, however, defense held up, and 3 plays later, Tampa Bay had to punt the football away. They actually took a delay of game penalty to back up a little further and punted it 36 yards into the end zone. Saints take over at the 20-yard line. Saints then begin a drive on 2nd and 3 from the 27. Dalton Hilliard ripped off a 10-yard run. On 2nd and 9 from the 38, Eric Martin got a new first down. 1st and 10 with a 10-yard pass reception. At the end of the play, there was a late hit penalty also, and the Saints had the football at the Tampa Bay 37-yard line. That's where the drive stalled. The Saints could not gain any yardage. It was 4th down and 10 from the 37. Morton Anderson comes out on the field and lines up for what would be a 54-yard field goal attempt. Here's what happened on that late play. Morton Anderson has come onto the field, and on 4th down from the 37 will attempt a 54-yard field goal. It's a fake. Tommy Barnhart rolls to the right. He's going to run 40, 35, 30, first down and out of bounds, and he's hit late. That was another late hit. Personal foul called on Tampa Bay. The Saints end up with the football at the 13-yard line. 3 plays later, Bobby Hebert, amidst defenders, looks downfield and finds Dalton Hilliard for an 8-yard touchdown pass, and here's how that sounded. 3rd down and 5 from the 8-yard line. 4 wide receivers used. Hilliard in the backfield with Bobby Hebert out of the shotgun. 3rd and 5 from the 8. There's the snap in good shape. Hebert steps up, throws. It's caught by Hilliard at the 2. He scores. Dalton Hilliard caps off the 11-play, 80-yard drive. 2:29 remaining first period. Saints lead by a score of 7-0. Tampa Bay has the football, 3 plays, and has to punt it away. Saints take back over and had picked up their 8th first down, but on 2nd down and 7 from the 50-yard line, Bobby Hebert hits a receiver, but he was wearing the wrong colors.
No huddle offense for the Saints, and Tampa Bay makes some late substitutions, and there's some confusion going out there on the Tampa Bay side of the ball.
Still confusion with instruction being given right at the defensive line. There's a pass intercepted at the 45-yard line to the 50, 45, 40, 35, 30, 25, down to the 15, to the 10, to the 5. Tampa Bay has scored. Broderick Thomas on a 56-yard interception return. It was in and out of the hands of a would-be Saints receiver. That would-be Saints receiver was John Tice. That touchdown run by Broderick Thomas after the interception and the ensuing point after for Ken Willis tied the score at 7-7. Saints then drove down and got to the 35-yard line in Tampa Bay territory, but Morton Anderson, well, they got deeper than that, actually. Morton Anderson missed a 39-yard field goal attempt. Tampa Bay took back over and picked up their first down of the first half and of the game at that time, but couldn't do any better than getting up to their 38-yard line and had to punt it away. Saints ran 3 plays and punted. So did Tampa Bay. 3 plays and punt. And that's when Toy Cook got the 10-yard sack. In that possession, that 10-yard sack was our Popeyes pop of the game. Then late in the first half, Morton Anderson, with time running out, Saints got it down to 1st and goal at the 5. Couldn't punch it in, and Morton Anderson booted through a 31-yard field goal with just seconds remaining in the first half to make it 10-7 Saints. Saints open up a big lead in the second half, but it dwindles. We'll tell you about that in a moment after these network messages. Saints win today over Tampa Bay, 23-21. You're listening to the Saints Network.
Dropping to throw now, looking for the screen, looks like. He's going to toss it over. He's going to be picked up at the 38, to the 30, down to the 20, the 10, 5, touchdown Saints.
The footballs are flying, and New Orleans is out to win the West again. And as an official member of the Saints training table, your local Popeyes Chicken and Biscuits is proud to offer the best fans in the league, the Saints Touchdown Special. Enough of our famous New Orleans-style chicken and sides to feed 4 hungry fans and then some. This month's Saints Touchdown Special includes a box of hot, fresh Popeyes chicken, your choice of any 16-ounce side item, and 4 buttermilk biscuits for only $9.99. So come on in to your neighborhood Popeyes for a Saints Touchdown Special at the super party price of just $9.99. Home cooking for the home team. That's what Popeyes Saints Touchdown Special is all about. Pick one up today.
When it comes to getting your Ford serviced, you don't want any surprises. That's why Interstate Ford in Metairie keeps the prices for the most common services listed on a menu over the service counter, so you can see what the charges are up front. Like an engine tune-up for as low as $39.95. Stop in at Interstate Ford, 3724 Veterans Boulevard in Metairie anytime. There are no surprises here. Quality care. It may be your car, but it's still our baby.
Party Caribbean style at the Isle of Capri Casino, Mississippi's largest. The Isle is always open for nonstop fun and excitement with live entertainment, free admission, and free parking. So come to the Isle of Capri Casino at Point Cadet in Biloxi. It's a tropical paradise. For information, call 1-800-THE-ISLE.
I love the Isle of Capri Casino.
Welcome back to the Superdome. Saints winning today, 23-21 over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Dave Garrett, along with Jim Henderson, who's headed to the locker room. We'll talk with Coach Moore and players in just a moment. Saints received the opening kickoff of the game, so Tampa Bay got the football first in the second half. After receiving the football at the 14-yard line, Tampa had run 2 plays, and on a 3rd down and 6 from the 18-yard line, Vince Buck stepped in front of a Steve DeBerg pass, intercepted it, and returned it 17 yards. Saints had it 1st and 10 at the 18-yard line. After a 1-yard gain, Dalton Hilliard is the star once again on a 2nd and 9 play. Early and Martin wide to the left. Early is in motion out of the slot left to the right. Bobby Hebert pitched to Dalton Hilliard at the 20, cuts it up at the 15, still on his feet to the 10. He's to the 5. He's in the end zone. Dalton Hilliard, a 17-yard run. We counted on the replay. He broke 6 tackles to get the pay dirt. Morton Anderson's point after made it 17-7 Saints at the 13:03 mark in period number 3. Tampa Bay ran 3 plays and had the punt away. The Saints then got the football back, took the football down to the 28-yard line and could go no further in Tampa territory. So Morton Anderson calmly steps on the field and boots a 45-yard field goal. That would not be his longest of the day, though. At 7:52 in the third period, Saints are in a comfortable position, leading by a score of 20-7. But on the next Saints possession, after Tampa had the punt, Vaughn Dunbar fumbled the football. Tampa Bay took over at the Saints' 37-yard line, and 7 plays later, Steve DeBerg hit Drury on a 4-yard pass play, and that set it up for the touchdown. That completed the drive, 7 plays for 37 yards. DeBerg on the 4-yard pass to Drury, and that made it a score of 20-14. Saints then take back over once. Stepped in front of a Bobby Hebert pass on a 1st and 10 at the 20-yard line and set up another touchdown drive. This one taking over at the Saints' 34-yard line. Took 8 plays and 34 yards, and Reggie Cobb scored on a 4-yard pass play on a 3rd down and 5 at the 40-yard line, and then was hit late and out of bounds, and the Saints moved the football with the penalty all the way to the 39-yard line in Tampa Bay territory. But they could move no further. Their drive stalled at the 33, and on 4th down and 4 from the 33-yard line, Morton Anderson boots through a 50-yard field goal to make it 23-21. Saints had the lead. Tampa Bay takes back over. They get 2 first downs. They drive to the 47-yard line. They can get no further, though. Had a costly penalty in that drive as well, and had to punt. Saints take back over at their own 3-yard line after the punt rolled down to the 3. Dalton Hilliard had a gutsy 12-yard run to pick up a first down. The 2-minute warning ensued, and the Saints' drive stalled short at about the 25-yard line. The Saints had to punt it away. 54-yard punt off the toe of Tommy Barnhart, and a 13-yard return gave Tampa Bay the football, 1st and 10 at the 35. Well, they ran 3 plays and could not convert, and on 4th down and 1 at the 44-yard line, the Saints needed a big defensive play to keep this one from getting any more scary. 4th and 1 from the 44 with 48 seconds remaining. It's in and out of the hands of the would-be receiver, Courtney Hawkins, incomplete. Saints take over at the 44.
He was wide open. The ball was thrown to him pretty much perfectly, a little bit behind him. But Courtney Hawkins, all he has to do is grab that ball, and this game's still a game. It is no longer because of that drop.
Saints run 1 play. They kneel on the football, and the clock expires, and New Orleans has its 6th win of the year against 2 losses, 23-21 over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, which fall to 3-5 on the season. We'll have more on the wrap-up show after this. You're listening to Saints football.
Spot the dots and save 40% at Shoetown and Foot and Fashion. Thousands and thousands of red-hot dots on every aisle, in every department, in every Shoetown and Foot and Fashion. 40% off men's and women's apparel. 40% off men's, women, and children's shoes. 40% off previous markdowns included. It's our biggest, best, and greatest sale of the year. Red-hot dots save you 40% and more on shoes, apparel, athletics. Thousands of items at all Shoetown and Foot and Fashion. The trend this election year has changed. How about your present sales position? Is it an advancing industry with a product for the future? If you have any concerns about your future, you should call Mr. Michaels at 464-1717. He represents First Communications, a locally owned office, telephone, and equipment company. First Communications needs aggressive, sales-minded, future-sighted individuals with a will to earn and learn. Call Mr. Michaels, 464-1717. 464-1717. First Communications Company. There's one bank that lives by its motto of absolutely the best personal service in New Orleans. That bank is your friends at United Bank and Trust. At United Bank and Trust, they make it their business to know each of their customers personally because they know to better serve all your banking needs, they have to take a one-on-one approach. Whether it's home mortgages, car loans, home improvement loans, or small business loans, United Bank and Trust at 2714 Canal Street can help. United Bank and Trust, where personal service isn't just a motto, it's the way United does business with you. This week, the New Orleans Saints carry the fleur-de-lis north to colonial America for a little declaration of smash-mouth football. The New Orleans Saints clash with the New England Patriots on the outskirts of Boston in the fields of Foxborough. It's 6 if by land, 3 if by air, and 7 altogether at the New Orleans Saints Boston TD Party. Be listening this Sunday at noon as the New Orleans Saints are on the road to play the New England Patriots on your New Orleans Saints FM station Q93.
The Saints are on Q93.
Welcome back to the wrap-up show. Let's give you some stats today. Vaughn Dunbar, who fumbled the football away today, had only 8 attempts for 25 yards, an average of 3.1. Leading ground gainer for the Saints today, though, was Dalton Hilliard. 14 carries, 55 yards, including a touchdown run of 17 yards. Craig Hayward had 7 carries for 33 yards, an average of 4.7. Bobby Hebert had to carry 4 times for 20 yards for a 5-yard average. Tommy Barnhart had that one 12-yard run that kept the Saints' first touchdown drive alive. And, of course, that's his average, 1 carry for 12 yards. Hebert today was 14 of 27 for 173. He threw 3 interceptions and 1 touchdown pass this afternoon. However, he did have a touchdown pass dropped in the end zone late in the game, right through the hands of Quinn Early. Catching the ball today, leading receiver Dalton Hilliard, 5 catches, 60 yards, and a touchdown. Eric Martin had 3 catches for 20 yards. His longest was 10. Torrance Small had 2 beautiful catches today, one in a crowd, the other with outstretched body. 2 catches, 55 yards. The one outstretched catch was good for 33 yards and kept a Saints drive alive. Craig Hayward had a reception for 15. Vaughn Dunbar had 1 catch for 7. Wesley Carroll had 1 reception for 5 yards today, and Quinn Early had 1 catch for 11 yards. Vince Buck had 1 interception defensively. Tommy Barnhart averaged 51.5 per punt. I believe his net was above his average today of 38 yards. I believe he netted better than that with a good day punting in the Saints kicking game. Marcus Dowdell had 3 punt returns for totals of 9 yards. His longest was 11, and he did bobble 1, but no turnovers in the punt game today for the Saints. Rushing for Tampa Bay, Cobb, 19 carries, 72 yards. DeBerg had 2 carries for 4. McDowell, 1 carry for 5, and Gary Anderson, 2 carries for 3. DeBerg today was 13 of 25 for 94 yards, 1 interception. He did throw a touchdown pass. The leading receiver for Tampa Bay with 4 catches was Ron Hall, the tight end, 32 yards, although Willie Drury did catch a touchdown pass today of 15 yards. He caught 3 balls on the day for 22 total. Straczynski punting averaged 40.6 on the afternoon. His average is 40.8, so he stayed within his regular range. 18 first downs for the Saints compared to 10 for the Buccaneers. Total net yards, 309 for the Saints, 154 for the Buccaneers. Net yards rushing, Saints had 145, the Bucs had 84. Saints had 164 passing to the Buccaneers 70. Here's a big part of the ball game too, and that's penalties. 6 penalties, 72 yards against the Buccaneers. A lot of personal fouls and sportsmanlikes today. 6 penalties on the Saints, but only 40 yards. But the Saints did have 4 turnovers in this afternoon's ball game. Once again, the final score, Saints win by a score of 23-21. This is David Garrett speaking for Archie Manning and Jim Henderson, our game producer Robert Carroll, and statistician Dale Jones. And in-studio producer Craig Logsden. Good job, Craig. Vice President in charge of Clear Channel Sports is Tim West. Director of Network Sales is Rob Fields. Executive producer of today's game is Ron Hayes. Engineer Chester Grubbs. Stay tuned for the Locker Room Show live with Jim Henderson. This broadcast was originated and produced by Clear Channel Sports Networks, subsidiary of Clear Channel Communications Incorporated. Stay tuned. Jim Henderson and Coach Mora, players coming up next on the Saints Network.
Saints football on the New Orleans Saints Radio Network is proudly sponsored by Southwest Airlines, providing frequent flights and low fares, which is why flying Southwest Airlines is just plain smart. By Popeye's Fried Chicken and Biscuits, an official training table product of the New Orleans Saints. By Ford Quality Care. It may be your car, but it's still our baby. By Sears Brand Central, the brand you want at the store you trust. By your Southland Jeep and Eagle dealer. Remember, there's only one Jeep. By Pennzoil Motor Oil and Gum Out, available at all Walmart stores. By BC Headache Powder. No matter where you're hurting, nothing works faster. By Tabasco brand products, Tabasco sauce, 7-spice chili, and Tabasco Bloody Mary mix. They're Louisiana legends. By Isle of Capri and Biloxi. Isle of Capri for Caribbean-style fun and games. and in Louisiana by the Louisiana Lottery. Now stay tuned for our visit in the Saints locker room. You're listening to New Orleans Saints football.
If it's sports, you've got to know all the scores. Baseball, football, hockey, and more. If it's about the Saints, you want to know all the updates. The decision makers, Jim Finks and the Jim Morris Show. And who knows the Saints better than our favorite quarterback, the Archie Manning Show. Where can you get all of this and a whole lot more? Q93 sister station, Sports 1280 AM. Sports 24 hours a day. So while the other stations are reporting what they predict, hear it from the horse's mouth. Sports 24 hours a day, only on Sports 1280 AM.
Call Pizza Hut Delivery now for 3 new wild-style chicken pizzas, including new tangy barbecue chicken pizza, new savory garlic and herb chicken pizza, and new spicy chicken fajita pizza. 3 new tastes, all topped with grilled white chicken breast and 3 new sauces and seasonings. Get 1 medium for just $9.99. New wild-style chicken pizzas available for a limited time at participating Pizza Hut outlets. Limited delivery area.
When you come to Royal Oldsmobile, you don't have to wonder if you're getting the best deal or the best service anywhere. You can count on it. Royal is the dealership that's different.
At Royal, we have 5 Oldsmobile master technicians. That's more than anybody in our southeast region.
When you buy a car from Royal Oldsmobile, from selection to taking delivery of the car, it's going to be a pleasant experience because we're different.
Take it from the pros who know. Royal Oldsmobile, the dealership that's different.
Hi, this is Gerard Stevens, Program Director for Q93 FM. Just want to take a few seconds of your time to say, hey, thank you for making Q93 the #1 radio station in New Orleans. You said you wanted more, and we tried to deliver that to you. You have our commitment to continue to deliver the best music, fun contests, the best prizes, great personalities, and of course, touch you in your community every day. We're not bragging, and we're not boasting. We're just out to satisfy you, the listener. So it's not over yet. Enjoy the game, and hey, we appreciate your continued support. We are your Q93.
The Saints are on Q93.
It's time to head to the locker room. The New Orleans Saints Network continues our exclusive live coverage of the Saints with interviews with the coaches and players in the Saints locker room.
Welcome back to a victorious locker room show. Saints win over the Buccaneers today by a score of 23-21. Let's not waste any time and go directly to color analyst Jim Henderson, who waits with Coach Jim Mora. Jim?
All right, Big Cat. Thank you very much, David. Vaughn Johnson walking out and Jim Mora congratulating him on his part in this victory here today. This is the kind of game that gives you more gray hairs, doesn't it?
As long as I got some hairs up there, unlike some of the coaches on our staff. No, it does. But you know, we've had a few like this, so I should be getting used to it, but I don't think you ever do.
Drops played a big factor in this game, both for yourself and also for them. Quinn dropping that ball that might have put it away in the end zone, and then Courtney Hawkins dropping that 4th and 1 pass.
Well, I felt a lot better about their dropping that. Courtney Hawkins dropping his and Quinn dropping his. Quinn would have given us a 5-point lead, which would have, you know, made them score a touchdown to win, which would have been a little bit more comforting than a 2-point lead where a field goal would beat us. But we made a lot of mistakes today, Jim. We did a lot of things that weren't good, and it hurt us, and it kept them in the ball game. And I think Tampa's a good football team. Don't get me wrong, but I still feel there were times today where we hurt ourselves. And hey, we got to get that stuff corrected. But we're happy with the win, but we got to get better.
Talk for a moment, if you might, about the contribution Dalton Hilliard made to this victory here today.
Well, Dalton has had a great year so far this year. He's playing better every week, and we all know what Dalton can do. He's been doing it for us for a long time. The last 2 years, he's been bothered by injuries and hasn't been as productive, but he's back and playing as good as ever, and there's nobody happier than me and after Dalton, probably.
We might take this time as well to talk about the contribution Tommy Barnhart has made to this team. I mean, today he comes through on the fake field goal, which was a big play for you that set up your first touchdown. And then when he was backed up a bit, he comes off of that 54-yarder that really put them in the hole with no timeouts left.
Jim, we're very fortunate as a football team to have an excellent punter and an excellent kicker. Both Tommy and Morton were big factors in our win today. And, you know, a lot of teams will go through these guys over the course of a season and over the course of many seasons. But we've had 2 guys that every week they just go out and perform and produce, and they're good guys to have on the team besides the fact that they're excellent players. And I can't say enough about either one of those guys.
You were controlling the game, certainly statistically, and also on the scoreboard, 20-7 in the third quarter. It really changed on that Dunbar fumble, didn't it? I mean, it just completely reversed 180 degrees.
That really killed us. You know, we're standing on the sidelines, and I got the phones on, and Steve Walters, our receiver coach, is up in the booth, and right before that play said, all we got to do now is protect the football, and we ought to be okay. And whammo, we turn it over. And then we come right back, turn it over again, you know, down there deep in our territory. And those things kill you. They don't have to go very far for their touchdowns. And, you know, it's hard to survive something like that, but we were able to do it today, and thank God we were.
You're up 10-7 at halftime, and you're on your way perhaps to setting some records as far as the way your defense is controlling Tampa Bay, but the scoreboard wasn't reflecting your dominance. Did it bother you then that you were playing that well and you only had a 3-point lead?
Certainly it bothers me because, you know, when you play good like that, you've got to capitalize on the fact that you're playing good and be up on a team, because you know it isn't going to happen usually over the course of 60 minutes, that things are going to even up a little bit between two teams in the National Football League that are most of the time evenly matched like we were today. So when you're playing good and dominating a team, you hope that you are in a position where, you know, it'll pay off on the scoreboard, but it hadn't for us, so we had to fight for our lives the whole dang game.
And you end up winning by 2, 23-21. That's 4 in a row for the Saints as they head to New England for next week's game against the Patriots. Jim, thank you very much.
All right, Jim, thank you.
That's Jim Moore in the Saints locker room. David?
All right, Jim, thank you very much. Good job. We'll pause for these messages and come back with more from the locker room in a moment after this for Castrol and Sears.
If you've been putting off your car's oil change, do it now. Today's 4- and 6-cylinder cars are really tough on motor oils. Drive into University Quick Lube in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, and North Park Acura Mazda in Jackson, Mississippi, and get a complete Castrol GTX oil change. The job will be done fast and done right using Castrol. Castrol provides maximum protection against both viscosity and thermal breakdown. Spruce up your car's engine at University Quick Lube in Hattiesburg and North Park Acura Mazda in Jackson.
When you're spending hard-earned money on electronics, appliances, and home office equipment, it's good to know there'll always be a store you can trust, Sears Brand Central. You can count on more top brands, more service people, affordable credit options, and most important, a name backed by over 100 years of quality, integrity, and constant good values. No wonder more people buy more top brands from the store they trust, Sears Brand Central.
You can count on me, Sears Roebuck and Company.
Welcome back to the Saints Locker Room Show. Dave Garrett along with Jim Henderson and company. And Jim waiting in the locker room. We're about ready to go back to him. And we'll go back downstairs now. Paul Boudreau, offensive line coach of the Saints, is waiting with our own Jim Henderson.
Paul, that was a strange game, wasn't it? The total dominance by the Saints in the first half, and yet only a 3-point lead to show for it, and then things turned around markedly after that fumble by Dunbar in the third quarter.
Yeah, we were doing things right until a point, and then all of a sudden, you know, you get a holding penalty, get a touchdown call back, and then late in the game, we dropped the touchdown pass, and, you know, we throw one that gets tipped, so there's 21 points, you know, 7 for them, 14 for us, and it was a real weird thing. But the good thing about this football team is they just go to the next play and they forget about what happened. Now, tomorrow they'll hear about it, you know, and that's part of coaching and making sure that they understand that you can't do that against good football teams. Fortunately, you know, we beat the Buccaneers, who are really much improved.
Tampa Bay moved a lot of their defensive linemen around. They were shifting a lot, but that wasn't anything unexpected for you guys, was it?
Well, we knew they played a lot of fronts. We saw some things out there today we hadn't seen on film, you know, and Floyd's going to do that in the course of a year. He's always going to move some people. They were probably playing to our tendencies. We've had some success in 3 wide receivers and 1 single back running the ball, and then he packed them in there. And again, you know, play action pass kind of bailed us out a little bit, passing on first down, making it hard, run fake. It gave Bobby some time, and there was no pressure on him early on in the game, and that really helps you as, of course, the game goes along.
What was your thinking in that last series, a crucial one it was, to try to run some clock and get some field position as well, even if you couldn't run it out totally to get some field position? What was your thinking in the play calling there, and what did you try to accomplish?
Well, on the last play that Milton Mack had broken up, the thing that we had feared was the first interception that happened to us. They dropped both defensive tackles, and it looked like you only needed 6 yards. You know, why not dink him in the middle? But then Bobby's throwing blind, and that's what happened the first time on the interception. He thought a guy was open, and there's a defensive tackle picking it off, and it was really 51, a linebacker. So we didn't want to do anything stupid there, and the fly route was just as good at that time because we had beaten them a couple of times deep, and we knew Bobby could see what he was throwing at. We didn't want to throw over the middle in that point of the game and have a ball get tipped and picked.
You know, I think the fans, and you can tell me whether players and coaches ever let this enter into their subconscious, but everybody knew Tampa's record coming in, the 3 straight losses. You'd handled them, I think, in the last 9 times they've visited here. You're on a roll, and things come easily to you in the first half. Is it difficult for a team to maintain its concentration under those circumstances, playing what should be an inferior opponent, and you're doing so many things well, although not being reflected on the scoreboard?
I think with a young football team, that would be hard. But our team, they're a veteran ball club. They're a team that has had some success, and they knew why they got the success. It wasn't anything done with miracles. It was done with hard work and preparation during the week. We go in, we'll watch this film tomorrow. That's the end of it. We're going to approach New England like they're 7-0. That's the way this team has always been. We've been 7 straight games in a row with wins, and you couldn't tell on Wednesday if we've won any games because that's the way we approach it, and that's the way that these guys are coached, and that's how they react to it. So I think with a younger team, that would be a problem, Jim.
Well, thanks for the visit here. Enjoy this one for tonight. Get hard at work for the Patriots tomorrow, and thanks a lot, Paul.
All right, thanks, Jim.
That's Paul Boudreau, the offensive line coach for the Saints. David?
All right, Jim, thank you very much. We'll look at some more stats when we come back. Plus, we'll have another interview in the locker room with Jim Henderson after these local messages.
The newest resort on the Biloxi Gulf Coast, the Grand Biloxi Beach Resort, has put together something special for all you big winners. Just so you don't have to wait in line, they have arranged for your VIP entrance to the Isle of Capri Casino and the Biloxi Bell Casino. The Big Winners plan also includes room for 2, all bar drinks, your choice of a meal daily, tax and transportation, all for $59 per person per night. Some restrictions apply. Don't wait in line. Be a VIP at the Grand Biloxi Beach Resort. Call 1-800-325-9384.
Text and license not included. Prices include rebates.
Car buyers, Ray Brandt, Louisiana's #1 Nissan dealers, racing to sell over 300 new cars and trucks this month during Car Wars 2. Ray Brandt Nissan declares war on high prices. Now through Saturday, buy a luxurious new car at Ray Brandt Nissan and get $1,500 cash back for your Christmas shopping at Ray Brandt Nissan during Car Wars 2. 1884 West Bank Expressway, Harvey. Ray Brandt Nissan, guns down the competition.
The trend this election year has changed. How about your present sales position? Is it an advancing industry with a product for the future? If you have any concerns about your future, you should call Mr. Michaels at 464-1717. He represents First Communication, the locally owned office, telephone, and equipment company. First Communications needs aggressive, sales-minded, future-sighted individuals with a will to earn and learn. Call Mr. Michaels, 464-1717. 464-1717. First Communications Company. This week, the New Orleans Saints carry the fleur-de-lis north to colonial America for a little declaration of smash-mouth football. The New Orleans Saints clash with the New England Patriots on the outskirts of Boston in the fields of Foxborough. It's 6 if by land, 3 if by air, and 7 altogether at the New Orleans Saints Boston TD party. Be listening this Sunday at noon as the New Orleans Saints are on the road to play the New England Patriots on your New Orleans Saints FM station, Q93.
The Saints are on Q93.
Welcome back to the Saints Locker Room Show. Dave Garrett along with Jim Henderson. Torrance Small is waiting with Jim Henderson. And Jim, before we send it away to you, he caught 2 passes today, one for 33, one for 22. Both were excellent receptions, 2 catches for 55 yards total. And with Torrance Small, here's Jim.
Thanks, David. Torrance, that 33-yarder, obviously the longest of your short and early career here with the Saints and in the NFL. That was a great catch, as I recall. That was the one you really laid out for, wasn't it, and brought it in off your fingertips?
Yes. I caught him in man-to-man and gave him a good move at the line, got up on top of Bobby, let the ball go, and I had to go get it.
That was a nice catch. Let's talk for a second about a play that I know was in the arsenal today that you didn't run, and then we won't talk about it any longer so we don't tip anybody off. But there was a play in the arsenal today that called for you to pass the ball on a fake reverse. Did you ever come close to calling that today?
I think we probably would have called it once, but I cramped up, so I don't know if we would have called it or not now.
Tell me a little bit about your career as a thrower, because this may be something we'll see down the line from Torrance Small.
Yes, I'm working hard every day, and I'm getting more confidence, and I have a lot of confidence in myself right now. I believe I can get open. I know I can catch the ball, and everything's going fine right now for me, and I'm hoping I can keep it up and hopefully soon be starting one day.
How about as a passer? Were you a high school quarterback?
Yes, I played quarterback a couple years in high school and started off as quarterback at Alcorn, but they moved me to receiver.
How many times did they utilize your throwing talents, even though you were a wide receiver at Alcorn?
Well, throughout my college career, I think I threw the ball probably about 7 or 8 times and had one touchdowns, and the rest most was complete, 1 interception and a couple of incompletes, I'd say.
Well, you've turned the halfway point of your first season in the NFL. Do you still feel like a rookie?
Yes, I'm still a rookie because it's still a lot to learn. But I feel, as the year goes on, I'm getting better, and I feel, I'm not considered as a rookie until I get a year under my belt. So there's no need of me saying what I do and all, but as soon as the year over with, I'm considered as a vet, so take it like that.
Well, you're moving right along and seem to be progressing extremely rapidly as a wide receiver and be a big part of the Saints offense for years to come. Thanks very much, Torrance.
Thank you.
That's Torrance Small down in the Saints locker room.
All right, Jim, thank you. We'll have more in a moment after this for your Southland Jeep and Eagle dealers, Tabasco brand products, and Castrol.
Now's your chance to see the most exciting and technically advanced lineup in our history. Introducing Jeep and Eagle for 1993. With innovative new models that will truly amaze and thrill you. See the new Jeep Grand Cherokee and the sophisticated new Eagle Vision. Get a classically rugged two-door, two-wheel drive Jeep Cherokee Sport for as little as $14,335. Or buy an American original, the fun-loving Jeep Wrangler, starting as low as $10,910. You could get great deals on every vehicle in stock. So whatever you do, don't miss the 93s at your Jeep and Eagle dealer. MSRP after $500 cash back direct from Chrysler. Excludes title, taxes, and options. Actual prices may vary. These are limited time offers. Buyer must take delivery from dealer stock. See dealer for details. Jeep is a registered trademark of Chrysler Corporation. See your Southland Jeep and Eagle dealer today.
If you take the 4 quarters in a football game, add a few timeouts, and of course the announcer's witty commentary, you might have time to make chili from scratch. Or try Tabasco brand 7-spice chili recipe. 1 jar with its 7 specially blended herbs and spices turns a pound of brown meat into homemade tasting chili in minutes. And all you'll miss is a little of that witty commentary. An original or spicy Tabasco 7-spice chili recipe is homemade taste made easy from the makers of Tabasco brand pepper sauce.
If you've been putting off your car's oil change, do it now. Today's 4- and 6-cylinder cars are really tough on motor oils. Drive into University Quick Lube in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, and North Park Acura Mazda in Jackson, Mississippi, and get a complete Castrol GTX oil change. The job will be done fast and done right using Castrol. Castrol provides maximum protection against both viscosity and thermal breakdown. Spruce up your car's engine at University Quick Lube in Hattiesburg and North Park Acura Mazda in Jackson.
Welcome back to the Saints Locker Room Show. Dave Garrett here amidst casts of thousands, and downstairs is Jim Henderson once again in the locker room. Jim?
And I'm here with safety Brett Maxey. Brett, where were you on the field when Courtney Hawkins dropped that 4th and 1 pass that ended it?
I was on the opposite side of the field, and I had a pretty good look at it, and even though it was unfortunate for him that he dropped that pass, because that would have kept the drive going and possibly gave him a chance to win it.
You got to give them a lot of credit, don't you, the way that you were dominating the game when you were leading 20-7. This is a team that had lost 3 in a row. I think they lost by 31 points last week, and yet they never quit, did they?
I thought this team coming into this game had a lot of character. We did dominate the game for the most part, but turnovers, gave them the momentum and changed the game around. It changed the whole complexity of the game. Defensively, I thought those 2 turnovers, we could have had them stopped, but they played like they always played with a lot of poise, with a lot of character, and gave us a fight.
I remember in that last series when things were turning so dramatically, you guys had him stopped, and then Pat was called for lining up in the neutral zone. I saw Brett Maxey jumping up in the air and holding his hands on his head in disgust.
That's uncharacteristic of me. I shouldn't have, got out of hand like that. But I was looking at it as it was 3rd and long, 3rd and 15. We shouldn't, for no possible reason, be called offsides.
But you got away with it.
Yeah, I got away with it, with my antics, but it was good that I kept away from the guy that jumped outside because I was really hot.
You would have said something to Pat?
I think I would have, and probably caused some problems on the field, so that's why I kept my distance.
Well, maybe the drop by Courtney Hawkins somewhat evened things out. It certainly was a big play for both teams, but you had some big drops offensively as well. Quinn's drop of that touchdown pass in the end zone. Eric had an uncharacteristic drop. It was a strange game, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was really strange, especially offensively. There were times when we were, moving the ball, and then before you know it, we were dropping balls, turning the ball over, which is uncharacteristic of a team that has had a week off, and we had a really good week of preparation for this team, and I thought our offense was going to explode, and for the most part, starting out, we were playing extremely well, but hey, it happens, and it's something that I'm glad it happened after that bye week, and now we can concentrate on the rest of the season, the second half of the season, and not make those mistakes.
Brett, thanks very much for stopping by.
Thank you, Jim.
That's Brett Maxey. David?
Thank you, Jim. Now these local messages. You're listening to Saints Football.
Includes rebate, tax, title, license, unincluded, ranking according to Chrysler Corp. Car buyers! Right now's the best time to buy a new car or truck at Ray Brandt Dodge. Now through Saturday, get the 93 3/4-ton high-top conversion van for $15,995, or the low-top conversion van for $14,995, and the 92 full-size D150 pickup is $10,995. There's only room in this town for one Dodge dealer, Ray Brandt Dodge. The rest, get out of Dodge!
Spot the dots and save 40% at Shoetown and Foot in Fashion. Thousands and thousands of red-hot dots on every aisle, in every department, in every Shoetown and Foot in Fashion. 40% off men's and women's apparel. 40% off men's, women, and children's shoes. 40% off previous markdowns included. It's our biggest, best, and greatest sale of the year. Red-hot dots save you 40% and more on shoes, apparel, athletics. Thousands of items at all Shoetown and Foot in Fashion.
Tonight on WGNO TV Channel 26, there's a whole lot of Sunday going on. At 7, they've lived forever, battling the evil forces that stalk our planet. Based on the hit movie, it's Highlander, the series. Tonight at 7. Then at 8, get ready for outrageous sketches and hilarious stand-ups on the Apollo Comedy Hour. At 9, Carl Weathers is out for Street Justice. Then at 10:30 on an all-new Real New Orleans, it's an all Saints Day tribute to Saints fans.
Who that say they're going to beat them Saints?
My mother said they should have therapy for that.
We'll talk Saints with Buddy D.
It was a bust. They got rooked. They got snookered by the talent,
And New Orleans' next great jazz artist.
For the near future, I plan to be in New Orleans, carrying the music on.
Also, watch and win a Real New Orleans weekend at the Hotel Intercontinental. Tonight on Real New Orleans at 10:30 on WGNO 26.
The Saints are on Q93.
Welcome back to the Saints Locker Room Show. Coming up, Doug Joubert with the NFL Scoreboard Show. We'll check action in the first half of today's NFL scheduled games with Doug right after the Locker Room Show. Don't forget the Archie Manning Monday Quarterback Show. Moved to 5:30 in the afternoon on the Saints Network. Live from Stonebreakers in Metairie. 6:30 on Tuesday nights, we visit with Jim Mora. 6:30 on Wednesday night at Stonebreakers in Metairie, we visit with Jim Finks, the president and general manager of the New Orleans Saints. Right now, Sam Mills waits downstairs in the locker room with Jim Henderson.
Thank you very much, David. Sam, you were mentioning you probably had to re-stretch early in the second half because you'd seen so little action in the first half. You probably weren't even warmed up yet, were you?
In the first half, we had a pretty easy offense, did a fine job of moving the football and keeping us off the field. And then when we got out there, 3 downs and out. In the second half, I really had to earn my pay out there. I think it was a shock to my body to have to go all those plays continuously, and ended up catching a cramp, as they finished their drive up. But, I'm fine now.
you had totally shut them down on the ground. The big factor for them in the second half, once they started to get into the game, was the fact that they could run the ball a little bit on you, huh?
Yeah, they did a fine job. In particular, Reggie Cobb did a really good job of finding some seams, dancing around in there, and moving the ball downfield, getting them out of predictable situations, because we really put them in a lot of predictable situations in the first half. Second half, they got into more 2nd and 5 situations that really helped them out.
And then DeBerg's play action could really come to the forefront, couldn't it? Because you had to respect that running game after that.
Yeah, you know, in the first half, because we shut them down in first and second down, it didn't make much sense to run play action because we wouldn't honor it anyway. But in the second half, when you're 2nd and 5 and 3rd and 3, now the play actions can really hurt you.
Where were you on the field when that drop was made? Were you in there in that situation on the 4th and 1 when Courtney Hawkins dropped that ball?
Oh yeah, I was in there. I just said, thank God. You know, it was definitely a catchable ball, and you know, it was a 3rd and 1, and you know, they ran the right play. Really, it was a good call, I thought, on their part at what they were running, but lucky for us that they didn't make the catch.
DeBerg's quite a war horse, isn't he? I mean, out there at 38 years old. He's an old man even by your standards, Sam. And he's out there, and he's been beaten on pretty well for about 3.5 quarters, and yet he was still hanging in there. And when some good things happened, the tide turned very quickly, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. And you know, I think the reason why things were turning out there in the first half, I thought we really got pressure on him, kept him off balance, kept him rattled. I thought if he ever got some time to figure out what was going on, he can really hurt us. And in the second half, he did get a little more time, and he started, making some good passes downfield against us.
Well, congratulations on your 4th straight victory, a 6-2 mark as you head to Foxborough.
Thanks a lot.
That's Sam Mills down in the victorious Saints locker room. David?
All right, Jim, thank you very much. Now these network messages.
If you've been putting off your car's oil change, do it now. Today's 4- and 6-cylinder cars are really tough on motor oils. Drive into University Quick Lube in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, and North Park Acura Mazda in Jackson, Mississippi, and get a complete Castrol GTX oil change. The job will be done fast and done right using Castrol. Castrol provides maximum protection against both viscosity and thermal breakdown. Spruce up your car's engine at University Quick Lube in Hattiesburg and North Park Acura Mazda in Jackson.
How do I pick my numbers? The amount of speckled trout I caught that day.
Straight from the horse's mouth.
Wherever you get your numbers from, you can win $500 with Pick 3. And it couldn't be easier to play. All you have to do is pick 3 numbers between 0 and 9. Then watch the drawings every night at 9:59. So play Pick 3. And remember, it doesn't matter where you get your numbers from.
What if a number my wife telling me?
216.
I just let the computer pick them.
Pick 3. Play every day, get lucky every night.
Welcome back to the Saints Locker Room Show. Let's take a look at stats in the contest today as the Saints on the year move to 6-2 on the season. And Tampa Bay drops to 3-5 on the season. Today, leading ground gainer for the Saints, Dalton Hilliard, 14 carries, 55 yards. Bobby Hebert, 14 of 27 passing, 173. His longest was 33. That was, and he also threw 3 interceptions, and he also had 1 touchdown pass today. Leading receiver with 60 yards, Dalton Hilliard. 5 catches, Eric Martin, also 3 catches for 20 yards. Torrance Small, 2 catches for 55. Reggie Cobb, leading ground gainer for Tampa Bay, 19 carries, 72 yards. 3.8 average. Steve DeBerg was 13 of 25 for 94, 1 interception, 1 touchdown. Leading receiver today was Ron Hall, tight end, 4 catches, 32 yards. Drury also caught a touchdown pass in this afternoon's game. Saints, as mentioned, moved to 6-2 on the season, 3-5 for Tampa Bay. Next up for the Saints next weekend will be in Foxborough, Massachusetts, a suburb of Boston, to take on the New England Patriots in a noon Central Time kickoff. Once again, that's today's Locker Room Show, and our thanks to Jim Henderson and producer Robert Carroll. Stay tuned for the NFL Scoreboard Show with Doug Joubert on many of these Saints network stations. The final score, Saints win over Tampa Bay by a score of 23-21. Airtime for next week's Saints game, network start at 10:40 in the morning. And remember the Archie Manning Monday Quarterback Show at 5:30 Monday afternoon at Stonebreakers, the Jim Mora call-in show Tuesday night at 6:30, and the Jim Fink Show Wednesday night at 6:30 as well. This is David Garrett from the Louisiana Superdome. We'll say it in English this time, folks. Let the good times roll. Goodbye, everybody.
The newest resort on the Biloxi Gulf Coast, the Grand Biloxi Beach Resort, has put together something special for all you big winners. Just so you don't have to wait in line, they have arranged for your VIP entrance to the Isle of Capri Casino and the Biloxi Bell Casino. The big winners plan also includes room for two, all bar drinks, your choice of a meal daily, tax and transportation, all for $59 per person per night. Some restrictions apply. Don't wait in line. Be a VIP at the Grand Biloxi Beach Resort. Call 1-800-325-9384.
When you come to Royal Oldsmobile, you don't have to wonder if you're getting the best deal or the best service anywhere. You can count on it. Royal is the dealership that's different.
At Royal, we have 5 Oldsmobile Master Technicians. That's more than anybody in our Southeast region.
When you buy a car from Royal Oldsmobile, from selection to taking delivery of the car, it's going to be a pleasant experience because we're different.
Take it from the pros who know. Royal Oldsmobile, the dealership that's different.
It's Sunday Night Oldies on More Music, More Money, Q93 at 8 o'clock with me, A.D. Barry.
You got a smile so bright. You know you could have been a candle.
Sunday Night Oldies. 8 o'clock is a little too early to hit the sack. While other radio stations are trying to put you to sleep, join me, A.D. Barry, for lots of feel-good music at your request. Call me and dedicate on the radio your favorite oldie, fast or slow. So get the most out of your Sunday with Sunday Night Oldies, starting at 8 p.m. on More Music, More Money, Q93.
It's a shame the way you mess around with the man. It's a shame.
The Saints are on Q93.
All right, this is the Saints Today for use on Monday morning,
from the National
as
Football
fed
League
by Conrex from Dave's
scoreboard.
bedroom at 5:30 tomorrow a.m. believe it or not.
The New Orleans Saints come away with a victory in the Superdome, but they had to fight for it to get it as the New Orleans Saints defeat the Tampa Bay Buccaneers by a 23-21 count. A couple of things that may have gone by the wayside if you didn't notice. Morton Anderson with another 50-yard field goal, his 21st of his career. Nobody in the NFL has kicked that many 50 or more yard field goals in their entire career. Morton Anderson, the one guy to do it. We'll get to other finals and games just getting underway in just a moment. You're listening to New Orleans Saints football.
This week, the New Orleans Saints carry the fleur-de-lis north to colonial America for a little declaration of smash-mouth football. The New Orleans Saints clash with the New England Patriots on the outskirts of Boston in the fields of Foxborough. It's 6 if by land, 3 if by air, and 7 altogether at the New Orleans Saints Boston TD party. Be listening this Sunday at noon as the New Orleans Saints are on the road to play the New England Patriots on your New Orleans Saints FM station Q93. The trend this election year is change. How about your present sales position? Is it an advancing industry with a product for the future? If you have any concerns about your future, you should call Mr. Michaels at 464-1717. He represents First Communications, the locally owned office, telephone, and equipment company. First Communications needs aggressive, sales-minded, future-sighted individuals with a will to earn and learn. Call Mr. Michaels, 464-1717. 464-1717. First Communications Company. Spot the dots and save 40% at Shoetown and Foot and Fashion. Thousands and thousands of red-hot dots on every aisle, in every department, in every Shoetown and Foot and Fashion. 40% off men's and women's apparel. 40% off men's, women, and children's shoes. 40% off previous markdowns included. It's our biggest, best, and greatest sale of the year. Red-hot dots save you 40% and more on shoes, apparel, athletics. Thousands of items at all Shoetown and Foot and Fashion.
If it's sports, you've got to know all the scores.
Baseball, football, hockey, and more.
If it's about the Saints, you want to know all the updates.
The decision makers, Jim Finks and the Jim Moore Show.
And who knows the Saints better than our favorite quarterback?
The Archie Manning Show.
Where can you get all of this and a whole lot more? Q93 sister station, Sports 1280 AM. Sports 24 hours a day. So while the other stations are reporting what they predict, hear it from the horse's mouth. Sports 24 hours a day. Only on Sports 1280 AM.
The Saints are on Q93.
This is a Saints Scoreboard Show. Welcome. I'm Doug Joubert, live from our studios in downtown New Orleans. And New Orleans' 23-21 victory over Tampa Bay earlier this afternoon. A couple of the important parts came early on when the New Orleans Saints were up for a field goal. Tommy Barnhart to hold. Not. It ended up being a fake.
Morton Anderson has come onto the field, and on 4th down from the 37 will attempt a 54-yard field goal. It's a fake. Tommy Barnhart rolls to the right. He's going to run 40, 35, 30, first down and out of bounds, and he's hit late. There'll be a flag.
There are 15 yards tagged onto that, and just moments later, Dalton Hilliard catches a short TD pass for the lead from Bobby Hebert.
3rd down and 5 from the 8-yard line. 4 wide receivers used. Hilliard in the backfield with Bobby Hebert out of the shotgun. 3rd and 5 from the 8. There's the snap in good shape. Hebert steps up, throws. It's caught by Hilliard at the 2. He scores. 8-yard touchdown, and Hilliard had Jimmy Williams all over his back and just invited him to the end zone along with him.
The Saints ended up 23-21 victors over Tampa Bay, and that wasn't the only thing. The Saints scored in every quarter, including the third, where they scored 10 points. That's where they've scored more points than any other quarter thus far this year. On to other scores where the L.A. Rams and Atlanta Falcons were battling at Atlanta Fulton County Stadium. Backup quarterback Billy Joe Tolliver capped a 9-play, 81-yard drive early in the fourth quarter with a 15-yard scoring pass to Michael Haynes that gave the Falcons a 30-28 victory over the Los Angeles Rams. Tolliver entered the game when starter Chris Miller was forced to leave with 3:28 in the third due to an injured left knee. He had tried to scramble and ended up hurting his knee when he was sliding in order to save himself from getting hurt. Again, Atlanta 30, L.A. Rams 28. Another final, New England and Buffalo battling up in New York. And Buffalo came out a victor 16-7 in a very close game. Jim Kelly throws 2 second-half touchdown passes. Buffalo snaps a 7-7 tie with a safety late in the third quarter to give the Bills that 16-7 victory over New England. Patriots still winless in the year. They are now 0-8. Buffalo 16, New England 7. The Detroit Lions and the Green Bay Packers up in Motown, and Green Bay showed the Lions exactly what they're made of as the Packers defeated Detroit 27-13. The game was never really close, the entire contest. In fact, overall, it was Detroit on the board first, and then Green Bay scores 4 consecutive times to put the game out of reach. The Packers scored every time in every quarter. Meanwhile, of course, you know about Tampa Bay defeating New Orleans. Miami and the New York Jets up in the Meadowlands, and the Jets defeat Miami, what? 26-14. Ken O'Brien starts for the injured Brownie Nagel, throws 3 touchdown passes. Brad Baxter runs for over 100 yards. The Jets defeating Miami. This is the Dolphins' second straight defeat now, 26-14. And one other final, Pittsburgh defeats Houston up in the north side, 21-20. Neil O'Donnell throws 2 touchdown passes in the fourth quarter to rally the Steelers to that victory over the Oilers. Once again, Pittsburgh 21, Houston 20. 4 other games in progress. We'll update you on those next on the Saints Network.